There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no.
Welcome one and all to the Shadowverse Open West. It's a new month, new expansion, and some new blood here in the top 8. I am your host, Vicious, and now despite the new aesthetic, we still have the same casters joining me. It's none other than Wonder Chef and Lewis the Panda. Great to see you both as always. Hope you're staying safe and practicing social distancing. We have quite the top 8 for the folks tuning in today.
Yeah, so we have a new expansion, World Uprooted. There's Machina decks, there's Natura decks, there's hybrid decks. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, you're talking about social distancing. I think you guys are a little too close to me right now. I don't know if
A
I
little
can
bit.
push out a little bit, but
Can I just?
yeah, can we get everybody separated just a little bit more? No, I'm excited. I'm really glad that we get to still do the show from home. It's a very responsible thing to do. But I mean, the new expansion came out. It's really exciting. There's just craziness everywhere, and I'm glad we didn't have to skip it.
No, absolutely. And I'm glad for everybody tuning in. If this is your first time at the Shadowverse Open, it's going to be quite the doozy. But in the meantime, let's take a look at how it all breaks down in the format. For the show, we do have our modified Swiss 5 to 7 rounds in the first day, up until the top 16, where we have the current rotation. And of course, it's always 3 decks and 1 ban up until today, where we have the top 8 single elimination with the current rotation. And again, 3 decks, 1 ban. Let's take a look at what these guys are fighting for here in today's top 8. In first place, $1,000. Second place with $600. Third and fourth taking both home $400, and fifth through eighth with $200. And of course, $100 to the top 8. But we're gonna just throw it at them this time around. It's gonna be a whole different show. You know what? Don't worry about it. No problem. Let's take a look at the standings on the west side. Payne still in first place with 25 points. Azure Cloud just below him in second. EJade in third. Atanas in fourth. Frost in fifth, and Anonymous in sixth. Let's take a look at the other side. We have Boppo in seventh, KSLVD in eighth, Himari in ninth, Sai in 10th, Dulon in 11th, and of course Shincha in 12th. We saw the standings kind of change up from the first day, and we see the top 8 for the show. We have Den and Ishiro. It's going to be a team kill for the first game of the quarterfinals. Then we have Sky Sama versus KSLVD, and of course Sai versus Auto Aim, and Rackle versus No Dame Kyoto. I might have pronounced that wrong, but either way, it's going to be quite the quarterfinals. And why? Because we have a brand new expansion with World Uprooted, and we've seen the decks already. We've seen what they've brought over to the plate for the top 8, and it's going to be pretty interesting because we have new blood. I, of course, said that earlier. And, of course, Bloodcraft has seen a lot of play in this rotation.
Yeah, it's really exciting because, you know, we saw the standings. Payne and Atanas have been kind of dominating, but they're not here in the top 8. Instead, we have players that showed up in last year's Contenders Cup, such as Den, Hishiro, who we're going to face right now, and Auto-Aim as well. So, you know, the top player, it's so really dense. You know, it's so many top players, so good. Now we see the new guys showing up, right?
You know, absolutely. And again, you mentioned the 2 players, Den and Ishiro. They're actually going to be facing off against each other, if I'm not mistaken, as the first round. Again, that possible team kill, that's going to be pretty wild to see.
Yeah, so Den has the all Natura lineup. He's got Natura Rune, the only Natura Rune player, Baldane Dragon, and Control Natura Blood. Now, because Den and Hishiro are teammates, Hishiro knows the power of the Natura Blood, and it's been banned out here.
Oh, that's such an unfortunate ban. I mean, obviously there's a reason why it's banned, but I was really excited to see that Natural Blood deck, the control type Natural Blood. Of course, Den bringing all 3 decks that are Natura, which I believe is the first time that's ever happened on the SVO. I'd have to look back really far to see if that was not true any week, but I'm still really excited to see the Natural Rune, which is one of the decks that we haven't seen quite as much maybe within this meta. The Blood, hopefully, or well, I don't want to be biased, but hopefully if Den wins, we see it later, right?
And
I don't want to be biased, but I have to root for Den. He's my boy.
dang. I like how you said, I don't mean to be biased, and you go right into it. I do appreciate that bravery. But taking a look at Den and his performance up until the top 8, he was actually, he had a very, very strong showing in the Swiss, and he's going to go up against Himari, again, his teammate. There's a reason why he blocked the deck that he's going in with. Let's take a look at what Hishiro is bringing to the table for his first deck.
Yeah, so Hishiro has the more standard hybrid blood. This is perhaps, you know, either the strongest or the second strongest deck in the meta. By playing the Machina package with just enough Natura cards, such as the Nightprowl Vampire, Confectioneer, Cherov, you get to enable the Almachinas, which really just enables just crazy, crazy power plays.
Yeah, that's going to be the key card, I think, for pretty much this. Well, not the entire show today, but Natura Machina is going to be in maybe about half the decks today, which is still surprisingly low amount for me, because that is the the card pretty much right now, and it's so good in so many different decks. It really enables a lot of these powerful turn 8, or potentially, depending on the deck, earlier than 8. We'll see that later. Like explosive turns.
Yeah, and even though we have a lot of different blood decks today, I believe 4 different blood decks. I believe they're all playing Naria, the new Beast Dominator. She's just carrying blood back, and we're gonna see a lot of her today.
And to kind of contest, we have Den's deck coming up next with the Natura Runecraft. Now, tell me a little bit about what's different this time around with this deck.
Yeah, so Natura Rune is a deck that's been around for a while that maybe gets overshadowed by the Shinigami Rune, but then choosing to go with Natura, it's still a pretty solid and basic game plan. You're gonna have Carol Union Bursted, invocate the Riley, and just look to, OTK your opponent on like turn 7 or 8. It's got a new addition in the Storm Elementalist, but it's pretty much still the same deck.
Yeah, if you looked at this just at first glance, you'd say like, oh yeah, this is pretty much just like last expansion, right? Like there's almost nothing new added to this deck, which is very, very rare, especially for this expansion. Almost every single deck has added in something new that's extremely powerful.
Yeah, but I like the idea of it. A lot of these decks, they're getting online on turn 7 or 8 with the El Machinas. And if that's the turn that your Riley Carol combo is ending the game, then it seems like a good strategy for me.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about how like during every meta there is a deck that really like sets the pace, and you need to be able to win before it basically just combos off and wins on whatever turn. And right now I think people are still trying to find what that exact balance is, because there are, we were talking about Natural Machina, about powerful turn 8s, like you were just saying, turn 7s, turn 8s, but a lot of times maybe they won't win within that turn. So, if there is a deck that maybe can't build such ridiculous board states, we can still see it do very well if it can win before that.
Well, we're all geared up, ready to go. It's going to be the first match of the day, Den versus Ashiro, game number 1.
Yeah, so it's going to be a Rune Mirror match, but again, Natura Rune, Spellboost Rune on the other hand. Before I forget, I need to bring this up for Den. He had such a great run in the Swiss. He was the only player to be 7-0, but on top of that, he only lost 1 game the entire day, which is really, really impressive.
All right, so already we are seeing one of the new cards that is helping Spellboost Rune a lot, which is that Daria, and we're seeing 2 of them, which might not be the best thing to see right off the gate, but of course there's a Shikigami Summon, so at the very least there's 2 Spellboosts in hand. All right.
Well, he's got the Daria leader, so it's like he's got 3 Darias.
That's true, 3 in a row. It's like winning slots.
Yeah, Daria to me is one of those cards that, in the card reveal season, everyone's like, oh, she's crazy. Then at the start of the expansion, people were focused on Machina Force and other things, and she flew under the radar. And now, after the adjustments, it turns out Daria is pretty good, and Rune is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I remember right at the start, people weren't talking about Rune at all, and now we see almost every single competitor bringing Rune today? Maybe all of them?
Yeah, I believe 7 out of the good players have Rune. Okay. And Den is the only Natura Rune. Now, as Natura Rune, what you don't want to do is draw your Rileys. And what Den has done here is he's drawn 2 Rileys.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate. Of course, for those who aren't quite as familiar with how this deck works, you bring out a bunch of trees like any other Natura deck, and then eventually Riley gets pulled out of your deck and just auto-summoned onto the field, does a lot of storm damage, and then Carol does some extra damage just with her card effect, which we get to see right there being drawn, and it basically wins in 1 turn.
It does 20 damage, right? Just 20 damage. The issue with drawing the Rileys is that, if you don't have a Riley in your deck, you can't invocate it. But perhaps more importantly, those Rileys are dead cards. They're cards that he just cannot use in the early game to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you... The problem, too, is, like, you can technically hard play it later on, but you're really losing at that point, especially against Spellboost, who's going to build these ridiculous boards. Like, there's no way you're getting past all of those wards if it gets to that point.
Yeah, and both players having sort of a similar game plan. Playing early cards, getting some spellboosts, getting some trees. We see Hishiro's discounted those Darias, because you really want to play this for 0, right?
Right. But, I mean, hey, you get to do what you do. So, Daria she's so strong in the fact that she gets you so much card advantage, but I don't know if it necessarily almost even, like, matters within this. I mean, it will. I mean, we still haven't seen like a Kuon drawn We've seen a little bit of damage, and I guess really getting that huge board is going to be really important, which we don't technically see in hand yet. It's not terrible.
Yeah, one of the strengths of Daria is being that 4/4 body, you know?
That's true too. Yeah.
We see the Elemental is one of the newest cards. It essentially gives you sort of 2 trees, since you get to bounce an Retrograde tree back twice. It lets you, play it twice, so it adds your count by 2. Really strong with a nice 5/5 body after you as well. So then still finding plays, getting those trees out there.
Yeah, and the early damage is nice. Now, even though you do want to ideally combo off and not really have to worry about doing any damage, again, I mean, we say it. I feel like we see this every single Rune game, but Rune cannot heal, so the damage stays. And if there's a little bit more damage to face, then maybe only like just a Carol alone can win, which could be really important considering there's already 2 Rileys in hand. If one more gets drawn, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, Hishiro finally draws the Kuon, it's turn 5, 15 cost Kuon is pretty expensive. He is going to be able to play the Darius though, and maybe this is going to really get his whole game plan started.
Yeah, let's see what the draws are.
Oh. First one, not a spell boost card. What about the second area? Okay, nope.
Okay, so regardless of the fact, okay, again, also for those who are maybe not as familiar with Daria, she draws until you draw a card that does not have spell boost. So ideally, you want to draw a bunch of spell boost cards in a row, but seeing the situation in hand, especially with that really expensive Kuon, to draw Shigami Summons and an Insight, maybe not the worst things to actually draw, right?
Yeah, it's kind of bad for Ishiro because if you draw a card that is spell boostable, you draw another one and you spell boost those cards, right?
Yeah.
But because he didn't draw even a single spell boostable card, he didn't get that extra spell boost, So Daria was still, good as a 0 cost 4/4 draw card. Just not really living up to her true potential.
Yeah, but I mean, like basically what I was saying was at least the cards that were drawn, even though it was like essentially the deadest potential draw, are still very good for the situation because there's not a lot of other spell boost options in hand.
Yeah, for sure. Spell boost Rune would never say no to an Insight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's see how much damage Hishiro can push. It's important to note that in the new meta we're in, there is no longer Cell of Truth, which is, that big 3/5 Storm. So players are playing the Storm, the Twin Blade Mage. It's still Storm, but it's only 2/2. It's pushing less damage, but with 2 health, it's so much easier to answer.
Yeah, and that was one of the biggest issues on dealing with some of these boards is the fact that Zeal of Truth was a 3/5, and it was just so hard to deal with it. I mean, still, not saying a board like this that we're seeing right now is any, less scary, but it's, it's not as scary. What
yeah,
can
when it was a 3/5, it's so much harder to answer, right?
Right.
But even so, Hishiro on turn 6, look at this board. The Kuon is still very strong. If you guys, are not trying it because you're busy with the new stuff, it's still Rune. It's still gonna be powerful.
Yeah, considering who to Evo to go face with, really wants to push that damage. Using that last Evo point just for damage. Pushing the Twin Blade to a 4/4, maybe trying to spread out the damage a little bit. I'm trying to think of what the max AoE damage you can deal is.
Okay, so the Riley is invocated, but the Carol is not Union Bursted, as it's only turn 7 and then has gone first.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't able to use the extra Evo from going second. That means that there is not a lethal, but Carol can still be used to clear the board. The issue is that, if Den hadn't drawn these Rileys, next turn he would be getting another one, which could potentially close the game out. But because he has those Rileys in hand, it's not going to happen. And although Riley can be played, as you said, she costs 9 play points, which is not happening next turn.
Yeah, and because of the way that Carol works, the damage that you deal, if you deal it before Carol, it essentially gets wasted up to a certain point because she lowers your maximum health instead of actually doing damage for part of it. And so, yeah, it would have been really unfortunate because we could have seen potentially Den just clear some of the board with this Riley, the first Riley, and then use the second one for lethal, and then still have something to kind of threaten on board. But now it's super got to be on your back foot here. I mean, yeah, there's only 6 health left too.
Then just to, transition to this, okay, now I have to clear and stay alive. And it's going to be really hard to close the game out, I think. Now, it's not easy for Hishiro to do that 6 damage, but Den's going to tap out. And Hishiro's going to take game number 1.
Wow.
I hope that that wasn't affecting Den mentally. You know, drawing the O'Reillys is bad, but that was still a close game.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I
we'll
mean,
see,
if it was just like one Riley in hand, that would have looked so much better, right? It's just
Yeah, for sure.
There's very few ways to draw like fully dead within that deck, because you know it's not like spell boost where like if you just draw one or the other type of card, like you'll get your spell boostable cards too late or your spell boosting cards too late. This one, the only real thing is if you just draw all your Rileys, which unfortunately happened.
I mean, yeah, he drew 2, and it's just a little bit too clunky.
Yeah.
So now Den's gonna run it back with the same Natura, and we'll see Hishiro with the hybrid blood. Usually, even though his hand is like all Machina right now, there are some Natura cards in there, and enough for us to call it a hybrid.
Yeah, there are so many different variations. I'm really interested to see what people end up settling on, or if we see a deck that's like extremely good and nobody ever settles on one potential like build of it being quite the best. That's something that's not too common, so I kind of hope that happens.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I don't know if you remember, but I always said like Blood had a lot of great cards, and now there's like a lot of great Blood decks. So when you have so many good cards, it's hard to know exactly how you should build your deck, right? You have so many different options.
Yeah, well, I mean, we see some extremely good new cards. In fact, in hand is entirely extremely good new cards right now.
Yep.
So that just
and
makes
that's
the
another
decision
new
even
card
better.
and a pretty good one.
Oh yeah,
The Sheriff, yeah, doing 2 damage on Fanfare. It's so powerful in the early game, and because it's a Natura and a Machina card, it's the ideal card to fuse with the All Machinas.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe not off the bat like visually quite as impressive as some of the other new cards, but I think it's one of easily the best cards in the new set. Just because,
I agree. You know,
Yeah,
if the strongest card in the game right now is All Machinas, then Sheriff might easily be the second one. So
yeah, it enables Al Machina, or Al Machinas, and it has so much value within itself. It's got an Evo ability where it gives you a drone or a tree. I mean, it does damage. It can heal you. Can do both of them. It just has so much usage. Plus, that 1/3 stat line is really annoying for a lot of situations.
I think its power is that it's the card that enables the decks to be hybrid,
Right,
and that
right.
is just worth so much.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just have 3 Natural Machinas and 3 of the Cherubs, like that's a lot of cards because all you need is the 1 Al-Machinus and then 1 of the others, and immediately it triggers its effect.
And if you play Confectioneer draws those 2 cards exactly, so there you go. Now, Hishiro looking at the Mecha Shot, it's such a powerful new addition to Machina Blood, gives you a really strong leader effect. Getting extra droids at the end of your opponent's turn is really good, because they can go face when it's your turn, so it enables extra mono damage, plus more droids means it's easier to activate the mono condition anyway, better Techno Lords, just such a powerful card.
Yeah, and then especially it synergizes really well with Noon, which I guess is how you pronounce it.
You know, I know that's for a fact not, but that's how I say it. My stream gets me, they're like, that's not how you say it, but I call them Noon, so, you know.
All right, well, they're not here to tell us that we're wrong. Oh, actually, okay, so for it off the bat goes for something Daybreak Vampire. I'm just gonna completely skip the name from now on, but just I guess trying to build a little bit stronger of a board.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps because it's the better tempo play, as it's more play point efficient. So you could play Mecha Shot and a 2-cost next turn anyway.
Yeah, that is true, but you know, and of course there's already the if you want to drop a few more assembly droids, and you've got the Mecha Wing Angel in hand.
Yeah, exactly. We see Den with that spicy Pathfinder art. Takes the trade. Like, Den's doing a good job so far. He's at 20 life. He's played some trees. He was able to put the Riley back in his deck, which is really important. So, Carol is drawn a bit late there, to be honest. Since he drew it after the Evo. The Universe is going to be a little bit late, but
yeah,
he definitely has a playable hand for sure.
Yeah, and this is, I think, maybe one of the decks that you would play Natural Rune against, just because it doesn't seem like Blood. Most of the Blood decks, some of them have like these more like definitive like lethal situations, but a lot of times it seems like they just want to build these boards that ended up getting really big, and then eventually maybe you like evolve them with like mono or something like that, and so there might be just enough time, you know?
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is, the early game and the mid game here might look slow from the Machina Blood Fisher's playing, but really he's going to set up for that All Machinas turn 7, and when that happens, things just like really speed up after. when all your cards cost 3 less, it's just, you could do so much.
Right, but of course, even then, if that's when you're starting to deal most of your damage. Like I said, it might just give Natural Rune enough time, right?
Yeah, with 2 evils, that Carol is going to be Unibursted on turn 9 because, again, he missed the first one.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dan's potentially looking at a turn 9 lethal, which is kind of slow, but maybe enough to get him by.
Yeah, there is a little bit of life-saving removal in hand, but not really that much. We'll see. I mean, so this is our first blood game of the expansion. So on turn 7, I do hope that we get to see really what shows off exactly why it's so strong.
I think we're going to see it. But Pyromancer is a great draw there. Going to enable Den to clear most of the droids, and then can deal with the Mecha Shot other ways. Hishiro's up 1 game, and even though I was hyping Den up, because of course I have to, like, Hishiro's such a strong player, and although we haven't seen him in the top 8 this year, he's still one of the best, and he's still up there points-wise as well, I believe. Maybe right under, top 10.
Oh, there's the second Carol, which, I mean, you could still Evo and get it on 9, so you could potentially use another for some sort of clear.
Yeah, so instead of using the Pyromancer, he's going to use the Elementalist instead, because maybe it's better at getting the trees out there faster, and he really wants, that early Riley to help fight the board or push damage. It means that he's not getting a full clear, but, right now these droids cannot be able to buy mono or anything like that, so I think Furious is okay.
Yeah, and actually, this means that anything that's played, there's only like 1 option, right? And you don't really want to board lock yourself for the next turn in case there is that Natural Machinus. But okay, I mean, this is good, right? This is a good way to actually unboard lock yourself. Plus,
yeah,
is it effect? I can actually.
Yeah, he's gonna get an Ordroid in a turn, and I really like Ishiro's play 2 with a face there because Machinus already has the fanfare to contest the board, and after that, Mono Eworks everything for free. So spending the Evo to get the extra damage there seems correct. Then gets the Riley, and his deck is essentially online. He just needs the Carol Universe, which it's a bit too slow, but maybe you just go in phase with Riley and that will do it over a couple turns.
Yeah, that's true. Technically, could do it in So there wasn't an extra tree. Was there an extra tree played this turn? To set up lethal for next turn?
No. So Riley will still do 8 damage, right?
Yeah. Oh, no.
So that's why he's going to play another tree.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, now the lethal is potentially there, but we do get the huge Machinus turn. So
I mean, I like this setup from Den because he knows he's not dead to a mono right now. And if Machinus is played, which is likely what's going to happen, like Machinus is going to clear the board, but Machinus is not going to give Hishiro lethal. And he really can't get wards. It's not easy for Machinus to get wards right now, so I really like Den's play there. Using the early Riley, and even without the Carol, still being a force.
Well, there is Noon. I don't even know how ideally you want to say it. And then, of course, there's Nerea, right? So there are ward options available.
Yeah, using Noon because he can't play the Machinus essentially, right? Mm-hmm. Then forcing Ishiro to get a ward denies the Machinus play, which is pretty good.
Yeah, but this actually shouldn't matter. Oh no, okay, so he did give the that's right, the assembly droid's ward.
Yeah, he does get the other Riley though, so can he clear the board?
Oh yeah,
I believe he can.
Viridian Magna. Viridian Magna.
Yeah, Viridian Magna clears 2, Clash of Heroes clears the 3rd ward.
I mean, you don't even do. You can just...
Yeah, he has way overkill, right?
Yeah.
Then doing an excellent job showing how the Natura Rune can, put just enough pressure on blood and turn up the series 1-1.
Yeah, also really cool to see Natura Rune win without using Carol at all.
Yeah, I really like that. Now, this game is really going to be interesting since Den is going to go to his Dragon. Now, most players would tell you that, Dragon and Blood are the best classes, right? And I think it's my opinion that Dragon drawing well is just like the best. So it's likely that we'll see players often just ban the Dragon today as they just don't want to go up against that chance of the perfect Dragon draw. But because Den and Hishiro are scrim partners and, they know the power of the control Blood's being banned out for Den, which, it means his Dragon is up. And maybe Den, as the Dragon main, can show us the power of the Dragon here.
Yeah, and I mean, Dragon has changed a lot since the last expansion. It's a lot more I mean, it's based around kind of a lot of different things. Do you want to maybe go through it? I know you like Dragon quite a bit.
Yeah, so, Dragon is another one of these All Machina decks where you're trying to just get the All Machinas and then enable crazy power plays. But Dragon has ramp, So if you get to the All Machinas on, like, say, a turn 5, it's just so early into the game. And then your place after, everything is discounted, but you have extra play points anyway. You could play Baldane for 1 play point, Velociraptors for 0. It just gets really, really explosive.
Yeah, I've been playing this deck a lot. Definitely within my top 3 decks, I think, that I've been playing just on ranked, and it is fun when it pops up. But that is nice. So
you can see exactly what I was talking about, right? So Almachinas is in hand, Den's already ramped up, he's got a core, and it's gonna get really crazy real soon.
Yep,
But Hishiro doing a great job of being aggressive in the early game, using the Cherub, the Machina Bat. He has a good option of Mecha Shot or the Noon here.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of these don't do a lot of actual face damage if left unchecked, which is one of the things that we're seeing right now. I mean, that's like a 2-drop and a 3-drop, both only doing 1 damage apiece. Of course, this is a great setup. However, we're going to see a turn 5 Almachinas.
I really like Hishiro in the face there. Getting the free Evo from the Noon means he has that extra resource. He knows the game is going to get really crazy really soon.
Mm-hmm.
And like you're saying, he needs to push that damage, right? So using the Evo to get 2 damage and, extra stats on the Sheriff, I think it's really great play there.
Yeah, plus, I mean, it gives you an Assembly Droid. Or a tree, I guess, technically, if you wanted, but of course you don't want that in this deck. And okay, we're gonna see that's a good way to start this, actually. Are we gonna see the Shadow's Corrosion? Okay, so this is a setup for the most ridiculous turn on turn 5, which is a really crazy thing to say.
So, those great trees he generates, he can trade them out for cards that cost 3 play point less,
Mm-hmm.
Which could be another Velociraptor that's gonna give you 2 more trees, right?
Right, and it's actually, I mean, I guess I don't want to say it's unfortunate, but you actually see a lot with these, look, I get to click the card and see what it's actually called. The Steelstorm Dragon Newt. This left card, Dragon
so
10.
good.
Where you see it create the 3 droids, and then it goes into Almachinas, and you're like, oh man.
Yeah, they just drew 9 or 7 cards and they're all discounted. Now, Hishiro has, again, done a great job of playing aggressive early on, really putting on that pressure. And, he's gotten 9 damage so far. Trying to make it so the Almachinas will be maybe not able to fully clear the board. Since Hishiro's still looking potentially at a turn 7 mono, right?
Yeah, it's potentially there. And
if your mono, your turn 7 could be Almachinas, but it could also just be mono in the game, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, everything is with the Almachinas. What's it gonna get?
It's actually a little bit unfortunate that the Traveler's Respites were already in hand. The 2 of them already were, because that health gain and the, I mean, that's just free trees. Absolutely free trees if it gets pulled. So yeah, let's see the draw.
This is really strong, because when you get the 0-cost Steelstorm, he could Evo and then Evo the Almachinas for free to just, extra clear the board.
Yeah, which almost might be overkill at this point. What is the other?
I mean, I think Den doesn't want to take any damage right now,
Yeah,
He doesn't have a full board clear, honestly. Yeah, so gonna use the Evo and let them get another Evo on a Machina follower.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna use it on the Almachinas. Could have used it actually on the hoverboard to split up the stats on board maybe a little bit more, but I guess values the. Oh no, but then you wouldn't have been able to clear. I'm sorry, the 3-5. That's right.
Yeah, and the hoverboard is a 1-2. It's stuck in that token clearing duty, which is fine. Yeah, playing his own droid. So he's only doing 1 damage from corrosion, but I don't know. Hishiro does droids mono next turn.
Yeah, that wasn't as explosive of a turn as potentially it could have been. I mean, a lot of times you do see the trees get pulled up way more, but the only tree generators there were the Tyrannosauruses, and they didn't have good targets.
Tyrannosaurus is one of those cards that's not great to discount, because you mainly play it for the Axel effect anyway, and that one doesn't get any cheaper. Now he could, pitch them for another Almachinas next turn once again, so his next turn could be play Almachinas for 4 and repitch the entire hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, Mecha Shot, really important to get the leader effect out there to enable, that mono to just do so much more damage.
Yeah, that is one of the problems with the Tyrannosaur that I was talking about earlier, is that a lot of times you don't have great targets, it seems like, in this matchup, because all that's on board is like little assembly droids, and you're like, do I want to really spend it on that? And then eventually they get evoed and they hit your face and then you lose, and you're like, was it worth it? It's coming back anyway.
Okay, so Rolla in hand clears the full board, and she'll be a ward. He could play the 7-cost Rolla and then play the other one anyway. He played the one that was discounted, which I want to say is like a small mistake, but maybe it's not going to matter. So this pushes 10 damage. Corrosion is doing 1. And he has another Rolla for next turn as well.
Yeah, plus, a great ward on board. That rhymes.
Ooh, Technolord is a draw. Oh. Doing a solid 13 damage right now to clear the board.
Yeah, more than enough.
But Hishiro's definitely looking to close the game out. He has the mono in hand. It's just a matter of time, right? So it's like, how could he maybe try and set up an extra lethal, is the question?
Yeah, well, okay, so he guaranteed gets 1 from the leader effect. He's going to spend... I feel like he's got to play Technolord, right? That's only like a...
You're right, yeah, like, here. It has to start with Technolord. Nope. It's core to get life back, but that doesn't clear the board.
Yeah.
Oh, because he's gonna leave him board locked. Yep, he's gonna leave then board locked, going up to 17 life. Okay, very smart, Hishiro. I cannot stress enough how much of a great player he is. Yeah, that was not a simple play.
That was actually super smart. Yeah, and there's no way to get rid of anything.
I mean, it buys him a turn, and that turn buys him lethal because the droid cannot be able to trade against the 4-1, and Mono will go phase with the other droid for 9 damage. Excellent play from Hishiro, showing why he's a world-class player. And unfortunately for Den, he will go out to the 1. They are teammates. Den had a great showing on Swiss, but it's Hishiro who will advance to the 2-1.
Wow, yeah, that was extremely smart. My favorite wins are when players just like intentionally board lock their opponents and intentionally play nothing, so there's no way for it to be cleared, and they just have that confidence. They're like, okay, I know exactly what's happening here. You can't do anything. There's no extra damage that you can do to face without using up one of the board spots. So smart.
Such a great play for sure.
Now, we actually haven't seen anything like that really in these last couple of months of the Shadowverse Open, really. And, come to think about it, when you see the first games of the quarterfinals, we haven't seen like a 2-1 happen in so long, because there were so many like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0s that happened right out the gate. So pretty impressive start for both Hishiro and Den. And to kind of let you guys know, this is a great time to start playing Shadowverse and even try your hand at the Shadowverse Open by going up to SVO.gg and signing up for some of these opens, because this is the West region, but we also have the Southeast Asia Oceania. Man, that's a mouthful, but I'm so glad I said it correctly. You can also sign up for that as well. So again, SVO.gg is where you need to go to try your hand, especially with the brand new expansion, and possibly see yourself at the top 8. Now, to kind of reiterate, this was a very, very impressive matchup, seeing how these guys have adapted to the new expansion and go pretty much back and forth with their current decks.
Yeah, that was a play where you could really see Hishiro's skill as a player. It's a play that was not obvious at all. And like Chef was saying, he was in complete control there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so smart. But also, I'm glad that was a really good first set, because it really showed off a lot of what's good about a lot of these decks, and we might not have seen quite the maximum explosive turns, but we still do get to see a good example. And my question, Luis, is that last expansion we talked a lot about how somebody would win one and all they had to do is win one of their next 2 games with Spell Boost Rune. I want to know if that's going to switch to Blood now. It's going to be the new all they have to do is win one with Blood, right?
I mean, Blood is really strong, but as you saw, so is Dragon, right? So my question is, are players banning the Blood or the Dragon? Because, Den's Blood got banned, but I wonder if Dragon will be the standard ban.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, of course, that first set, the players knew each other extremely well, so they had kind of like a heads up player ban, and they know exactly how their decks work against each other. But I want to see how it goes throughout the rest, where people maybe aren't quite as familiar with their opponents and their decks.
Yeah. And we do have that with Sky Sama and KSLVD. I don't know if they've had any matchup experience prior to this, but they do have those decks you mentioned, right? We had the Bloodcraft as well as Dragoncraft on deck, and you see off the bat KSLVD bringing Control Roach Forest, right, and Shikigami Rune and mid-range Blood, as we can expect. And on the other side, Sky Sama bringing Shikigami Rune, Natura Dragon with Veldane, as it's mentioned there, and then Machina Blood, right? So again, we see two Bloods fully unleashed for this matchup.
Yeah, so KSLB is playing what we're calling mid-range Blood. It's kind of a weird Blood deck. It's not quite Machina, it's not quite Natura, it's not quite a hybrid either. It's almost like an aggro deck, except it's not aggro. So I figured the best thing to call it is just mid-range. He's just playing good Blood cards.
Yeah, it's kind of like a good stuff Blood deck. It's just a bunch of good cards, right? It's just good stuff that they have, not necessarily a huge amount of synergy, but just the synergy that's already built in.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at it. KSLVD, we do have his mid-range Blood deck up there. Boom, there it is. Let's take a look at the cards.
Yeah, so you see he's playing some of the best things Blood could do, like the Universe package, Neria, of course, shining. He's playing the Hellspear Warrior, which allows him to be a bit more aggressive. And, you know, triple Razor Claw and triple Garnet Waltz gives them all the phase damage in the world.
Yeah, Garnet Waltz, new card, does give you the option for just 3 to face. And that's that alone is really, really strong. That's, what, 12 damage? Oh, no, not 12. Whoa, 18 damage in deck,
Dang.
technically, just off of those 2 cards. I can't do math at all. And then, of course, another card that I like to see back is Urias. I love Urias. Huge fan of that card, which also can potentially, based on what they're playing against, have some really, like a really significant amount of face damage. Like, you know, we see, especially in these Machina decks, like especially in these Machina Blood decks, we see a ton of these, you know, these little 1/1s coming out. They're constantly guaranteed being summoned, or you have to like use them, get them off of Armored Batter, for instance, something like that. And so that can like really swing the health difference and push you into the situation where all this potential face damage out of this deck can mean a lot.
In the meantime, you did mention Machina Blood as one of the deck archetypes. Sky Sama is actually bringing that. I believe that is the deck that is banned, but let's take a look at the differences between Sky Sama's Machina Blood compared to KSLVD.
Yeah, so this is more onto the full Machina package, although we're still playing the Machinas. Unlike Hishiro, who was playing the Nightprowl Vampire, things like that, we instead see the Metal Blade Demon, you know, triple Technolord, Mecha Angel, so just a bit more heavy on the Machina side.
Yeah, and I think the only, I mean, we were talking about this earlier, but the only Natura cards in this deck that can actually trigger the Natura Almachinas are the Cherubs and Almachinas itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so
but
yeah,
it's still very effective, and still playing the Neria, though. She's still too good.
Yeah, that card is, I mean, we were talking about this the other day, but that is by far my least favorite card to play against currently, because there's just so many little things you have to get around every time that your opponent just plays that card. Like if I let them swing at me, I lose stats. If I swing into them, I take damage across my whole board. There's 2 bodies. One of them has ward, and that's not the one that I want to take out fastest. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, their turn 6 is just like, play it, go. And I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. I've heard it described from players as like, that's like the check that like, can your deck get over the turn 6 Neria? Mm-hmm. If not, maybe you're not a very good competitive deck, right? But it's not easy.
So I might have misspoken. Which Bloodcraft deck got banned between the two? I might have like glanced over it a little bit, but I was trying to see who actually got banned in this one.
I believe both Blood lists that are up. It was a Dragon that got banned.
Oh, word. Okay.
No. I think.
Oh no, you're right. You're actually right.
Oh yeah. Wait. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Okay. Cool.
We'll
Great. I just wanted to see both in action. That's all.
Yeah, like we saw the Hybrid Blood, and now we'll see the other 2 Blood decks.
Great.
Sad we couldn't see Dense Control Blood though.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and now we won't. That's super unfortunate. Big bummer.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been a really, really cool deck, and that was played totally different than most of these decks. But yeah, it's really cool that we are going to be able to see like the differences between each one. And so let's see. So especially actually this mid-range Blood, as we're calling it, that's a really, I haven't really seen much of that deck, at least just from my own personal perspective. Okay. And I'm curious how it's gonna work.
Yeah, most people have not, because it's like an under the radar deck for sure.
All right, so here we go. It's gonna be the second game of the quarterfinals. We have Sky Sama versus KSLVD. Here we go.
Yeah, so again, these are players I believe we've not seen them in the top 8 this year, but they're still out here getting those points. We see KSLVD leading with the Roach Control Forest. So, we've talked about Rune, talked about Blood, Dragon. The other class represented today is Forest, and main Roach deck.
Right, and that's a deck that we saw last expansion. Of course, there are some potential new options. Whether or not we're going to see them, I'm not 100% sure. I need to go look at all the lists a little bit more in depth. But,
Yeah,
it's still strong.
The main difference is that they've lost Ward of the Unkilling, which was a very good defensive and card draw tool to let them survive. But they've gained the new legendary in the Awakened Gaia, which gives them a defensive tool in the form of board clear. It's a very powerful effect, answers 4 followers from your opponent's board, which is going to be, most of the time, the entire board, right?
Right, and of course, it just like straight up just destroys them. Like, it's not like does damage to everything.
They're gone.
Yeah, I don't care about your stat line. Do not care.
Yeah, that said though, it starts kind of expensive. You have to discount in your hand. Takes a while to get going. And, the core of the deck hasn't really changed. It's still going to be relying on the Roach. And unlike the old Roach deck, it doesn't need Roach right now to win the game. But it still needs to draw it at some point in the game.
Yeah, and I haven't seen... So, of course, being able to see really good players play Control Forest is very rare.
Yeah.
It was really hard to watch it last expansion, a little bit hard to watch it this time. I haven't seen how it, runs up in most of its matchups. So I'm excited to see, just the pacing, because the pacing is very, very different now, and there's a lot more... I think I would say there's a lot more, board-based decks, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so, because, all the Machina decks, they want to get on the board and then get their damage, right?
Right.
And we often talked about how difficult it is to play Control Forest, and, the deck has changed, but it's still the same thing. It's still really hard to play. But the deck does have all the board clear tools in the world. The Whirlwind's going to be there, the Maze, and the Gaia, like I was talking about.
Yeah, so that might speak for why it's in quite a few players' arsenals this month. And, we're starting to see it already off the bat. Primal Giant for just taking 2 healing off of that. That was an interesting choice, actually. Oh, that's right.
I think it's
trying to clear the board, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, it's more for the cards played this turn, right? Really needs to get the Whirlwind up there. Gonna implicate the May as well. So again, Control Force, most of the time you can clear the board usually. It's how you want to use your resources to do so.
Yeah,
and he still has not drawn the Roach, by the way, so.
Yeah, that's a bit of a slow start, but it's not super uncommon, right? There's no ways to really tutor the Roach out of your deck.
Yeah, it's not.
So,
and like I was saying, as a control deck, quote unquote, it's fine if they just control the game most of the time, and then turn 8 you're okay, now I play Roach, bounce Roach, play Roach, bounce Roach,
Mm-hmm.
But still, as the Force player, I think you just naturally feel safer if you're oh, there's my Roachy, because otherwise you don't know when it's gonna show up.
Yeah, it could be the bottom 3 cards, right? It's always
it could
an option.
Yeah,
that's pretty scary. But right now, this is interesting how these two. It's looking to me interesting how these 2 decks kind of match up, because again, the early aggression is not huge usually from Machina Blood. They can put some stuff out, but again, look, there's 3 damage on board potentially, which can very easily be healed. It's more about setting up, the higher count of Machina followers destroyed, or setting up things that are a little bit harder to remove, like the bat. But that means that there's not a huge amount of aggression swinging, and we know that it's going to be huge later, right? We know that that's it's not quite that time. It's just about getting to that time where Blood is really going to pop off. But I don't know if that's good or bad against Control Forest.
What Sky Summon's gonna look for is a double mono plus the Machina Shot leader effect droid, which is gonna add up to, I believe, 15 damage, more or less what it's looking like. So he's gonna, hold on. He knows eventually he'll draw the other mono, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, more or less, unless he gets crazy Machinas, 15 damage burst is gonna be his cap.
Yeah, which could be weird enough to say that could be a little bit low against Control Forest.
Yeah, maybe it's not enough, right? But 15 damage is a lot of damage. So.
Yeah. But it'll be interesting to see how he tries to fill in the gap of that last bit of damage. Is it gonna be something before, something after?
Yeah, with the Mecha Shot, he always has at least the 1 damage to get that chip in. We'll see if he wants to use Metal Blade to draw. He could draw way too many cards right now. You could trade off the droids first to decide exactly how many cards he wants to draw. you know, he could still draw Machinas and then have that crazy play next turn if he gets the right draws here with the Metal Blade.
Yeah, Metal Blade extremely good for card advantage. Does the Metal Blade count itself? I forget.
It does, yeah, it does
Okay,
count itself.
so to not burn, you would need to trade off 2 of the droids.
Yeah, so not gonna go with the Metal Blade. Picks up the Daybreak Vampire instead.
It still needs to clear some board space. And
Yeah, having the like clearing the base is fine just because they're kind of annoying. You don't want them to be bounced back and be used again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like right now the droids can go face for 1 damage, but like we were saying, that's very easily healed off, right?
Right.
It's more
it
about
means almost nothing.
like, can he generate board states that can't be answered? And the answer is most of the time no, right? Because that's what Control Force does, is answer board space. Board
Right,
state.
especially already having 2 of the Whirlwinds in hand, which is one of the most important clears.
Yeah. Hasn't drawn a Gaia yet, but hasn't needed it, so.
That's true. But, I mean, still, it's kind of like a reminiscent of Spell Boost. Oh, look at this board, though. This is a
Yeah.
Whirlwind turn for sure, I would say.
Right, like he did generate a good board state, and he was able to push some damage, so great play from Skysama there. That means that he didn't go for the Metal Blade card draw, though, and we'll see how he chooses to, you know, use that later on, because he is going to draw that second mono to close the game out, realistically.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, like, you know, if there wasn't the second Whirlwind in hand, this would be very, very hard to deal with. But, of course, we see it. Now, of course, the optimal way to play this is very difficult. We do already see so many cards in hand, too, so it's hard not to accidentally burn some.
Yeah, I assume this has to be some sort of Whirlwind turn, right?
Right. All right, so there's one.
And can I just say, I love the Fairy Dragon. It's such a great card.
It is. It's. I mean, of course, coming in that last mini expansion, we only got to see a little bit of it before the you know, World Uprooted release.
Gonna bounce it and then just use it to, you know, clear the board over and over while getting up that Whirlwind damage. So many choices for Control 4. It's just so many choices. Already fully clear the board.
Yeah. Now, are we going to see the draw from Kokoro, or what are the other options here? There's Harvest Season.
I mean, you know, he hasn't drawn that Roach, right?
Yeah.
Like, he card draw. There it is. It is going to proc the universe as well. The Fairy Dragon gives you an Evo when it's played. So, although it doesn't matter too much, you know, it's nice to get the Kokoro extra effect, right?
Right. Still no Roach, though, which is unfortunate. Still no, like, clear road of victory. And
right, but you could say the same thing for Skysama, who has 1 mono, but, you know, needs a lot more than that.
That is true, but I mean, on the bright side, one of Machina Blood's greatest strengths is that it does have the ability to kind of refill its hand, especially.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So it's not like it's going to be one of those aggressive decks that, like, Control Forest in this situation would just be like, well, I'm out of steam, you know.
Yeah.
GG. At least it's going to be able to consistently keep playing the game.
Yes, Skysama can, you know, keep redrawing. He has Unleashed, got the Metal Blade. So he's going to be okay for a while. It's just like, it's hard for him to generate those boards that, you know, again, don't get answered. So he really needs that big burst damage. And like we were saying, big burst damage is 15. It's possible it's not enough.
Yep.
Okay, Metal Blade here will draw 4, which is, again, great card draw.
All right, what are the 4?
Well, he's drawn all Machinas and the Sheriff, so he could think to, you know, pitch the hand for a new one. In a way, if you fuse all your cards and then redraw them, you're basically cycling through your deck anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, you very much are.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in there too, like that you might not need, like the Technolord. Maybe you don't necessarily need it. Just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Just find your win.
In this cases, the only thing you do is you keep the mono.
Yeah, right.
Because mono is still your win condition, but everything else, toss it out. So we'll see how KSLVD can clear the board this turn. He definitely can, but again, it's a matter of how he chooses to use his resources. And as you can see, he has a lot of them right now.
Yes. I mean, Control Force is almost always going to have a lot of resources. Just
Yeah,
the classic.
and again, you know, Fair Dragon, I can't stress enough how powerful it is. It's like a 1 play point, 3/8 rush that you could keep, you know, reusing It's also a defensive tool because it's got ward. Just a fantastic card.
Look how many stats of ward are on board right now. Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, just healing
And
it,
he can-
essentially. I like that.
Keep getting it back. Yeah.
Healing it.
Now he does need to draw the roach at some point though.
Yes. Actually, I was about to say maybe you just beat him down with fairy dragons, but I thought you actually can't.
Yeah, fairy dragons cannot go phase. That's the one drawback.
Yeah. But I mean, that's perfectly fine, especially in this deck. Like, you don't need the damage, right?
Yeah, no. And we see Skysama, he draws the Slain. Slain is one of the reasons why we label this as Machina Blood. When you go more into the Machina package, Slain becomes an option. And if you're playing the hybrid, you don't really want to break your hand with the Slain, right?
Right. Yeah,
I wonder if
requires very
he's-
specifically like high amounts
Yeah.
of Machina.
I mean, I would imagine that Almacinus is the play, but I wonder if he's considering something else.
Well, how many cards can he can do more than enough, right? Wait, 1, 2, 3.
I mean, he could fuse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a good amount of fusion cards.
Yeah, but it's a super awkward number because it's not quite enough to take out any of the dragons, right?
Yeah, I was saying before that his max damage was 15 with 2 monos and the extra droid, but if he gets a discounted mono that costs 0 play points, then his max damage could potentially be 21, and that will always be enough, right?
That's true. And of course, after I said like maybe you get rid of Technolord, of course it was actually an extremely good situation to use Technolord. Had that option not been there, and maybe like there was an Almacinus play, we could have seen both Fairy Dragons essentially healed because they just get bounced with either Nature's Guidance or Airbound Barrage, and then how do you deal with that amount of stat on board? That'd be tough.
Yeah.
So good call.
Yeah, in case you guys were wondering, that Technolord did 20 damage. Pretty crazy. Like, Ivory Sword Dance, is capped at 10, but Technolord never had a cap. And now the Machina decks are back, it can get pretty crazy.
It's like watching like a Chimera.
It's like a party, he's a Technolord.
Yeah, well, especially the sound it makes, right? It's like,
Yeah. We finally see the Awakened Gaia be drawn, and, it's a card that again requires setup. It takes a couple turns to get it discounted, but it's still gonna be a good option later on to answer the boards.
Yeah, and you need it now because that was the third Whirlwind play, right?
Yeah, and we've gone through those Fairy Dragons, which I think, like you said, is a big deal, since that's one of the few wards that Control Force has, right? And without, like, the Ward of the Unkilling to protect against these big combos, and no Roach to, pressure the opponent, although KSLB is doing a great job of answering the board, like, he's not close to ending the game at all.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so can we talk about how I was saying, like, bottom 3 cards of the deck? There's only 7 cards left in the deck, and we haven't seen Roach yet.
He's getting there.
It's, so now at this point, there is a slightly below 50% chance to draw a Roach. Nope,
And-
okay, now...
That was a really important turn from Skysama, because he's made a decision. His decision is, I'm not gonna wait for triple mono combo kill, he's gonna just push damage over time, right? And I don't know if that's the correct decision or not, but he's made it, and we'll see if it pays off for him. Because he doesn't even have the other mono in hand to like follow this damage with more damage next turn.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming it has something to do with the fact that we did see the final Whirlwind played, but of course, the potential's there for, I forgot what it's called.
The Gaia.
The Gaia, yeah, for Gaia to clear
Yeah, I
this
mean-
board. But okay, we're down to 4 cards in deck, and there's
Like-
3 Roaches out of the 4. That's unbelievable.
He saw the Whirlwinds, he saw the Fairy Dragons, but he hadn't seen the Gaias, and he hadn't seen the Roaches. And they're actually bottom 3, all the Roaches, right?
Wait, well, maybe not, right?
Well,
they're
he has 4 cards in his deck, and we haven't seen a single Roach.
right.
so they're
it's,
bottom
it's 3 of
4.
the bottom 4. I want to see one more draw to see if it's actually bottom 3 for all the Roaches.
It's one of those things where, like, you, like, joke about, like, oh, haha, what if your Roaches were bottom 3? And then here we are.
I literally joked about it. Okay. Oh no, we're not gonna see the draw yet. Is there another tree? No.
Yeah, he still has to clear the board is the thing, right?
Right.
But man, like, if he had an earlier Roach, like, the game could have been over a long time ago.
I know. If there was so much time for these Roaches to be built up, had they not been so low? Okay, at this point,
And
I almost want to see them be the bottom 3, right? I want to see proof.
well, I mean, that's lethal.
Oh yeah, dang.
You know, I said he didn't have the mono, which was true, but what he did have is Slain, because his deck is the Machina variant. Actually, it's not lethal. He's one off.
3, 4.
So, you know, Slain can still push a lot of damage. And he once again generates a pretty crazy board. So, I think Skysama, when he made the decision to go with the mono, it was the correct one because he had this lane follow-up.
Yeah, now look at this. A 10-10 Slain. All right, what is it?
Oh,
bottom
actual bottom 3. That's so unfortunate.
That's unbelievable. That's new. Are we sure that there's roaches in this deck? I feel
I
like
would imagine so. Wow.
that is rough. Just
That is,
unfortunate.
yeah, it's a struggle is what it is.
Oh, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry that happened. But at the very least, that's something you can say forever, right? You can say
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, I was on the SVO broadcast and my roaches were literally the bottom 3 cards in my deck, and then everybody's gonna be like, well, how do you know? They'll be like, yeah, because I was down to my bottom 3 cards.
You know, like I said for Dendo, I hope that for KSLBD, you know, that was a really unlucky game, but he shouldn't let that affect his mental state. He could still win the set, and we'll see if he's got the mental fortitude to, you know, keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was like optimally played, really, right? Like there was nothing that, like the fact that you could survive until you're within those bottom 3 cards alone means that essentially you've like done your best, right?
Yeah. And, you know, at the same time, great play from Skysama, knowing that, you know, he didn't need the Almachinas to go for some crazy stuff because he had the right tools in hand. He knew that, you know, he can't do 20 damage in one turn, but multiple turns with the mono plus this lane, and then the noon follow-up was going to be enough.
There's 2 roaches in hand.
Wow, that's a hand.
Oh, that is pretty funny.
That, yeah.
But okay. All comedy aside, we did get a chance to see exactly how Control Forest can give Machina Blood a lot of trouble within that last game. Like, you know, they were building the
And
near unstoppable boards, and they were pretty easily stopped, right?
yeah, but you know, more importantly, we've confirmed that he does in fact play the roach.
yeah. We're finally seeing. We're 100% sure here. We're seeing 2 of the bottom cards of the last 3.
Yeah. You know, there's one of the matchups where Control Forest could really shine at just answering the Kuon boards. And because the Celadon isn't there to push that much damage, maybe even better for them now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, so much is not coming from hand anymore. So much is just like you have to hold these boards.
Yeah. Like, there is a great example, right? She's great statted at 4-4, but she has to stick around so she can go face.
Mm-hmm.
And even though KSLBD had a pretty poor opening hand, you know, at least he A, has roaches, and B, if you have a deck that can actually just pass for 4 turns and be okay, it's Control Forest.
Yeah, and honestly, like, you know, you say poor hand, but it's not like this is the worst deck to have like not a ton of removal at the start of the game against. Like, we're not going to see a huge threat until, like you said, like the first 4 turns, there's not going to be a huge threat. So
Yeah.
it's kind of okay to have that in hand, right?
Yeah. On the other hand, you know, Skysama, he's got double Kuon, got the Daria, Kyoka, Chaos Wielders. Like, his hand is pretty stacked.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, we've seen a Whirlwind drawn. That's a great draw. And I don't know. This could be a long game, honestly. Like you said, there's less damage from hand now, so it'll be about how many boards can you build versus how many boards can you clear over and over and over.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw it last game. He literally went down to the bottom 3 cards in his deck, and that's Control Forest. It is going to be a grindy game for sure. Gonna invocate the May, use that to clear. You know, I like the Evil on the Wielder because the 3-4 cannot get easily answered by the Roach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, keeping
But Roach still gonna get Evoed for the bounce.
them out of that Roach damage is huge. Getting above that
Yeah, very
3,
important.
attack.
Because the Forest player wants to play the Roach and Evoed anyway.
Mhm.
But if they can answer something, then it's like they got a free removal, basically.
Yeah, they get everything that they want out of that. right, so here's
Yeah.
the Kyoka. Still as amazing of a card as it was last expansion.
Yeah, the focus might now be on Almaken and things like that, but let's not forget how crazy strong these universe cards are.
Yeah. I mean, Kyoka in particular, maybe. I mean, it just does everything you could possibly want it to do for the deck.
Yeah. I will likely see Dare come out. Let's see what the draws are. We saw Whiff, for Hishiro,
Ooh.
but okay, that's pretty good. Draw 2, spell boost both by 3. Like, that's a pretty strong Daria, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what's wrong. Especially the fact that, I mean, it might not matter quite as much that one's a Kuon, but I mean, generally that's a great pull, right?
Yeah, like, compared to your classic Fate's hand, which would draw 2, Daria drew 2, spell boosted them both by 3, and then was also a 4/4 body, right?
Yeah, that is also a magic number. Just that 4 stat line where like the 1/1s can't like evolve to take it out. It's it's pretty
like the
annoying.
2 play point DL3 can't answer it.
Yep.
Alright, so more Roach is being played, more Roach is being evoed. KSLBD just gonna do his best just to clear. I think that him holding the Whirlwind is smart, because while this board may seem scary, he knows that Kuon boards are gonna show up, and those are gonna be way more scary.
And of course, we were talking about how 4 is a magically hard number to deal with, but of course, May is one of those cards, one of the only cards right now that's commonly used that does exactly 4 damage. So that was a beautifully orchestrated board clear right there. Exactly what was needed. Didn't leave anything to chance. Super smart.
Yeah,
and got the Evo on the Roach too.
It makes such a great card, Like, we often see invocations be like these crazy win conditions, like, say, Riley. But May's just like a 1/1. You can invocate out your deck at any time, and she's just great.
Oh yeah, May is one of my favorite cards in the game, just because it adds like a level of strategy that's not easy to play with 100% of the time, and it's not overtuned. It's just strong. Like, I love it. I think it's such a great card. Like, and any
just
deck,
great.
it adds so much to like playing it. It's fun to use too.
You know what else is great though is 0 play point Kuons, which we're about to get to.
Unnecessary.
Now, no more evils to manually bounce the Roach back. So KSLBD will have to draw more actual bounces, such as, the guidances, the barrages, and doesn't have any in hand right now.
Yeah, still at full life as expected, but okay, so there's at least 2. I mean, there's a good amount of board clear here, just because of the 2
one thing
whirlwinds,
that's different this game is that in the last game he drew the Gaias too late. In this game he's drawn them at a nice pace. You can see the Gaia in hand costs 0, and Gaia is just gonna answer those Kuon boards pretty easy.
Yeah, so Gaia is like an auto clear on one of them basically, and then Whirlwinds. I think the hard issue here is going to be getting enough cards to play for each of the Whirlwinds.
I think with the Kokura and the Great Tree he's gonna be okay on that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the draw, of course, but
yeah, but when you think of the deck and what he can draw, it's gonna be like he's gonna draw either more card draw, or like more card draw, I guess, right?
or bounce, which would be also effective.
So I think he's gonna be okay. And we see the Twin Blade Mage used to push damage with the Kuon. It is a good amount of damage. It's a pretty good board.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to answer anything, so just might as well go all face, right?
Yeah, one of the things about Kuon is that even if the Kuon board is answered, each Kuon can still push at least 4 damage, right?
Right.
But there is heal from the forest side. We see the Respite as well as the Primal Giant. Okay, so this Roach has a cool 4 attack. He's almost there.
Getting close.
Here's the Barrage, and then looking at the Whirlwind here.
A lot of trees played this game. You can almost see like a natural forest, right?
Maybe he's gonna invocate O'Reilly,
Yeah, there we go. That wouldn't be cheating at all. No
but
biggie.
I think we're gonna just see more Kuons. And the core becomes a great card here because it essentially gives you an extra 2 damage, but it's also 2 extra stats on that follower and card draw.
Right, and at this point, like, the entire cost of this hand is like it's 50% basically this core, right? You can...
Right, it's like usually you don't enhance the core because it's so expensive, but if all your cards cost 0, then it's pretty cheap, right?
Yeah, I mean, once this Demon Color in hand gets spell boosted down to 0, which it definitely will, there was like a total of like 10 cost in hand in general, so might as well just go for it.
We also see Skysama going with the Daria leader, which I wonder if people are going back to Daria because, you know, she's back as a playable card.
You got to appease her, you know? She's you can get good draws with her, you can get bad draws with her, so you got to be like, all right, please, I'm using you as a leader. Give me good luck. You know, this is a give and take relationship here, and I want you to give me spell boost cards.
And Clark is a great draw as well. One of the ways that a player can push damage. Again, Skysama is up 1 game here, so if he takes this one, he'll take the series.
Yeah, and that I would, I mean, not to say that would be like, well, it would be unfortunate if we didn't get to see that blood deck, because I really wanted to see how that blood deck worked.
Oh yeah, the mid-range blood?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next Roach will have Storm. That means we're very close to lethal. The guy could clear the 4-5. Actually, it guarantees clear it because only 4 followers. But, funny enough, if the guy clears, then the Roach won't have a target to barrage.
Yeah, that's tough. If another, let's see, is there enough damage in hand?
It's kind of awkward, you know, because he would like to barrage, but you can't have the Roach not go face. Draws another bounce on the guidance.
Wait, is this enough? Is this lethal?
I believe it should be now, yeah, with the guidance, right?
Yeah, because just Roach, guidance, Roach, and is that it?
Yeah.
Wow. Look at all these spell boosts just going off into nothing.
Yeah, but you know, the difference that having the Roaches make is everything, right?
Yep, 100%. I mean, this is exactly it. You see a huge board with ton of stats of ward on it, and it still doesn't matter. You're like, okay, I'm clearing that for free, and I'm swinging at your face for over 20, more than I need. So hey, I got my wish. You know, I said I wanted to see that blood deck happen, and it will be happening.
Yeah, you know, a turn 9 Roach kill is maybe more standard for the deck. So glad to see that KSLB had that rough Roach game on turn 1. Could bring it back, showing us why the control voice can answer those cool on boards, even with Daria included.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we got to see. Oh, it's called Awakened Gaia, right?
Yeah, the guy.
Okay, I'll get that name eventually. I guarantee I'm going to forget more names today, but I'm glad to see how Awakened Gaia can actually be used like offensively to close out wins in that deck, because there was a little bit of an issue with these like huge stat ward followers potentially, right? But not in that situation.
It's a strong card because like you answer 4 followers, right? Like it's just there's a lot of power in that, especially when you can play for like 0 play points after it's been discounted.
Right. And also, it's a card played for 0 play points. Like, that alone is huge in the deck.
Yeah, true as well.
As if it wasn't good enough to take out 4 followers.
So, this blood deck is, I want to say, a bit more aggressive. And historically, we can bring up how Rune has no heal. You're playing a blood deck with 6 Razor Claws. So, I'd like to say that this is good for KSLBD, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm really curious. But this is already a great offensive start. I love this new card, the Vampiric Bloodbinder.
Oh, she's great.
Yeah, it's extremely good value for what it is. And now, you can't even put down followers, which is actually unfortunate because the summons is chilling. Well, you can put followers, but you're taking damage, is what I should say.
Yeah, you're taking damage. Like, yours is one of those cards where it's like, yours is a really good card. But again, you know, blood decks have so many good cards that there's just no room, right?
Yeah. Like, if for whatever reason Shadowverse went to I don't know, like if there was like 50 spots in the deck, right? Blood would be like, okay, we're good. We've got that.
Yeah. Like another card like that is Lucius. We don't see Lucius show up in the Machina builds, but Lucius is an amazing blood card, and he is in the list here from KSLBD.
Yeah, it's so much usage. It's gonna be really great too if potentially the cool turns start coming out. That'll be very effective.
I wonder if we just claws the face right here.
Just do it. Just be aggressive.
I mean, okay, no, he's gonna get on the board, which I guess is fine, right? There's no rune AoE that he fears right now. He figures something will stick on the board for him to potentially even the face.
Yeah, this Kyoka, of course, is pretty much the best option right here. That will get rid of something and Urius. It looks like it was the Io?
Yeah, you know, talking about the rune early game. What else could you ask for than a core and a Kyoka for your first Evo turn, right?
Yep, pretty much nothing. That's pretty much exactly the best.
Gets a bunch of spell boost, has 2 plums left over. Could use the new spell, the Sorcery in Solidarity, to, you know, draw a card or something. But getting on the board is a bit better right now, so I'm gonna toss out the summons.
Of course, such an invaluable spell boost card. And this is actually a great situation because the Kyoka answered the Urias with that. With you only take 1 damage, you know, essentially until it gets evolved. And gets
Okay,
that
what
5
about Razor Claw the face, Evo the face?
That's a lot. That takes you down to what? 4?
There's the Lucius. Okay, I'm gonna Evo the Princess Knight instead, get the extra play point. Still wants to clear some of the board, I guess. And then Unleash the Nightmare for the card draw.
Alright, yeah.
Now that is the correct order. Some people might be like, oh, why didn't he Unleash first? It's because the Knight gives you a play point back. So that is the correct order.
Been able to. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so now, okay, this is so dealing with wide boards is not easy for Rune generally, not until at least like later when you can clear it with your own wide board. And there is one evil point left, right? So every stat is essentially 3 damage potentially.
But like, you know, Kyoka deals with 2.
Yeah.
And then Demon Caller can deal with 1. Like, he's got options.
That's true, but you are spending a lot of resources to swing into like a board of 1/1s and 2/2s, right?
Like, you are, but I think, you know, based on what the matchup is, you're more than happy to just answer the board and try and survive, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's true. And of course, I mean, Kyoka is such a good card.
Yeah. Like, what is scary is that you know that there's 6 Razor Claws in your opponent's deck, and you only have 10 life.
Yeah.
So that's always got to be in the back of his mind, right?
So honestly, even if you let 1 damage through at this point, it's pretty scary.
Yeah, he has to clear everything. And, you know, because he answered the Vampiric Bloodbinder on turn 5, it means that Naria gets activated for turn 6 for KSLBD.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, there's not going to be the play points, but this is a really nice board for Lucius, where we get to see why he's so strong. But
I have to wonder if Naria's not just a play, it's just so strong.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
like, you know, ideally, it's sad we're not going to see it, but yeah, this is beautiful. Look at this. Look at this.
So strong.
Ugh.
But Behemoth. Okay, we'll see where the trade is. I think he definitely wants to clear, you know, the majority, if not all of the board.
Yeah,
My everything.
I mean, okay, swinging into the Kyoka.
Like, he doesn't have to with a Flood Behemoth, but he could if he wanted to, and it would fully clear the board. Okay, he's gonna hold the Evo for potential phase damage later on, which I can respect. And I just want to say that he drew another Razor Claw, so that's there.
Yeah, so again, that one potential damage here means a ton. Because one more of the Razor Claw or the new, whatever the new 2-cost is, means
the wall.
damage.
But Evo can push 2 phase damage as well.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, Kaisama is at that point where that Kuon's about to be free, and that's still pretty strong.
That is, I think it's really going to depend on whether this little bit of extra damage can get pushed through one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, you know, KSLBD doesn't have triple Razor Claw yet, but he could always draw because, you know, there's 4 left in the deck, basically.
Right, and I mean, there is the potential for some life gain in this deck, so you could just try to survive for that long.
Yeah, like, he would need about 8 play points, basically, to play, like, Razor Claw, and then Evo, something like that. Flood Behemoth, he's still a pretty annoying card, but clear the summons to get the extra spell boost was the play for Kaisama there. Kuon shows up. That's his party squad as always.
Alright, so that is going to take out the Daria, of course. No real
Twin Blade can answer the,
Yeah, for free. One of the nice advantages of Twin Blade.
One of the benefits of Twin Blade, although, you know, I think Celadon is still a way better card, but Twin Blade does the 2 damage, right? Like, that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
this may be that Lucius you were talking about, but Evo is, once again, just too strong. He didn't have Uniburst on it, though, so...
Yeah, no way to get Universe, I think, this early. There's enough free Evos.
Yeah, but EO draining 3 life is a big deal, because I think we're at the point where KSLB, like, he knows that he could go down to 0 life soon as well, right?
Yeah, very, very soon.
Like, you see one Kuon, and then instantly you're like, is there a second, you know?
plays it at a full board, somewhat. Like gets the free evos and then you can't use them.
Yeah, so the EO is not answering the full... No, it is answering the full board, so... Really strong, gets the life gain. And, I mean, he just has to hold on for a little bit, right?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, just needs to survive long enough to draw one more source of direct damage.
Well, he has it. Ilya goes face with Uniburst.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he's
So
got 9 damage in his hand.
That's just lethal next turn then, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Again, you know, Rune has no heal, and Skysama would have to end the game this turn, and I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, so much harder to push, like, this amount of damage without zealots.
Yeah. And, you know, he didn't even have the second Kuon follow-up, so...
I will not suffer you.
Twin Blade can push a little bit of damage, but it's not 11.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this blood deck. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it like punishes, not necessarily greed, but it punishes the inability to like sustain. You know, I'm curious how it would do against Control Force, though. I feel like that can't be.
Yeah, like
reasonable.
you know, it seems like a meta call for him to say like, you know, even though Blood and Dragon might be the best, like everyone's still playing Rune, and maybe like he just knows his deck is great against Rune, right?
This is cool. This is so almost every month that we do this, I go afterwards and I build one of the decks that we see because I'm like, wait a
This
minute,
is the one you're gonna build?
this is definitely this month's for me.
Alright, well, I can't imagine Castle BD missing this. He just has to go face with everything.
Oh no!
Picks up another Racer Claw.
Unnecessary extra damage here.
Just like that. Castle BD is going to take a serious 2-1 over Skysama, showing us the power of the mid-range blood.
Yeah, and there was another 3 damage in hand. None of the blood points to use it, but still, yeah, that was great. I love to see that. That was really close, especially after such a tough first game. Where I mean, that is literally the bottom 3 cards being roached. That is like legendary. How the fact that we caught that on stream, I'm really happy. But I'm also like really happy to see that a player can bring it back from something like that. Right? That's tough.
That's an understatement, man. Because the next game he actually had the opening hand, both roaches as well.
2, yeah.
Right
2
after
of
that.
the 3. Yeah,
yeah, really rough stuff. But either way, KSLVD moving on to the semifinals to fight off against Hishiro, and you know, doing really well, showing off this mid blood. On the other hand, we did have Skysama with a great showing as well, who signed up for SVO.GG, tried his hand in the first day Swiss tournament, and found himself in the top 8. And you guys can too by registering each and every one of these months for both, or for your respective region, right? The West region or the SEAO region, depending on where you're at. But again, SVO.GG is where you need to go to potentially see yourself in the top 8. And of course, what better way to really get yourself locked in, hunkered down, and playing some Shadowverse. Honestly, it's the best time to be playing as many games as possible, really. Whether it's climbing the ladder, testing out some of these new decks, or even playing with friends, or even trying to, you know, find new friends, really. It's the best time to do it. I can't express that enough.
What about watching the Shadowverse anime?
Oh,
you're not
yes.
wrong.
We
You're
haven't
not
talked
wrong.
about that yet. We haven't talked about that yet.
It was so good.
It was. I loved it. It was there was so many little like references and stuff, and they played out like a game with like the full rules, like Dragon Oracle on 2. I mean, everybody's gonna talk about that, right?
Yeah.
I want to know what goes on in like the storyboard planning when it comes to these guys, when it comes to like, hey, how do we want to show off some of these decks or whatever. I would really like to dive into the minds of like the storyboard writers on this one. It seems really, really cool. But either way, we're moving on.
I highly recommend it.
We are moving on to our next match. We do have Sai versus Auto Aim, and again, we're gonna take a look at their decks real quick. Shikigami Hybrid, all out and about for Auto Aim. The Control Force is banned. On the side of Rev, we do see Shikigami Rune as well as the Hybrid Blood. Again, a very, very, very much so a mirror match, if you will, versus these two gentlemen.
Yeah, so I believe Sai recently joined Revelation, and Auto Aim is one of those players that was in the Contenders Cup. So you know he has that nice picture, but instead is choosing to use his nice selfie, you know, so I respect it.
Yeah, the wearing the hood. It's definitely like a quarantine self-containment selfie.
Yes,
you know?
Yeah, that's the social distancing selfie is what it is.
Yeah, and both of these guys have the more hybrid blood, which I think is the more standard one.
Yeah, it's weird how little. I mean, did we see a single? There wasn't any Almacanis in that last set, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, weird. So this is I think one of the. It runs it in hybrid blood, right? I
Yeah.
have to look at, yeah. Okay, I always have to look at each of these like lists to see what the differences are between them. But yeah, we are obviously seeing a lot of blood today, and
Absolutely, yeah.
they're all like this is not one that we've seen before either, right?
Mhm. Well, I mean, I couldn't really hear it, but either way, I don't think
Yeah.
so. But there's gonna be a lot of blood either way. But let's take a look at some of the band picks we have. So I believe for the first one, Auto Aim's Control Force was the target of the ban. And tell me a little bit why.
Yeah, so we just saw Control Force in action. Again, a really strong deck with the addition of the Awakened Gaia, which was great. And if you can draw your roaches, then they're pretty good at closing games out.
Yeah, seems that way. Yeah.
If they're not within the bottom 3 cards of your deck. But yeah, clearly this is a very strong pick against a lot of what the meta is right now. A lot to do with what we were talking about earlier about how last expansion maybe there weren't quite as many board-based decks, and this is one of the best decks at dealing with board-based decks. But now a ton of the meta is based on just creating these big boards that are very hard to deal with, and we can see now how Control's coming back up, even though it was always good for the past, I don't know, several months.
And now on the other hand, we do have Sai with his deck banned the Natura Dragon, or the Valdane as we call it. Tell us a little bit why this was deemed a threat for Auto Aim.
Yeah, so you saw, once again, once Blood and Dragon was available, Auto Aim is banning the Dragon. I think it's still probably going to be the most common ban. Like I was saying, Dragon with the right draws is just an unstoppable force. You can ram to that Almacanas, then the plays just get so explosive after that.
Yeah, and also one matchup that we saw a lot in the last expansion was actually this matchup of these two decks that were banned. And of course, you don't know what your opponent's banning. So from Auto Aim's side, if you see that there is a maybe even stronger now Natura Dragon package against your Control Force potentially, you probably don't want to play that matchup.
Yeah, we talked about in the past that being a rough matchup, and Natura Dragon just gotten better and better, so I'm sure the matchup's gotten worse and worse, right?
Right. I mean, Control Force got a little bit better in a way, but also, that Ward of Unkilling was a very important tool to be able to survive those last few turns, and that's no longer there. So I would assume that if we see these two matchups on these two decks on either side, the Control Force player probably is like, no dinosaurs, anti-dinosaurs.
Unfortunately, we won't see it from either side, right? Control Force, unfortunately, banned, and Natura Dragon as well, banned. We do have the mirror match going on with Shikigami Rune, as well as, what was it, Mid-Range Blood? Is that what we had on the list?
It's
Hybrid Blood,
Hybrid
Blood, excuse me.
I know. It's going to get super confusing, this expansion, to actually have
decks.
names for decks, because they're, for these blood decks in particular, but I think we'll see it with a few more, where, there's just some cards different. It's hard to say exactly what the differences are. It's going to be fun, though, to figure those differences out.
No, absolutely. And I'm glad to see this kind of mirror match. We're going to see it right off the bat with the Bloodcraft. Here we go. It's going to be Sai versus Auto Aim, the third game of the quarterfinals. Here we go.
And, I think this is a great game for us to continue sort of like the overall story of the day, where these players, you saw them in top 8 last year all the time. Auto Aim made it to Contenders. They had a good run. And then this year, they haven't had that top 8 placing yet. But here they are, and then maybe this is their month, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole meta has changed obviously quite a bit, because we do see the expansion release. So we'll see. I mean, oftentimes once the new expansion's released, we see players that maybe weren't clicking with the last meta quite as much. They come back and they're really strong. And now is definitely the time to.
Yeah. So, Sai had the Nightcrawler Vampire, and it's very playable as a turn 1 play if you want to just, get the card to cycle it. But if you hold it for the turn 5, it enables the free Naria Evo, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think because he already had the Robo Goblin Unleash, he chose to keep it. But since he top decked another one, I wonder if now he wishes that he had played it on one.
Yeah, that's always a tough feeling when you're like, well, I've got one of these, I'm going to save it. And then immediately after, you draw another, and you're like, oh.
Yeah,
I don't see how you
pretty good. And I think it kind of shows you the power of the Naria, that even though he didn't even have Naria in hand, he would still hold the Vampire just to have the activator in case he did draw it, right?
Yeah, well, this is going to be, I think, another, very board-based game up until they do get the potential of like the Mono Storm finishers. So that could be a huge swing, especially just considering the stats that tend to be on board within this this matchup. Considering it is like a true mirror matchup, I feel like the -2/-2 means a lot.
Yeah, and I think the card that will really define this matchup though is the Natural Machinas. We'll often talk about it today because it's so powerful, but depending on what you draw off of it, it completely, close the game out. If you get the right draws, you get 0-cost monos, it gets super crazy. And right now, Auto-Aim has one, and Sai does not.
How funny that there's a card now that we can look back and we can look at Kuon maybe and be like, Kuon's not so bad, its value's okay.
The thing is, we look at all Machinas, and in a way, he's like spell boost for all the other classes, right? Because he lets you cheat at cards for 0 play points. And, if you play Shadowverse here and there, you realize that when cards are discounted and they cost less, they tend to be pretty good.
Pretty good, It's not like there's like deck space around it or anything.
Yeah, there's the Naria draw for Sai, and he has the Vampire to set it up. I wonder if he'll play both of them, though. You could also use the repair mode to, heal the Mecha Shot. Even though we rarely see it these days, repair mode on Machina followers, 3 life is a lot.
It is. And yeah, I mean, generally we haven't seen that used since maybe since Alana, where you didn't ever really use it on the Machina followers, so we didn't even get to see it in that way. But it can rebuild your board very strongly.
These days, you'd rather toss your repair mode for a 0-costed card, obviously.
Right.
But I think, sometimes it's a place to use it on followers. We'll see how Auto-Aim responds. I think, in this matchup, when you see the Napral crystallize on turn 5, there's going to be next turn. It's 100% or, highly likely. So as Auto-Aim, his job right now is okay, I need to answer the current board state, but I need to also make sure that I can answer the following area that's about to get dropped, right?
Right, and since you know that it's going to get that free evolve, then you have to assume you have to not overextend your board and just give the Nerea free value, right? By just letting it wipe your board.
I mean, it's always going to be good value with Nerea.
Right,
There's no bad time, right?
But don't give it more than it already has, right? It's already...
Yeah, you don't want to overcommit to extra 2/2s. It's an awkward spot for Auto-Aim because you also don't want to undercommit and then just let Sai sort of steamroll the game, right?
Yeah, well, I would say, for one, we definitely need to see the Mech Shot Devil answered, right? I mean, it's not a huge amount of life on board, but it's a huge amount of damage on board. And actually, having to use that evolve is kind of unfortunate.
Okay, what I'd like to see...
Oh, wait, what's the 1 damage coming from?
It's not. It's because he's going to Naria next turn.
Okay. That's
But what I'd like to see is Sai pre-evo his Behemoth. Because once you pre-evo the Behemoth, and it makes it so hard for the blood player that's going second to then answer your board.
Right, because it gets to 8, and then it comes down to 6, and then you can't actually deal the or you can't actually take it out with just the Nerea itself.
Yeah, you could trade both Nerea and your Behemoth, but then your opponent's Nerea gets to live and gets the Proctor effect again or go face for 5, right?
Right.
So I'd really like to see that pre-evo. I know it's his final evo, and it's definitely worth a lot. But in this situation, it's just so strong.
Yep. Especially the fact that this board is so strong to begin with. I mean, I know obviously it's going to be answered, but the fact that you essentially have to put yourself into a bad situation using your own Nerea just to answer this board, because if you answer in any other way, then there's still 5 more damage on board, or I guess potentially 6. There's so much, and it's not a good race, especially when you're already at you're at an 8 life deficit.
Yeah. Plus, the most important part here we haven't talked about yet is that he also has the Machina's follow-up. So if you're talking about the good draws for Machina or Hybrid Blood, this is it. You have the turn 6 Naria, you were able to pre-evo the Flood Behemoth. Follow-up is to fuse your entire hand into an All Machinas, exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, and this is going to leave up, a slightly weaker Nerea, but the fact that it's still there and it still has its ability is so much. It means so much.
Yeah. So now we'll likely see just everything, and I mean everything, into the Almachinas, he might keep the Technolord, I guess.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, Technolord is also an incredible amount of value.
But like, it's a zero cost card, you know, like it's a hard choice, but I don't know, man.
It is.
I think it's everything.
All right.
I gotta say, I really like the future mechanic. It's really great.
Yeah, and it's very strong
so-
for us to see. What are we getting?
Uses everything. Also lets him go face with Naria, which is a big deal. And the redraw is. I mean, he got some good cards
Yeah,
for zero play points.
Noon in there. A bunch of. I mean, you could. Goes for some draw. Could have built a huge board here. Then the mecha shots are like just at that spot where like a Nerea, which it would be very hard to get that free evolve, but the Nerea wouldn't quite one shot them.
Yeah, and what's important here is that even though Auto Aim could do the same and be like, oh well, I'll respond with my own Almachinas. The problem is that Almachina is not going to answer this board, and then Sai is just free to close the game out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is one thing about the. I mean, there are some options for some like board. I don't know how to say this, but like some removal from hand. Like if there are any more of the cherubs, for example, those can do a little bit of damage, but it's not a huge amount of damage, right?
Yeah.
I still think that's like kind of
I
necessary.
mean, he
at
did
this
draw
point.
one, so it does help a lot.
Yeah, especially because it can get rid of the Nerea potentially.
Yeah, and like at this point, Auto Aim might be like, okay, well, I'll lose to Mono anyway, but there is that chance that the Mono is not there, and we know that Sai doesn't have the Mono, so technically the game is not over yet. And if Auto Aim gets another turn, then that other turn could be maybe all he needs to bring it back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are some really scary threats in Auto Aim's hand that don't cost their full amount for some reason.
Yeah. It's just, if Sai had Mono, like that would be like close to the perfect hybrid draw going first essentially, but he didn't draw it. He still could top deck it though.
Yeah, there's no monos drawn, so 3 in deck still, and there's 18.
Yeah.
So one out of 6.
I mean, he's also gonna get the Droid from the Machina Shot effect, I believe, right? And then Machina Shot gives you a free Evo, so he still gets 2 extra damage there. So, not quite lethal.
Yeah, close.
He's not right. He's close to Machina Shot giving you the free Evo, but not. He's missing 2 more.
Well, I mean, if you really needed to push face damage more, you could get the. You could just play the core for the point, right, and then get 2 more.
Yeah, but
that's still
unless
not
he's going for lethal, it's not the play, right?
Right. Yeah.
The interesting thing is that if he had Mono, this is just a simple game for a Sai, right? Close, nice and easy. But he doesn't, and because Auto Aim did have the Almachinas play, now he's the one that has to be like, oh well, what if Auto Aim gets 2 zero cost Monos or something? Like now he's at risk of losing in the game.
So, I mean, obviously this is a hindsight thing, but, had the Technolord been here, that would have been a really good answer to that board.
Okay, so trading 2 lets him get the Machina Shot free Evo, which could then use to potentially like Evo and EO, for example. And then he still has the Noon for 1 play point to further clear the board. You're gonna just Evo the Mech Shot itself.
Just to take out a little bit more damage.
It's really interesting because even though Sai's at 20 and you're like, oh, he's safe, he's not, right?
Right, not even close.
Yeah, like he has to respect the Auto Aim pressure since he does not have lethal.
Yeah, luckily this is going to be a really nice board.
Gets another free Evo.
And a huge board full of wards. So this is actually some pretty good safety.
Yeah, since he didn't have lethal, being safe is about as safe as you can be, right? Fully clear the board or almost fully clear. And then end with 5 wards. Seems pretty good.
5 wards plus, 8 stats? Not 8, but I guess technically 16 stats on board.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Plus 16.
Now, there are plays for Auto Aim, though. He has Universal EO, a 1 play point, Noon, 0 cost Mono.
Yeah, the
But
EOs...
that was really, really great play from Sai so far. Just, like obviously he had all the tools, but he's been using them really well. Like the pre on the Flub Behemoth, knowing to respect the Auto Aim burst there. Like pretty much all the correct plays, I would say.
Yeah, just, no mono. That's how it goes.
It's really cool the way using the Blood Core, instead of enhancing it, he has the free Evo from the Noon. But he still wants the Blood Core to get that 10 life, right? So
Yeah, that is a huge swing. And now it's looking, I mean, way closer to even. Obviously, there's going to be a good amount of damage here. Actually, let's see, how much damage can there actually be here?
well, he's gonna get the effects.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
he gets
they're all going to be.
force
You're right.
himself. Like, dare I say, we just got a real game. Now we got a nice back and forth. Mono's still not drawn for Sai.
There's still,
You know, like, his early draws were like so amazing. You were like, oh, he's going first. He has Nari on 6. All Machina's like perfect draws. And now I'm almost like, is he unlucky? He's not getting the Mono, close the game out, you know? Like,
yeah. Well, at this point though, I don't even know if the Mono is enough. I mean, it's definitely
Yeah.
stabilized this point.
that ship may have sailed already, right?
Right.
Like, he had that one turn where Mono would have closed the game out, and now I don't know if he can anymore. He can
Yeah,
still
and-
fight back, but
I mean, there's a lot of potential like board building and board clears on both hands, but I mean, just looking at Auto Aim's hand, there's another Almachinus. There is there's a Mono in there that costs 0 still currently.
I mean, Sai still has an Evo. He got last turn from the Mecha Shot, so
That's true. That's true.
Evo in the EO is still pretty strong. But yeah, I would agree with you that Auto Aim probably has a bit more resources right now, especially with the Unleashed to draw even more resources.
Why, hello.
And of course, Noon building huge boards. This late game Noon is just so terrifying.
He's gonna hold the EO too, very interesting. Definitely could have used it on the EO, but protecting the EO like this to potentially EO at next turn to get through wards. But a Technolord drawn,
Oh,
a Technolord doing a cool 16 damage.
16. So that is that's enough, right? Yeah.
It has to, yeah, I assume so, yeah.
Had-
And you know, once this board is answered, like that's it. Sai has no follow-up.
yeah. That's
And
unfortunate.
even if he draws the Mono, at this point it just wouldn't do enough, right?
Right, you're not getting. I mean, you're not getting nearly close to that 15 damage. Yeah.
So
it's-
I'd like to see, like, I feel like at this point, Auto Aim now has all the tools to close the game out. He's definitely in the lead. Let's see how he chooses to use them, right?
right, and of course, ordering is a big deal here because, of course, the Technolord, you have to get it down to where you can just play the accelerate cost, which is 3.
Yeah, gotta at least play something before it.
I wonder if
I'd rather not.
no, there's no way,
It's
there's no
Mono.
potential lethal this turn, right? That seems
No way.
Initiating.
Like, Auto Aim didn't even get a single Mecha Shot, while Sai had 3, so... But maybe, you know, just start to push damage with the Mono is fine. It's still a 6/6 body.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, it's really hard to say what's in hand because it could be things that could potentially refill pretty strongly, but
Yeah.
at this point, you might look and say, you know, I know what you've played, I know what I've played. I might be able to. Oh, and actually, I mean, that's a pretty good draw. It's built another annoying board, right? I mean, this guarantees like
It
like
lets
a
him do
suitable
something
board.
this turn, but
Yeah.
it doesn't let him build the board because he has to trade it off, right? Because the effect happens at the end of the turn, so if it's not alive, it's not going to proc the extra droids and the +2/+2.
Well, I mean, he could just leave it up because they're all going to get ward, right? I mean, it's really scary because it could get cleared,
Yeah, I
but
suppose so, right? Just ignore the Mono. Maybe if he's in a bad spot, so maybe just about trying to find like any way to survive, I guess.
yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, also leave the Mono at 1 HP, and then she will hit herself for 1 on
that's true.
Auto Aim's turn, and that looks like it's gonna be the play. And you know, with the core, he goes up to 20 and gets to hold the Evo, so not the worst, but now with no
Yeah.
board, it's definitely up to Auto Aim to just pretty much do whatever he wants.
Yeah, that's really scary to. Oh, and that was actually a great draw because now that means that the second Almachinus is triggered because of the Cherub.
Just gonna drop the Naria, why not?
Yep.
Hold it down.
Solid, strong, tons of stats, so hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay, Unleashed, one of the best draws, if not the best draw actually. Because Sai definitely needs card draw right now.
Yeah, there's.
Now-
This is like if there was a Zeus right now, Zeus could end the game. There's been so many Evos on the side of blood of Sai's blood. That's like it's weird.
You know
it's like
what
6.
blood deck plays Zeus? Den's blood deck
I
plays
know!
Zeus. Because he's the control, you know?
I
But
know, I
you-
saw that.
Universe plus Evo is a full clear.
Wow.
And he could play the Noon to then set up a pretty good board. So that Unleashed top deck was exactly what Sai needed to get back in the game.
This is
You know-
so weird. They're getting like close to almost decking out at this point. Like at this point,
Yeah,
Machinus is like risky.
it's really crazy because like the game could have been over like that. Like turn 8, it would have been like mono end the game, GG. And once that didn't happen, now we're stuck in this very, very grindy, super late game board-based battle, right?
Yeah, not what you'd expect really from these two decks, but it really depends on like the order that they draw things, and they were able to build up these boards that didn't allow for any of these like potential lethals. And of course, Core.
So he's gonna Machinas,
very good. Ooh.
I think because he wants the damage.
Shutting down.
I mean, like you said, he only has 7 cards left in his deck, right?
Yeah, that's getting pretty low.
Why are you so
But he finally does get his own Mecha Shot leader effect, and he has a 0-cost mono in hand. So, 7 cards could be more than enough to close the game out.
Yeah, still with the considerably stronger hand, I would say. I mean, Nooney's here, but unfortunately the bats. The bats were bats and not assembly droids. That actually could have made a huge difference.
Yeah. And Sai hasn't drawn a single mono, right?
One, right? No, wait.
Oh yeah, he did. No, that was auto aim.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Has it been 0?
So we
Is it
might.
another bottom 3 situation?
Yeah, it might be. I was just gonna say, are we in that situation where, yeah, he has not drawn a single mono?
All those storm cards are social distancing themselves from gameplay.
Alright, so what is play here? You might be at the point where the confectioner doesn't draw anything. I've had that happen to me before. It's very awkward when you play it and you're like, oh, I got no draw.
Well, there should be one more Almachinus in the deck, I think, right? There's only been one?
There might be a Sheriff and an Almachinus left, yeah. We know there's 3 monos for sure.
Yeah.
So at this point, Almachinus can only draw, Machina and True cards. It's pretty likely that it would just draw the mono.
True.
I would imagine.
But the unfortunate
It's not
thing here is
guaranteed, but-
that's not going to get the cost reduction here, right? I mean,
No, it's not, but at this stage in the game, I think
hey,
you're okay to pay play points for it, right?
right.
Because keep in mind, he has the Mecha Shot leader effect. So double mono plus leader effect is 15, like I was saying before.
Yeah, that was actually really good too to draw. Mono and then Technolord, like
Yeah,
that's pretty much exactly
really
what you want out of
clean.
that.
Because if he couldn't clear the opposing Almachinas, then maybe he would risk losing to the monos, right? But
Right.
such a nice back and forth.
no self-respecting demon?
I like that, I really thought this game was over because Sai just had really great draws. And we're just instead in this great duel back and forth, top decks and power plays.
Yeah, this is such a weird situation. It's so weird too that the bats kind of mean less because they're just chilling there as bats.
Yeah, like droids are so much more scary, right?
Right. Like that would be you'd have to clear all of them for sure. But like with no evil points, you could just leave the bats up and they could take up space on the board. Like I don't know. It's
Okay,
weird, but
we
you don't want
might-
too much.
I'd rather not. But you seem
Might be looking at
violence.
mono plus what? He still has 10 play points, mind you. He's played cards, but he's got 10 play points.
Well, Alpha Drive should be 5, so okay, we are going to see the Noon, and
And then Alpha
that's-
Drive?
Alpha Drive. Oh, whoa, maybe not.
Maybe no.
Okay, going for it.
Okay,
Going
yeah.
for it. I mean, not the most valuable Alpha Drive, but it does set up a
weird. I guess he's trying to just hold it down with wards. Because he knows that at this point he certainly could, lose at any moment, right? Like he hasn't
Yeah.
seen the monos. He knows Sai's about to deck out or close to.
Oh, and
That's
this
a pretty
board
good
is
board.
ridiculous, actually.
And you know what? As good as the Technolord was last turn, now Sai wishes he had another Technolord, right?
Uh-huh. Oh, and
The mono is
double
drawn, but-
mono. Oh,
Now it's not enough.
what can you? I don't know if there's any way to. Well, okay, so you
I
clear
mean,
6, so then there's 12. There's 18 damage on board. So technically, you're not
I'd rather not.
you're not dead, right? You can live.
like he can clear with the monos, but
I'd rather
do you ever win if you do that?
rather fond of
Not that he has another option, of course.
I mean, maybe if they keep drawing dead, you just keep trying to draw as even as them until they deck out.
Sorry, you were
Okay,
saying?
so he has to trade, obviously.
You were saying, aren't you?
And Yeah, what a weird game.
Sorry, you
Yeah.
were saying?
Really interesting though. I've enjoyed this a lot.
Me too. This
It's
is not
not
at
how
all
I
how I thought
thought
this would
it was
go,
gonna
but it's like
go.
the longest
Yeah.
match we've seen in SVO this year.
And it's funny because again, you know, I can't stress enough. You saw exactly how it would have been over turn 8 if Sai just had a mono. Like it would have been the easiest game of his life.
And then somehow it's like turn 18 now. I don't
I
actually know
wonder
turn
if, like, Auto has an EO
You were
Universe.
saying?
Those confectioneers are kind of scary. I don't know if they draw anything. They're low statted.
Access.
Interesting.
Okay.
So I guess trying to set up could have left a little bit more on board, but trying to set up maybe a potential, like the fear of lethal here.
He has 5 cards in his deck. Does he play confectioneer?
I don't know. That's tough. Like you don't really want to. Oh, now
that
how do you
8-5
win
is still-
here? Honestly, things were looking super good for auto aim for a little bit, but now I don't know how you actually push the full amount of damage.
Yeah, I don't know. And you know, you guys both have the leader effect, but Auto knows that there's a Alpha Drive in Sai's hand.
Yeah.
Even though it can't evo the monos, it can still evo any other Machina followers, including the droid from the leader effect.
Right. So that's at the very least one 1-3-3 that you get. At the
Basically,
very
right?
minimum.
Like
yeah.
he has to respect that. But there's still another mono left for Sai. And at this point, he could very easily just that be his top deck, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there's the potential for a lot, really.
Enemy identified.
You know, I like these games because you could really sort of see the player's skill. They have a lot of turns to make a lot of decisions. In a game like this, when it's over, I feel like it's easy for you to be like, okay, my decisions led me to that outcome, right?
Right. Like that one moment could have changed everything.
All right, so Confectioneer, by the way, drew nothing as I expected, but it is a 1-2.
I mean,
trade.
it's kind of good that it didn't draw anything, maybe. You know, like maybe that's what
I
you're
don't know,
looking
work out,
for.
right? Like it's hard because they still want resources to fight, but you also don't want to deck out, right?
Verifying
Oh,
access.
and not getting double Machina, only getting one. I mean, that's obviously huge for Alpha Drive. What do you do here? Oh, this is like a not very fun hand. You
Also, by him playing the Unleash there, now Sai only has 4 cards left in the deck, and he'll be the first one to deck out.
Yeah, that was like really dependent on that working.
Access.
So now,
I like how, you know, we had this crazy plays, and now it's like, okay, I play 5/5 ward bat.
yeah. Oh, the same top deck on the other side. Oh, this is such a mirror. I don't think I've ever seen a game that's come down to like as little as we're seeing right now.
Okay, Autumn is up to 2 cards left in the deck,
And one's the
but Naria, that's a good draw. That's an excellent draw.
Shutting down.
That is,
Okay,
but-
Naria to close the game out. I mean, it's not over yet, but is it enough though?
I mean, it's gonna be so hard to deal with it. And gets the Evo. Yeah, that's huge.
Well, keep in mind, he's gonna spawn the droids, and he has the Alpha Drive in hand. So he can still do something with them.
That's true. This is a ton. What's the draw? This is gonna be important. Under
Naria!
no way! They got the same.
But his Naria his is not activated.
You're right. Oh, I mean, unless you can get something from the confectioner, right? But
I don't know if there's anything left, dude. There's 3 cards left, and one of them is mono.
oh no.
This is such an exciting game.
Oh, and you can't play both Alpha Drive and Naria right now. Oh my gosh.
No.
This is the most stressful thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I think you play confectioner one way or the other, right? No.
Just to see.
Yeah, well, because you might as well, right? Because you're gonna get a confectioner and
Yeah.
one of those 2 options, no matter what.
Like-
So just play.
Yeah,
it, right?
either it procs it and it changes your line of play, or it doesn't, and then cool, you got a 1-2, right?
Right. Okay. What is there anything left in deck?
No, there's
No.
not.
Wait. Oh no, the forfeit.
Taps out.
Oh.
Auto aim is gonna take game 1 of the set, by the way. But well deserved, well played. That was a great game of Shadowverse.
That was so down to just nothing. That was incredible.
Like how often and how quick Shadowverse games are. Once we get one of these games that are the complete opposite, I could really appreciate them.
Yeah, and it's a like 2 decks that have the ability to close out games so well too. So it's so weird to see that exact situation. I don't think it'll be a very common one.
Yeah, again, like Sai's curve was Naria on 6 activated, turn 7 All Machinas, redraw 7 cards, and he had a board to just go mono on 8 and then GG.
And
But
look,
he didn't.
seeing the two
and then
monos
it
in
just
hand.
spiraled into.
Yeah. Yeah, it just spiraled into a loss, which is really unfortunate. But I mean, great play by Auto Aim, of course, to be able to hold on in that situation, because that looked very, very tough. And to play to your outs is one of the greatest strengths of good card game players.
Yeah, and, like that's one of the games where, kind of like Control Forest, your resources start to matter, right? Because you only have finite resources of every single thing you have, right? So it stops being like just play the best thing at all times to being like, what is the correct resource to use in this situation, right?
Yeah, and especially too, like when you're playing Control Forest, I think you're a lot more used to like having to count all of your different resources and just remember exactly what you have left for like everything. And in like when you're playing this deck, maybe you don't assume that you're going to run down to your final amount of cards, so maybe you're not counting it quite as much. Obviously, there's some really important things, but even to just be like, okay, what do I have left in my deck that my double confectioners can draw?
Alright, so in this game, Sai's going to run it back with the Blood. We see Auto M going with the Shigami Rune. One of the things that I want to point out about his rune deck is that we're talking about, the meta being more board-based, decks needing to get on the board, and Auto M is playing Flame Destroyer. Because what better way to get on the board than with a 0-cost 7/7, right?
Yeah. That sounds pretty good.
It's like, if you play Kuon and you back it up with a 7/7, it's kind of strong. It doesn't have Storm like the Cello does, but if you think about it, if the 7/7 gets to go face, because it survived, then it's almost like Cello went face twice, basically, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And also, I mean, you have to deal with it, which is such a big deal, right? Like, a lot of these decks, they don't want to try to like swing past it and just assume that the damage isn't there. And with the amount of face damage lost, like, go the other direction, right? Go for boards.
Right, it kind of makes sense because like you're playing Darien, like that Daria too, right? It's a 0-cost 4/4. So if you're getting good boards from things like that, why not commit to that and then go with Flame Destroyer to potentially get, like, I play Kuon and a 4/4 Daria, or I play Kuon and then a 0-cost 7/7, right?
Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool idea. I hope it works out. We'll see.
Yeah.
And of course, getting the Kyoka first. Good old Kyoka.
Still pretty good.
Still one of the best. And I don't expect this game to go to the limit. Not like the last.
I don't think so, right? And again, I know I bring this up a lot, but you have to wonder what is the mental state for these players.
Right,
after having like that 30-minute Shadowverse battle that they're definitely not used to. Like, there was no break or anything. It was just right into the next game. And
yeah, and it was game 1. It's not like it was even like game like 2, where it's like, okay, now the winner of this wins. It's like, if Sai wins, there's a game 3 still happening.
And, he does have the Naria and the Almachinas, so he might be getting that essentially dream curve again. Although currently, he can set up the Night Prowl to activate the Naria, but we'll see if he chooses to, because like a 3 and a 2 is a better way to, curve out your play points, right? So it definitely becomes a decision he has to make. It's not an obvious play.
Well, now he can do double Night Prowl off that draw. Maybe we did see that last game.
Yep.
We're watching the same game back? What's going on?
Well, maybe we'll see if he gets a mono this time on turn 8.
Okay, here's a fun fact that I just wanted to throw in. Do you know that I believe it's Alchemical Confectioner is the one, but in Japanese the name is Wanda Cook. It's very.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's super close. It's like my card from now on. I've decided that.
Okay, that's Wonder Chef, Wonder Cook.
Yeah, it's super close, right?
Alright, so Auto Aim, just spell boosting. I'm gonna do our new cards that the Kuon deck explained is the Sorcery and Solidarity, mainly used to draw a Runecraft follower, because Machina Rune is not a thing, at least not right now.
Is there anything that actually triggers it in the deck?
Any Machina followers, you mean?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, me neither.
But, drawing Kyoka out of it is pretty good.
Shutting down.
Yeah, can't go
Although,
wrong with
again, he knows that whatever board he makes, Naria is going to answer. So I guess dropping the Flame Destroyer as the 7/7 we're talking about, it's not something that's easily answered by Naria, so I like it.
I mean, even an Evolved Naria has to trade with it, and at the very least, if you can get a Naria to trade, then I don't want to say you're happy, but you're less unhappy.
I was gonna say, like, would you consider it an absolute win? Or are you just like, that's acceptable trade?
As close as you can get to it, right?
Yeah.
And what's funny is you mentioned already what like the best answer to Nerea is, like board wise, that like we generally see, which is the opposite Nerea going first.
Yeah.
My everything.
Deciding where the trade is gonna be, is gonna clear the Flame Destroyer, but has to trade off his Nerea. While Sifi was the Flame Behemoth does not.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. I don't think there's a whole lot that's gonna hit that for more than you would like, or well, to make the pre-evo necessarily worth it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would answer the 1/1 with the Clash for free, basically.
Yeah,
But
but
it's definitely hard to say where that would be worth it. But, you know, as we saw in the other game that got really drawn out, the Machina of Blood can use, you know, cores, you have the Machina shots, you get a lot of free evos. Noon just evos for free naturally, Mono evos everything for free.
yeah, it's true. They should just throw one Zeus in the deck. Come on, that would have ended the last game free.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You know, not to say that not Evo in there is wrong or anything like that. Holden Day was perfectly acceptable, of course.
yeah, and at this point, it looks like, I mean, they would have had to use a little bit more resources, but
Yeah.
not a huge amount.
I mean, it seemed like Odwin was ready for the Nerea, but is he ready for the Almachinas now?
Is anybody truly ready for Almachinas?
That's a good question. I don't know if anybody is.
I mean, hey, things are going pretty decently though in Auto Aim's hand. You know, there's the cooldown
Yeah,
that's
but
not too much.
we're about to pitch 8 cards into this Almachinas. It's gonna be a party. Yep,
that's
just
pretty
everything.
good.
Thinking about the core, I say toss it in there.
Yeah, I mean, there's at least one more core in the deck, right? I mean, we saw 2 last game, right? I think.
Yeah.
So
You know what people tell me is like paying 2 play points for a card is just too expensive in 2020. So why not just toss it?
and I like how like all 3 cherubs and 2 of the armored bats are gone. So those cards are just totally out because I think an armored bat was played earlier in the game. So
Yeah, but
don't expect
those
to
are
see
cards
those
like
again.
he doesn't need, right?
Right.
He needs mono, and this time he does draw mono. So difference in this game and last game. Last game he did this play, got no monos. This time around he's got 2.
Yeah, that's. This is like scarily okay, and then are we gonna see the Evo for the guaranteed? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this could be
You know,
like a
him
next
holding the
relief.
Are
Evo.
you so afraid of needles?
Right, yeah, 100%. And him holding the Evo pays off so well by getting the Mega Shot Leader effect.
And you can't.
So now Auto Aim, like, he has to clear, but he has to clear and then set up ward so he doesn't die next turn.
Yeah, and Kuono's
And
just a
it's just-
little too expensive right now. Like if it was just a little bit lower, there might have been a chance, but I don't see how you get out of this.
No, I don't see it. It's too difficult. This is the power of the Almachinas and why it's probably the most powerful card in the game at the moment.
Yeah, we get to see exactly what could have happened last game, right?
Yeah. If you just draw the monos after, right?
yeah. It was almost.
And
the
you know, it's
same
funny
card.
because kind of like in the Forest game, it's like he draw no mono, and in the next game, now he draws 2 monos, right? Now it's the 3rd one.
Oh, that's so unnecessary. Just do it. Just play them all. Just do it.
I'm rather fond of violence.
I mean, he could.
I'd rather not. But you seem rather fond
I
of
would do
So
it
that's
just
a little bit of
as
damage.
like, not even as like a BM, but just to be like, okay, last game, oh, boo. Like last game, it's like I can't draw the monos, and then I would just show it off. You know, I'd just be like, look, I got them all now.
All right, so Sai's gonna tie the series 1-1, and now we're left to a rune, I believe, mirror match.
I like how we got like the 10-minute game and like the 30-minute game both in a row. You know, that was
Yep.
like super fast, super simple. It's just how it plays out, and then the first game was just the longest ever. But yeah, no, we haven't seen the mirror yet. Once the expansion has come out, and
Yeah, and you know, like Vicious was saying, in this year, it feels like we've had a lot of 2-0s, right? Just swift 2-0s left and right. And today it's just 2-1, 2-1, right?
right, and it's been different decks that have been winning too. So I would say the meta's still like up in the air, right? I mean, hasn't been that long, but it's cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like we're at that point where like it's very clear what the sort of best decks are, but people are trying to figure out, what the best lineups are to bring to tournaments and how you're gonna build those decks, right? Because Blood is an excellent example of obviously Blood is really strong, but the ways you can build Blood are so different that we consider them 4 different decks essentially, right?
Right, yeah. Even though there's a lot of the same core, I mean, even the gameplay, the game plan of a lot of them has been really different. Like seeing that, mid-range Blood earlier was very different than the Bloods that we've just been seeing. And I mean, even in every deck, there's going to be some different things. Cool, like Flame Destroyer. That's dope.
Yeah. And when you're thinking about your lineup for a tournament like this, say for next month, it's like, okay, you want to play Blood. Which Blood deck is going to best fit your specific lineup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are not easy answers.
It's cool. It's like Blood hasn't been good for a little while, so now it gets to be 4 of the decks in the meta.
Yeah.
but it's cool. It's cool. I mean, you can say even if a craft altogether is really good, it's still different decks. So it is a big variation.
And this game right here, it's kind of like we're right back in the Ultimate Coliseum, right?
Yep. It's the classic matchup.
Yeah, Rune always finds a way. At the start of the expansion, I was saying this early on, but people were sort of sleeping on Rune. They're like, oh, there's other things to do, Machina Forest, things like that. And then sooner or later, Rune, they find a way.
Well, I mean, ever since the last expansion, once this, this archetype of Rune kind of was created, it's just been its consistency that is just so strong. It never it's super hard for it to draw dead. We saw it once maybe in the SVO where it was just all spell boostable cards and that is it. But it's so hard to completely draw dead with the deck. Maybe you don't have the optimal draws, but even without the optimal draws, it still can have a chance against every deck. So probably why we're seeing it again. Plus, when it gets its perfect curve, you don't want to play against it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, because it is an older deck, it's one of those decks that players are more practiced with.
That's true too.
Think of Auto and Sai. How many Spellboost Rune Kuon matchups have they played in the past 4 months now, right? By now, they should know the in and out of the matchup, right?
Right there. I mean, there's some obviously a few differences, but realistically, yeah, the big board swings, the math is already in their head, and that's a huge deal in a matchup like this. So, yeah, it's true. It's a lot to do with what you're comfortable with.
So we're seeing them trade Kyokas essentially, because Kyoka's pretty good. Auto Aim has 1 Kuon and 1 Daria, while Sai only has 1 Kuon and no Daria.
Yeah, of course, the Daria can draw into something very important later on.
There's the second one. Going face with the ritual, again, Rune has no heal, the damage is going to stick. But, in the past, we've seen these matchups be very board-based centric, right? Players fight for the board.
Right.
And now that Celoid isn't there, I wonder if that's even more extreme, or we just completely fight for the board now.
Yeah. Your damage from hand, considerably less. Been talking about it a lot, but, I mean, it's interesting to see how this mirror is going to change, too. Because, I mean, honestly, the storm damage was big, but also it was a lot of board trades, and Zealot was also really good at swinging the favor of the board in one player's favor or the other. So without that, it might be a little bit slower to actually fully clear a board, because almost not even think about how it has storm, just think about it as almost like a rush follower.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We're just sort of swapping back, same plays. Okay, Ritual the Phase, get some spells going. Now that he drew the 3rd Fire Embrace, I think he's more comfortable using it on the wielder.
Mm-hmm.
Is aware that he probably needs those Fire Embraces to answer the Flame Destroyer. Since, if Celoid was hard to answer with 5 health, Destroyer with 7 is really hard to answer.
Yeah. What are even your cleanest options? Evoing a Kuon, or
it has to just be Fire Embrace. Anything else is not basically.
Yeah. Right.
Kyoka burned.
Ooh, bummer.
But actually, the new card can answer the Mystic Absorption.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because so it's once you get to below 20, it banishes anything. Oh, it's actually on screen right now. You can see it.
But you always draw a card.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about that too much, but that is another one of the big additions.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Spellboost Rune is, historically the premier rune deck. And in the new expansion, we mainly got Earth cards instead of Spellboost cards, which I think is great. But it turns out Spellboost Rune is still the better rune deck. So. Okay, gonna maybe look at a core. The Flame Store is almost there, along with the Daria. Maybe Auto is waiting for like that one turn where it's gonna be really explosive, and that could be this same turn right here.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see potentially. Oh no, not if. I mean, if the core was out, that was what, 2 more spell boosts.
I mean, he can still do it.
He can.
Core gives you play points back, insights to discount the Daria and Flame Destroyer. I think as long as he plays Daria Flame Destroyer, he's gonna be okay this turn. And I think what this might come down to is whether your Kuon is being used to push face damage or to enter the board, right?
Right. Okay. So let's see
Because
these Daria
Sai-
draws.
Gets
Womp,
only one.
womp.
Like, Sai could, play the Kuon, but if his Kuon is forced to clear the board instead of going face, like, maybe that's where Auto takes the lead.
Yeah, this is
There is the Fiery Embrace, though.
like such a strong board that we wouldn't have been able to see before because it's all cards that weren't in the deck before, and it kind of shows, especially in the mirror, how it can be very difficult to deal with.
But, with the Fire Embraces
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the Kuon, he definitely can deal with it. I think this is going to be one of those matchups where maybe it's going to be a bit grindy, and it's going to have to go down where the players run out of resources and they're unable to answer these things, right?
Right, but I mean, hey, that is one of the good things too, is that like if you're making them use the Fire Embraces now, then you're making them use them now, and that means that all of your Kuon boards are that much harder to deal with. So
Right, he already used one Fire Embrace.
Yeah,
so, if he uses the second one here, there's only a third one left. Although it is in his hand already.
which is nice to
Trade,
draw.
but... Okay, I guess it was the spell boost, right? And the board space?
Yeah, the board space is got to be a big part of that. But then also, if you're gonna Fire
Yeah, I
Embrace,
like this because
The rough stuff.
if getting the Demon Caller before you play the Kuon just means it pushes so much more damage, right? Like, that's definitely a correct play.
well, wait, couldn't he have, if he was gonna play it this way, couldn't he have swung and taken out the Demon Caller with the, instead of just trade? Oh no, because the Demon Caller wouldn't have taken it out. Okay, right.
He wants the board space, yeah.
Right. I don't know. I was thinking about it the other way with the Daria.
Yeah, like now he gets 6 phase damage. Well, he's still gonna clear the Demon Caller, yeah. Because still have to respect it, right?
Right.
So essentially, he got to use his Kuon to trade and still go face, basically, because he had the Fire Embrace and the Demon Caller. And we'll see what Auto's response is.
Yeah, and I think pushing this little bit of face damage is going to be really big right now because they both got like the ability to rebuild these boards pretty strongly. So it might just be necessary to just push that extra damage.
And again, like we saw in the first game, I really enjoy these games that they're really sort of long. And most importantly, there's a lot of decisions to be made, right? Feels like players have a lot of agency right now in what's happening. And the decisions are going to, influence the outcome of the game, right? Which is how it should be.
Right.
So
It's not
great
like
to see.
it's not like, oh well, you just popped off and won,
Yeah, exactly. It's like think of how many decisions are going a single turn right now. Like so many different options, right?
Right. And I do think that we're seeing that kind of a lot more within this meta, at least just from my experience playing and watching, because it is so board-based, right? So oftentimes it's not going to be... I mean, there are obviously the kind of hard win conditions like Mono that we saw earlier, but a lot of times it is based on how you choose to deal with things and what resources you choose to use on trying to win these board fights, which is really cool.
Yeah, and one of the things that I gotta point out is the time, In these turns where you have so many options, you only have so much time, so Otto's gotta hurry up and make the decisions. I think it was hard for him to answer because he didn't have those Fire Embraces, right?
Mm-hmm.
He did draw one, but it'll be available probably for him, in next couple turns. And back to the resources, Sai has that other Kuon, but after that's gone, and after his last Fire Embrace is used, what does he have left?
Yeah, and the problem is, even after that, he draws another Kuon. There's not a huge amount of spell boosting in his hand. And then on the top side, I mean, things resource-wise are looking so great for Auto Aim. Still has another Daria, which is, of course, even more resources potentially. I mean, not even potentially. It's at least one more resource, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course...
Now, Clark is card draw, and Sai does still have an Evo available, which is, a big deal at this stage in the game.
Mm-hmm.
He's almost at the point where the summons would be really, really good with the 3/3s, but he's not quite there yet. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, and it's still a few more turns if you don't have any extra specific draw.
Card draw. Yeah, which he doesn't. So this is his hand, and I don't I don't know if this is gonna be enough. Now Auto Aim is at 10 life. And maybe he finds just enough damage to just start going face. He does have the Twin Blade.
Yeah, Twin Blade with an Evo is 4, so it just needs to be 6 to face, and then not have to deal with a ward the following turn. But
He's running out of time though.
oh no!
Oh.
Is this all queued up?
Is it? Is it gonna go through?
I don't know. This is like so. There's so much to play out here.
Okay, Evo. I mean, he's a Time Lord right now. It's happening. Oh, okay. He missed 3 damage.
Oh, that's actually
But-
huge, though.
It still gets the majority of everything left. But like we were saying, like that's it. That's his final stand. He got nothing else, right?
Right. So if this is cleared, then I don't know. You got 2-1-3s, pretty strong.
Yeah. Like, can Auto Aim answer? And he's got a lot of zero cost cards to, get started.
I think he's very much got the answer for this, right? I mean, he's got a Fire Embrace in hand, right? Does he? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, Fire Embrace,
Yeah,
go
yeah,
on,
yeah.
zero cost area,
This
another
is-
Demon Caller.
An absolute answer. And then at that point, I mean, I don't know what you top deck to even stand a chance.
Well, if he had gone face for 3, then top deck in a Clark would give him
You're
lethal.
right. You're right. So, oh man, I almost don't even want to see the next draw. I'm gonna like look away because if that was like
Just cut the camera in.
yeah.
Okay, 4
For the good stuff.
gets the enhance. Gonna evil Shigami. At the point I think Auto Aim has to play just to be safe and not throw the game some way,
Right.
You just take it easy. Kyoka, don't say it often, but it's real.
Yeah. All right.
And Fire Embrace, yeah. Like a 6-7 ward and set up leads for next turn. Excellent answer for Auto Aim. And Sai's final draw is a 15 play point Kuon. That is not quite playable.
If that was earlier, that would have been the perfect card to have. Just being able to, I guess, vaguely answer this board, but not enough, and leaving the whole board up means Auto Aim is going to win one of the longer sets that we've had in SVO.
That was a great series. Auto Aim, playing some cards. Gonna take the series 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a grindy set, but like you said, every choice, every little choice matters so much within the sets like that. So it's really fun to watch those. I mean, it is like really intense. Like I feel like we're like done with the day right now, but that was what, the third match, right?
Yeah. Went down to another 2-1. Honestly, I honestly thought in game number 1 that Sai was still gonna manage the comeback, at least hold off until the deck out, but Auto Aim still managed to force the scoop, and that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that first game was definitely the greatest. So back and forth. It was great. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and then immediately after, game 2, Sai finally got his win condition, or he actually got mono. All 3, or at least 2
All
in his hand
3.
at one point.
Yeah.
It was all 3,
Yeah, he got
right?
all 3 of
And
them.
managed to end it in within 10 minutes? It was a pretty good change of pace, honestly, because it was like so engaging in game number 1. Then game number 2 was like, all right, well, we're going to see the Shikigami versus the Hybrid Blood. How does this matchup work out? And you could kind of see the difference between what we've seen in the current meta with the Shikigami and what's now on the board with World Uprooted in terms of how Hybrid Blood is played, or Bloodcraft in general and how it's played, right?
Yeah, there's a lot like all over the board. Like everything's different, everything's new, and we've showcased a lot of it today. The players have showcased it, not us, but luckily our stream has been able to catch it.
Yeah, and absolutely no joke. Again, we've had some new names over in the top 8, and you guys can possibly be one of them by signing up at svo.gg. I highly encourage you guys to do so, especially during these times. We do have 2 qualifiers, right, for the West side as well as the SEAO side. And if you guys want more information on that, again, just visit the site svo.gg for your chance to participate in these matches. Again, it's getting pretty heated up between each and every one of these matches. 2-1 almost every single time. Actually, yeah, every single time so far. We're hoping to kind of see that engagement between these next 2 players, Rackle versus Nodame Kato. Interesting to see what decks they bring out, right? It's going to be the Machina Forest, Ramp Dragon, the Hybrid Blood, both Hybrid Blood for both players, right? And the other side for Rackle, the Shikigami Rune and the Valdane Dragon. Both dragons banned on both sides.
Yeah, so again, once the Blood and the Dragon are up, it's the Dragon that's getting banned out. And Taku is the only player playing Machina Forest. when the expansion first came out, Machina Forest was the top dog, the best deck. But after some adjustments, it's kind of fallen down. But he still believes that it's good, and it got him here today too.
Yeah, I mean, it still has some extremely powerful turns. It's just maybe not quite as fast and not quite as much value on certain things, not as explosive. My sadness, though, is that we don't get to see he's also the only person to bring Ramp Dragon, which of course has also been called Evo Dragon, can be called Goblin Dragon, can be anything, because it uses the Goblin War Pack, which is like one of my new favorite cards. Absolutely love that card to get the Evos, 5 free Evos into Zeus, which then of course closes the game. I love that deck. That one's super
It's
cool.
so much fun. It's great, yeah.
Yeah. Personally, I actually want to see what Nodame Kato actually brings to the table with his Machina Forest. Again, we talked about this particular deck being the top dog right off the bat. Did get significantly, not too big, right? It got slightly nerfed in terms of how Iron Gliders played out, as well as Damien, right?
Yeah, so we're talking about how it still has good cards, and it's got all Machinas. That's a good card. But its key cards for this deck is Damien. Damien is just a crazy card, because oftentimes decks have to choose, like, do I want to push face damage or answer the board? And Damien does both. He goes face, and then he clears the board, and he goes face again. So, he's weaker now, but it's still a very, very powerful effect. And I like the deck. I want to see it in action, in the new meta now.
Yeah, it's a really cool deck just in general too, with the whole the whole way that Machina Forest pushes together. It's like game plan is always really fun to watch with the cost reductions and the bounces and everything. I really like it as a deck in general.
I kind of want to see how Damien interacts with a deck like Shikigami Rune, right? And that's exactly what Rackle has on his deck list that we see right there. With all the times we've seen Kuon build such a massive board, I kind of want to see the Machina Forest deck contest such a solid deck in the Shikigami Rune.
Yeah, so we just saw Shigami in action, and now he would see the build. Now Rackle has a little bit of spice to it, playing the one of Gabriel. Gabriel can be used to give Twin Blade Mates a lot more damage, maybe make up for the lack of solo damage.
Yeah, so of course it uses the rest of your play points and gives something plus. So essentially, if you have a free Twin Blade Mage and you have 10 play points or whatever, the maximum it can give you is technically like an 11/11 with an Evo for the Mage, which is a good amount of face damage, but not a rare occasion.
Yeah, we also see plays where the Rune players are playing core for 7 play points, just showing you sometimes you just have excess play points, and he's not playing the core, so why not spend those play points on the Gabriel, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm excited to see how that works out. It's not something that we've seen in any of the other decks today. Yeah, none of them I think ran that. And
we've seen all Machinas, obviously. The other neutral legendary, not as much, but it's still a pretty good card, I'd say.
Yeah, I've seen it a lot in just playing on ladder, just playing in ranked, but I want to see it with the Storm. I want to see it pop off.
Mm-hmm. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. Again, we have a brand new deck in Machina Forest going up against the tried and true for the last few months, the Shikigami Rune. And it's here to stay, honestly. That deck is still super solid, as we've seen time and time again. They're definitely much so going to be a huge threat for the World Uprooted expansion. But we'll see how it works out. I kind of want to see the Machina Forest kind of excel as well. I was a big fan of it. Had a lot of fun for the first couple of weeks. But here we go. Let's see what happens between Rackle and Nodame Kato. Game number 1. Again, we do have, what is this? I believe Machina Forest going up against the Hybrid Blood.
No, so it looks like it's against Runecraft, actually.
Oh,
so
Runecraft.
We are
okay,
actually going to get what you wanted to see. So one of the cards that we're talking about, Damien, of course, has the ability to deal a ton of damage to the board. When it swings, it does damage to everything on their board for the amount of damage of how many Machina followers you actually have on board. So it can do potentially 5 damage to their entire board, clear out essentially an entire Kuon board, which is ridiculous. And then on top of that, it can swing face technically if there are no wards, and it does damage to not only their board but also them. So the damage swings can just be absolutely huge.
So even though Damien was nerfed and he cost 1 more play point, he still has the same effect, right? And it's a very powerful effect, as you were saying.
Yeah, and I mean, you couldn't play him on the same turn as an Almachinus anyway, so you can still play him the turn after an Almachinus and have a really explosive turn. It's just slightly more cost.
Yeah, like the glider can't get a discounted Almachinus or cheaper Damien.
Yeah.
If you have the play points to play them, the effects are the same and they're very powerful. And Machina Forest is a bit more aggressive than the Machina decks we're seeing. Although I like that Noam Taku is playing Shiva, a card we've not seen in a long time, but a card I really always enjoyed.
Oh yeah, I love Shiva. I mean, Shiva's still good, guaranteed. It's still good. It's just a lot of these decks like have so many options for things now that.
Yeah, I think the idea is that if your curve is Shiva on 6, Almachinus on 7, and then your turn 8 is your Damien pop-off, once you add the 4 Shiva damage to that, you could be looking at like Damien going face for 4, his effect for 3, and then Shiva for another 4. It's gonna really add up, right?
Right. Especially if you can get some damage earlier on with the Mecha Claw Elf. I can't remember the name. That's not even a new card. Was that right?
Yeah, Mecha Claw is the correct card.
Nice. Okay, I'm terrible with names, and it's a card that we haven't seen for quite a while since it pretty much came out.
Yeah, there's Mecha Lands, but that one's not played, so.
Right.
But I always like Machina Forest. It's got a lot of fun cards. Like Cleft is a great card, and Bagworm is amazing to cheat out play points, which again, can't underestimate how good that is in Shadowverse, right?
Right. Yeah. It's so cool, especially just all the other mechanics that are within like Forest as a class. For a while I was playing I think it was last time I was playing is it Vajano? The
March
bounce one. Yeah. That one. That was a super fun deck. It was doing okay, but yeah, there's a lot that can go on with this deck. I don't think it's within this one, obviously, but I still.
Yeah, and we see the power of the Machina Force right now doing exactly what it wants to do. Going first with a good curve, using that Cleft Evo phase to just push all the damage in the world.
Yeah, and no, at this point, it's going to be very, very easy to potentially close out with like on turn 8. I mean, the Shiva damage is already bringing him down to 4, and honestly, if 4 more damage gets through in the next turn with this Evo, which is totally possible, then that's just game. There's no stopping.
Yeah, like a lot of things could do 4 damage, including a Damien, a Machina Claw.
Yep.
And he has the Almachinos to get there as well and redraw to find those cards. Now, Rackle is going to try and clear the board as best he can, but it's not easy right now. Those coins are way too expensive at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're seeing exactly why this deck can be so good. It's very aggressive, and a lot of decks right now maybe don't have the strongest early games to deal with this kind of aggression.
Yeah, again, it's cool because Machina Forest is aggressive deck than the other Machina decks we're seeing. Like Machina Dragon, Machina Blood, they're like a bit slower to ramp up into very explosive turns, while Machina Forest can have those explosive turns very early with things like Bagworm and Cleft, as we're seeing Noam Taku demonstrate here for us.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
using the Sorcerer to get some wards, because Rackle's definitely scared for his life right now.
Yes. I mean, turn 5 and you're already down to 8. That is never the situation you want to be in.
Yeah, he cannot get a full board clear, but the 1/3 ward is gonna put in some work right now. Ooh, I still like the elf. We'll see what the play is.
All right, so not going for Shiva. Gonna try to.
I really like this when you discount the Machina tree, and then you get the Bagworm back, and then you draw a card. Oh, picks up a Damien.
Oh. So now at this point, let's see. You are going to use the Evo just to get some more cards in there. Next turn you potentially have lethal, but I feel like it's pretty unlikely. So you're probably still gaming for 8, right?
Right, like depending on what the board state is, he might just end the game next turn, right? But if Damien is not going to be lethal, then he'll Machinas into something new, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a very silly choice for Rackle to like leave anything up really, or leave all that much up.
Yeah, he should definitely respect everything. And you know, the cool one was expensive, but it's playable now. And it could be backed up by things like Twin Blade Mage, for example.
Yeah, you do, and you also definitely want to leave a ward up at this point. I mean, you have to really play around the Damien potential. There's no real, you have to. There's a good chance they're going to get it. There's a lot of like tutoring within this deck. There's a lot of draw. Gotta expect.
Okay, Kuon shows up. gonna get the probably trade the 1-3 because getting us 1-1, right?
Yep, that's the exact
And-
trade you want.
The 4-5 ward is gonna be a big deal, but maybe it's something like Taku uses Almakinos to clear the 4-5 ward, and then looks to get lethal next turn. But there is another Kuon for Rackle the following turn as well, and he's pushing damage right now.
Yeah, so let's see. What's the max damage you could really get here? Because he
No,
could.
he didn't play the Shiva on 6, so he didn't even have that guaranteed damage on 8.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. Playing the Damien, just 2 to everything. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, it
set
does
up
2 to
lethal
everything.
next turn with Shiva.
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
That makes that the. Oh, but Gabriel. Wait, is Gabriel lethal?
So that's 4 plus.
Wingless child, let
Oh,
the
that's enough.
The Gabriel.
What?
The Gabriel coming in clutch. Rackle off the top. Gonna be just what he needed. Wow, that was a great game.
That was super smart. Super smart play to like set up that Shiva lethal, and also showing why Shiva is still super sick, especially in aggressive decks. And then the Gabriel. I mean, okay, so I said I wanted to see it
That was great.
work with Storm, but it still worked for the pretty much the only way to win in that situation. Like you had to win, right? And that was
Yeah,
it.
you know, when you think of Gabriel, you know, we think of the 0-cost Storm cards, but the reality is that Gabriel works with anything that's left up on the board.
Right. It makes every single thing a threat. And I think
like when you have Rune, you often have these like, you know, 1-1, 1-2 up,
You're ready to escort
and
me.
hey, it was just enough damage there.
yeah, it's so like easy to be like, well, yeah, I don't have enough, especially like the 1-3 Shigami's, you're like, I don't have enough damage to like want to even clear that. So I totally get it.
Yeah, and I really like the addition to it because, you know, he didn't have to sell it to like push that damage because it's just not an option anymore. But Gabriel is going to give you damage, and oftentimes maybe more than sell it could, right?
Yeah.
In the right situation.
Super smart. All right, well, we already saw that pop off. It's no longer an option in this set. So we are going to see Blood against 2. Like I said, might be the new Rune against 2, but also Rune against 2 might be the new Rune against 2. So
Yeah, like he has to win. He has 2 chances to win with Blood, right?
right.
But, you know, even though Noram Taco lost that last game, I think he showed us why Machina Forest could still be a contender and a strong deck. And I really liked the way he played and he set up that Shiva.
Yeah. I mean, it showed that there was like an inescapable win on turn 8 there, and against 99% of the Rune decks here, there's no way that they were stopping it. There was just literally no way. It just happened to be that the cool tech card was perfect. I mean, lethal on 7. Ooh, like
Yeah. But you know, like often that Shadowverse, the way these decks work and operate, it's like, okay, next turn I have you 100%, right?
Uh-huh.
And there just oftentimes is not that next turn.
Yeah, I know. They're like easy next turn.
Yeah. Okay, great early game from Rackle here. Just curbing out with all the juice. So many Machina droids out there, and getting some good face damage. You know, because he's gone first, usually you would think of Machina Force as the aggressor in the matchup, but really Rackle is taking the board lead here quite impressively.
Yeah, also, Machina Blood sets up a lot of wards, like a surprisingly high amount of wards. So it's not going to be super easy to just like clear through them all and swing for a lot of face damage. I mean, obviously, once we get to the Damien turns, then yeah, sure, you can clear them. But also, I mean,
We're gonna see
hard.
the Clef power plays, you know, as turn 4, utilizing the back worm. He's, you know, out there, Fanfare doing damage, Evo doing damage. Doing a good job of playing the board.
Yeah, that is also one of the strengths of, especially the current version of Machina Forest, is that a lot of cards are going to give you, like, they're not only going to give you a board, but they're going to help you with the board. So, like, we see, like, Cherub and, why am I blanking out? Cleft. You literally just said it. I don't know. It's
Cleft.
super good card. Cleft and Cherub both, you know, dealing damage while they come into play and giving that extra board.
Yeah, and you know, no Taco, he does have that on Machinas in hand, as well as the turn 6 Shiva potentially, or turn 8. So, you know, he's looking pretty good, I think. But Rackle with the Mecha Shadow Leader effect, again, very, very powerful. Already has the mono in hand. He just doesn't have those key cards for the mid game, like the Naria you were talking about, or the Almachinas.
Yeah, and Naria especially is going to be super huge in this matchup.
Yeah, but his turn 6 might have to be a Confectioneer to guarantee that turn 7 Almachinas. And again, I really like using the Machina tree to bounce the Bagworm. It just feels so good when you are able to reuse that because it's such a powerful effect.
Yeah, Bagworm is one of my favorite cards. I love that card. It just has so many cool. It's just this one drop that's like the glue that holds this deck together.
Yeah.
You know, it creates so many cool interactions.
I found Non-Taku's play there really interesting because as the aggressive deck, you think he would be like, oh, I have the lead, let me start Evo in the face. But instead he traded in such a way that maybe he was anticipating the Naria would come down and he didn't want to get extra ballot talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But because there is no Naria, now his play, while not bad, is just kind of like awkward, right?
Right.
So we'll see. I mean, he gets to save the Evo, which could definitely be very strong later on, so not like it's necessarily wrong, but it's just, you know, the power of Naria is so strong that even though he doesn't have it, it's essentially still affecting the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to play around it. It's like the huge swing turn, and you have to save an answer to deal with it, or you're just never going to break through.
Yeah. Now, the Night Prowl can be used to activate the Naria. The problem with this deck is because you play Night Prowl, it means that your Confectioneer doesn't guarantee the Almachina pool, which is exactly what happened for Rackle there, because the idea at this point is not to activate Naria, but to play Confectioneer to then set up the Almachinas on 7. But not gonna happen.
Yeah, not without a very lucky draw at this point. But of
Yeah,
course,
you can top that kid, that's true.
yeah, I mean, not a high chance. All right, see the second Shiva. It's kind of an unfortunate draw.
It's gonna be Shiva on 6. And you know, I think there's a matchup where like the Shiva heal and the +1 attack on the followers is probably a very relevant effect still.
Yeah, I could definitely see the +1 attack especially ending up meaning something.
And even clearing against the droid, really valuing the board control, right?
Right, well, I mean, it's scary to leave anything up. Oh, and there's the one turn too late, and we don't see the Natura Almachinist, so is it time for that?
I mean,
Might as
Naria is
well.
pretty good. It's kind of funny there because the vampire not only draws the Naria, but then activates it, right?
Yeah. But I mean,
So,
that's
pretty good.
That's a good synergy, right? That's like a very normal good synergy.
Yeah, it's just usually you would play it because you have Naria in hand,
Right,
and it's your
right.
activator, but he didn't have it, and it drew it anyway. So I guess he's good.
But
So-
the Evo Shiva is going to be a very difficult thing to deal with. If there was like one more
Yes.
damage,
Shiva has a great stat line,
yeah, and war.
and even though Naria is very good here, I don't know that it's game winning right now.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it, like, if you make the Naria trade, then you're like, okay, that's okay.
Right, because now Almachinos could very easily come down, wipe the Flood Behemoth, and then just set up for crazy plays for Notaku.
yeah, and
We're gonna see Fuse. Well, he doesn't have enough cards to Fuse for it to deal, 6 damage in Fanfare, but he could still Evo over the Flood Behemoth.
yeah, that's unfortunate slightly. It just means you get to, you just have to use an Evo point, and you take a lot more damage, but it's okay. It could be worse. I mean, you have an answer.
Yeah, I mean,
it's good.
If he draws, double discount to Damien, then he's not gonna need Evo points anyway.
Right.
Down.
Okay, let's see what the draw is. Double discount to Damien. Pretty good.
Yeah, now, there was the option there to do the damage to the Beast anyway, or the Flood Behemoth, sorry, and then try to, like, close it out with, like, a Cherub draw, or it could have worked out, it didn't work. I mean, it wasn't the right choice, but it was still a safe
Yeah.
choice, if that makes sense.
I also like his play to commit the Mega Claw right now. I think it would be easy to hold it just because you're like, oh, next time I play Mega Claw with Damien. But A, he has a Shiva effect, which, is relevant. And B, your opponent doesn't really have much going. And it just seems good to have that extra pressure when you already have double Damien next turn anyway.
Yeah, the funny thing, though, is that assuming there's not anything, like, Machina-related drawn, you have to do Damien to Damien next turn for it to get its effect.
Yeah, so if the Mecha Boomer gets
That's
answered,
true, that's
his
true.
last verse will give you a 1-drop. But if the 1-drop is the Beetle, then it doesn't really work.
Identify.
If the 1-drop is the Bagworm, then you can do Bagworm double Damien, and that's super powerful.
Well, yeah, wondering if this is going to be a very difficult situation to deal with.
If because of that, maybe Rackle just doesn't answer the Mecha Boomer.
But it's so hard to know that that's the situation that
Yeah.
you're in. Because there's 4 cards in hand. What are the chances that like it's double Damien and then 2 not Machina cards, right?
Like if you ignore it, you take an extra 3 damage anyway. So
Right.
answer is probably correct. Bagworm is the draw. I think that's lethal. I'm pretty sure that's lethal. Each damage is like 8 damage. Yeah, it's way overkill.
Yeah. This is the exact way that this deck pops off. Basically, you get the turn 8. This is as good as it gets. It's pretty much perfect. So
Yeah, he even has the Shiva damage. Remember, he has the.
Lost this one.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of damage that turn. So now I'm talking ties up the series. Again, we're going to a final game, 1-1 here.
wow, and it is going to be the Blood Mirror.
Yeah, and I really like, we saw the Machina Forest. Even though he lost the first game, it was still pretty strong and he played well. And we saw it pick up the win here, really showing that it is a good deck and, it can be a viable option for these lineups here. I think maybe too many people are sleeping on it. Oftentimes when cards get adjusted, people are quick to, dismiss them as being, not good anymore. But Adam Taco, showing us that it's still a good deck.
Escort me.
Yeah, I mean its high roll is maybe not quite as strong, but obviously we still see that it high rolled and it was able to do 7 damage of overkill on turn 8, which is still
Yeah, and
fairly good.
because of our format of 3 decks, 1 ban, we naturally get to see more decks, which I'm a big fan of. Compared to like the JCG or Rage tournaments where they only have 2 decks, 0 ban, where you would just see like, oh, we'll just play Blood and Dragon, right? So it's great that we get to see things like Machina Force show up. So I really enjoyed that about the SVO.
Yeah, and not only show up but win. I mean, most of the weird decks that we've seen today, I don't want to say weird. Most of the less common decks that we've seen today have won, right? The like mid-range Blood, the well, I guess Den. No, Den.
Well, we didn't get to see Control Blood, but we could assume we would have won.
I mean, if it gets banned, that's a win, right? Technically,
Yeah, I guess so.
we'll count it.
A bit of an awkward hand for Naram Taku, no 2-drop. So now we're back to the Blood Mirror. I believe they're both just Hybrid Blood. And we saw how this could play out. So do you think this is a 45-minute game or over on 8 with Mona?
I do not think we're going to see another 45-minute game, but also the starting hand not very strong from Nodame Kato, as I'm going to assume it's pronounced. I was just going to let Vicious try to say the name this time. By the way,
Sometimes,
let me just give this shout out to any players who are on stream. If you have a name that might not be easy to pronounce, please just message us, and we would love to say your name correctly. But me in particular, I'm very stupid, especially when it comes to pronouncing names. So I apologize if I ever get it wrong. But yeah, just let us know, and we'll absolutely try to get your name right.
yeah, I was telling the story before we started. Last month, we were going over how do we say Bappo's name, and everybody assumed oh, Bappo, because Bape is we assume is the correct way. And then he shows up in my stream and he's like, oh, we asked him, I'm like, hey dude, how do you say your name? He's like, no, it's Bappo. So oftentimes we're just guessing, right?
Yeah, and we guessed wrong. Womp womp. All right,
Okay, so a lot of droids, a lot of ones on the board. Armor bad, gonna generate more droids.
This is one of those weird hands where it's 2 of every card in the hand, right? 2 Nuturiel Machinas, 2 Cherubs, 2 Armored Bats. Very weird.
The thing is, he's 1 card away from that hand being insane, But right now, it's definitely the more awkward side.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like overkill on trying to trigger the Almachinas with that hand.
Yeah.
And I mean, the nice thing is the Technolord will be a good amount of damage. I mean, each bat is essentially 3, right? So even just the 2 bats alone is 6, which is good for clear, which might help survive until that Almachina's turn. But the hand on the bottom side from Racco is just so varied, and there's so many options in it.
Yeah, he has so many options. But I could see Naram Taku, maybe he top decks, unleash the Nightmare, plays Sheriff, clears the board, Evos, gets something, and then it's in there. Does not get unleashed. Gonna be an awkward turn. Maybe he has to play the Emperor and, like Racco last turn, hope that it draws the Naria next turn.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, do you double ping the... No, isn't going for it. Can you use an Evo then, maybe?
You could Evo the Sheriff to get a card to fuse later on, which is kind of nice. He still gets a full board clear. So, making the best out of what he's got, definitely great place. And, you know, again, kind of going back to how good Naria is, even though he doesn't have Naria in hand, because he's played the Vampire, now Rackle must assume that there is going to be a Naria next turn, right?
Yeah. I mean, even if it's not drawn, it's almost like a bluff, and it could be drawn, so it's not really truly a bluff. It's just you got to play around it.
Right, so he has to enter the current board, and then, you know, think of how he's going to enter the next one, how he's going to respect it. And, you know, if there is an Naria drawn, and Naria is played, and the Behemoth is pre-evoed, then again, it's really hard for Blood to answer that, so...
Yeah, and then, I mean, that...
Non-type can still curb out like a god, you know?
yeah, no, I mean, that would set up, like, really strong future options, because there's, of course, two Natural Malkinas in hand. You could use the tree for one of them. That's at the very least, like, 2 to 3 to 4 draws.
Yeah. But, you know, thinking about what Non-Taco could have, Rackle has a lot of options right now.
Yeah. Almost too many. That's probably why this turn is taking a little bit of time. Just trying to figure out
But
what...
again, you know, I like when the players have so many options, because there are choices that are going to impact the game. You know, what is he going to go with?
Mm-hmm.
Does he want to hold the EO for the Universe? Does he want to get the Mecha Shot Leader effect activated? Does he want to draw with Hoverboard? He's got double mono in hand already.
Time is starting to run out.
Yeah? These turns, you only have so much time. You got to make that decision. Okay, he's going to curve out and going to go with the Mecha Shot. This is a play which is not answering the board. Now, there is no potential, you know, no Evo next turn or anything like that. But if the Naria is drawn, Non-Taco would be in such a good spot.
Yeah, let's see.
No,
Nope.
he does not get it.
I mean, the mono's still a really good pickup, right? I mean, not for this turn,
It's
obviously.
not
but
bad.
It's a great thing to
It's-
have there.
Yeah, it's just, you know, like Naria would be game winning, like
Right.
on the spot thing.
But
Okay, gonna get some trades, I guess. Evo for more resource to fuse with. I think Rackle must be so happy, so relieved that Naria wasn't just slam jam.
yeah, this could also potentially set up a really big next turn for mono if you so choose to, like, leave that board up, you know?
Yeah. And he doesn't have Naria either, but EO can clear the board quite well. Does get the free joy from the leader effect. And now he's probably thinking, okay, Almachina is going to show up next turn. How can we prepare for that? I kind of like playing the Noon, which is a nice way to curve out, right? Let's get a bunch of stats out there.
Well, and I mean, Noon is actually shown that it's such a key card in this matchup in particular, in the mirror, because it's really hard to deal with within its own deck.
Yeah, sadly, he was only at 9 Machina Falls destroyed, so one shy of getting the full effect. Okay, Almachinas just fuse everything, including the mono into it.
Yeah, interesting.
Like, that's an interesting decision. It's not one that's, like, right or wrong, but it's an important decision for sure, right?
Right, doesn't get a mono back, so gonna have to push some boards rather than storm face right now.
Yeah, we saw, you know, if the game is not over quickly, it can definitely get drawn out and be a grind.
I know.
And in that grind, you really want those resources of the triple mono, right?
Oh, this is actually a rough choice because mono would deal so much damage right here, right?
Yeah, but wait, is it lethal?
No,
It's not right.
no, not yet. Right?
It's,
9 plus.
15.
It's close. It's super close. I think
It's
that's
very close.
That's why the question is here, and I mean it's also a very difficult board to deal with because it's wide. It's very wide, right?
Yeah. You know, the thing for Rackle is because he already has 2 moves in hand, you know, he can't get those discounted. He's gonna pitch one of them into the Almachinas.
I like that call.
Yeah, at least, you know, he has a second one, so you don't feel as bad about that.
Yeah, and then
he
of course
picks up
draws
another
again.
one. Draws another Almachinas, so I think Rackle's in a good spot. He also has an extra Evo.
Could Evo
So-
base for a little bit of damage, knowing that you have 2 monos in hand? I mean, I don't know. That's really risky, but
No, I like it. I'm not opposed to the idea. Like, with 2 monos and the leader effect, like, you know you have guaranteed good damage next turn, but you could still control the board. Nothing wrong with that either. Playing the bat just guarantees you're gonna have so many droids. But maybe he doesn't want to because he doesn't want to get board locked.
yeah, I mean, It's board lock for lethal still though, right? They're 15. No, they
Well,
wouldn't.
he'd be board locked anyway because the Machina shot leader effect.
Oh yeah, you're right. So then, I mean, but the thing is, like, against like Machina Blood itself, like it's not like you can set up like a 20 damage lethal for the next turn.
Yeah. So like, if he was board locked, he'd probably win the game anyway, right?
Right. Well, also, does he have, or does Nodame Kato have the Nodame Kato? Does it see in there have the mech shot leader effect too? So to like trade in. Like,
No, he does not.
Okay. So it would be a board lock, but then you just lose it.
And he drew the Naria just a little bit too late, but Techno Lord is a draw, doing a sweet 12 damage at the moment. Definitely enough to clear the board, and can even play a Noon after for just a pretty good board state.
Pretty good is an
So-
understatement.
Yeah, you know, showing the Almachinas. I'm surprised he didn't just Techno Lord. I guess he wants to get more wards and hold the Techno, which is, you know, respectable.
Yeah, this is a full board that's getting buffed too with the Noon effect.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is that, you know, even if the Almachina doesn't like win the game on the spot, like it's so powerful. Get into, you know, cycle your hand into new cards, and then those cards are discounted. It's just a very, very powerful effect.
Yeah, and man, I mean this particular synergy too. I'm not gonna into Noon to make it an 8/8 ward on top of everything else that it's done. Like
That's a big boy.
like how do you even deal with that at this point? I mean, you can deal with it technically, but it really stops you from setting up any potential threats to lethal, right?
Yeah, and you know, he doesn't have the Techno Lord, and both players pitch one mono away to feed the Almachinas. So Rackle has all the monos that are left in his hand already, but you know, can he set them up to do the damage? And against this wall, it's not happening.
Yeah, we could have seen a second actually discounted Almachinas,
Yeah,
but not the choice, I guess. I would assume that if that was the choice, then we wouldn't have seen the Robogoblin played.
yeah,
Unless-
like I think you would rather. He might be looking at one mono then.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you use one mono here, it's that same situation where you're using your mono to clear the board. He already fed one mono away. That means he needs to close one mono, which is, you know, pretty hard because there's still blood cords to heal back to full.
Yeah.
Mono it is.
All right, interesting choice. Yeah, so I mean, also on top of that, like if you did have the double mono play, which wouldn't be too difficult, you what's it called? You essentially hit that 15 damage like limit perfectly, but now no longer with just one.
Yeah,
right?
like
so it'll be
now
hard.
his damage is capped dramatically, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
okay, just gonna hold it down with some Machina bats. I guess the idea is that Machina bats get answered, and then the droids can be able with the other mono to maybe get, you know, that 15 damage. Naria's gonna show up though.
I mean, that's a one swing into trading the entire board, right? Well, no, it will refill technically, but
Yeah, the Machina bats again are really, really strong there actually.
Aren't you?
Because right now you would be like, hey, my Fluffy Hemot can answer this 1/1. If they get evoed.
Alright,
Now the problem is that this is actually his last mono, so
yeah, it's such a good
If
mono
he-
turn though. You know, like visually, like if you look at it, you're like,
wait, is it lethal?
I don't think so, no, because that's 12. 6. No, you're
Because he could play all Machinas. Oh no, he can't play all Machinas and mono evo, so no, I guess not.
yeah. If it was the zero
If that mono
cost,
cost at 0. Yeah, I feel like Rackle's just run out of resources, and I don't know how he can close the game out now.
I don't know what you do here. That's tough because also like if you don't use mono right now, then you're losing this entire board. There's like no saving it, right?
Right, like what are you gonna do? Ignore the Naria?
But you seem rather fond
Yeah.
of my
Okay,
life.
mono is being played. That's his last and final mono.
Yeah, that's
He's evil
unfortunate,
in
but
5 followers, which is pretty juicy.
Sorry, you were saying?
But you know, is it enough though?
I mean, I don't think it's enough. We know that it's probably not enough because the
Sorry,
Technical
you
Lord's
were
in hand,
saying?
and so even if any of this board survives, like if you're losing so much, the Almachinas is in hand, but you're not gonna get a huge amount of draw from
You
it.
can heal the mono. Yeah, like, you know, it's enough to clear the board. But now, how does he win the game is the question, right?
Right.
With no monos left, no slaying, it's very hard for him to get a board that would just win through the board. Okay, Norm draws another Naria. He's got a Techno Lord, a Mono. Now it feels like the game is just completely his to win.
Yeah, that's was there actually, is there any way to get the free Evo for Naria right now?
Not this turn, no.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But I don't think he needs it really.
Yeah, you don't. It would just be such a nice like trade in, like that really cement it.
It would be nice.
This is still, this is still going to be a huge board, a gigantic board.
Yeah, and like the uncontested noon can snowball because the effect happens, at the end of the turn. Although he probably gets answered by the Almachinas at the very least.
Yeah, but it's only sort of getting answered, and also I feel like you would want to try to deal with like something Naria related with Almachinas if you can, right?
Like if you answer him but you don't answer the other three droids that can still get eviled by Mono, like you're not gonna win anywhere, right? I don't know about playing the core there. I think it doesn't do much, but
I guess what else are you gonna do? I guess you could save it for the 8 points, right?
Yeah, it kind of hurts his board space and potentially ability to enhance it, but we'll see if it pays off. Convector activates Naria, which is now the play.
Yep, that's a really nice strong swing back here. Maybe
it's enough,
Yeah, this is a really big board to get cleared. Now resources are almost looking like they're in Rackle's favor. This is a weird mirror. This is like a.
I feel like we've been here before,
Yeah. All right.
Like I think enhanced core could be very strong, but Naria is going to be activated for Nodum Taku, so at the very least he has the Naria to work with. But he never got the Machina Shot leader effect. Playing Nasus on his list, which is pretty spicy.
Oh yeah, that is. Is this
not in Benden's though?
Alright, Naria coming out.
And I guess you SSL the opposing Naria, right?
I suppose so. Yeah,
it's such a interesting game.
It is.
If he hadn't had the SSL, like he actually couldn't have cleared that.
Yeah.
And that would make a huge difference.
That made it. That was actually a lot. So now, how do you answer this on the other side? You can at the very least get rid of the Naria with Almachinas. It's probably the play.
Yeah, like you were saying, it does seem like Rackle is the player with more resources now. He definitely has more cards in hand. And I wonder if we once again have to look at the decks, because decking out is still a very real thing.
Mm-hmm.
But Almachinas still seems like the play. I think with 12 cards left, he can still fuse and try and get some juice. But there's no monos left. I don't know if he has an Aria left either.
Yeah, I guess your best bet. I don't know. This is so difficult because so now we know there's still monos left on the top side, but obviously we see it in hand. But is there enough to actually win with it from 20?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's his last mono. And Rackle is sitting at 20 life.
They're both sitting at 20 life.
Well, yeah. Okay, Blood Core. See, I feel like in this stage of the game where you're trying to just fight for any resources, enhanced Blood Core is probably acceptable, right?
Yeah. It also, the health could matter, right? The fact that there's another core in hand means you have to fight through 30 health, but, how else are you going to get that for Evo, right? Well, no,
this should be a really good noon. There's still Machina Shot, too, for free Evos, but Nodum Taku just hasn't drawn one, honestly. This is going to be a great board for Rackle, though. Look at all those stats and ward.
Yeah, how do you answer this? Do you have to use the Alpha Drive? Oh, never mind.
Well, Naria is how you would start. Okay, he does have two monos left.
Okay,
If he fused one, he has two left.
This is totally possible, right? This is totally possible.
Because he has the Flood Behemoth for the extra clash, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, attack something, right? At least get the little chip.
At the very least.
2 Flood Behemoths is gonna do a lot of clash damage.
Yeah, you have to clear them both, which is gonna be tough.
Oh, these games are so wild.
Oh, and at this point, do you try to use Unleash? Because you are actually getting close to decking.
Yeah, he has 7 cards left. Enhanced Blood Core seems good, but then what, right?
Right. Like, how do you even clear this board by itself?
He can't. Oh!
Why did you have to say it?
Okay, he can. He can do it. I think it's better to use the Uniburst and then just hold the Naria, right?
I mean, Naria's a good clear later on, but also
because Naria now doesn't clear the Naria. You have to Uniburst it.
Yeah, you're right. But then you don't get the free Evo later, right?
Oh,
I don't
that's
know. This is-
true. He's not gonna get the free Evo.
This is too clean, though.
Well-
oh no, you can if Robogoblin dies.
No, he doesn't draw you cards. He gives you repair mode.
Isn't Naria just
Wait.
cards added to hand?
No, it's card drawn. It's Avarice.
Oh, it's from deck. It's added from deck. That's right.
Yeah. Okay, Alpha Drive, Techno Lord. You know, those followed by another mono is pretty strong.
Verifying access.
Yeah, that's
There's only
Nice
5
answer.
cards left for Rackle. This has been such a bad
this core is actually again really big
other Naria.
potentially. All right, Nuria's coming out. No, I'm not gonna get the free
Okay, but-
Evo, Robogoblin.
That's it.
Yeah, you just have to sit there.
Oh, this game.
This is actually super tough. All right,
I believe that's lethal. Then Mono goes face, right? Whoa, Zeus! You wanted Zeus? Zeus! How many is that? 45?
I don't know. That's a lot. Let's see. All right,
15 attack.
50. Okay, more than enough. Just Zeus going through.
What a way to end the series. Not on top is going to take it 2-1 Oracle.
Well, and that's unbelievable too, because I actually made that joke earlier. I was like, why doesn't one of them just throw in Zeus to close out these like super late game stalemates, right? And then it turned out one of them actually did, which I missed in the deck list. I didn't see that there was one. It's super important, clearly, in that exact situation. So smart. I mean, we've seen that. Oh, some deck ran that to beat stalemate last expansion just a few times, and I was like, that's really smart. But I'm glad we get to see it again.
Yeah, and it was a completely unpredictable set, right? It was when it seemed like one person had the upper hand, especially in this matchup, a single draw completely turned it around. I honestly thought that Rackle had the momentum for majority of the match, at least towards the end there, but it just completely shifted to Nodame Kato's favor. And don't worry about saying names wrong, Chef. That's what you have the hosts for. I'm going to be the first one to say it wrong completely. But if we don't get the correction, then it's the player's fault at that point.
Okay,
right?
so if I
either
say
way.
it wrong, I can just I'll just be like, oh, well, sorry, that's what Vicious told me was correct. Right?
Exactly. You
I can
blame
on
me,
him.
and then if we don't get the correction, you blame the players. See how that works? That's the option select. But
Ah.
either way, so we have ourselves another 2-1 matchup, and it was pretty interesting to see the hybrid blood mirror, right? And we see so far filled in for our semifinals, Hishiro versus KSLVD, and then Auto Aim going up against Nodame Kato. It's going to be very, very cool to see all these matches go up against each other with these all these Bloodcraft decks, honestly.
Yeah, quite a bit of Bloodcraft. But also, I'm excited, completely not deck related. I'm excited that we have a pretty good variance of locations within this top 4, which we have pretty much every single month so far. But I'm just glad to see it again. You know, it's not like one section like either previous PAM or previous Euro just completely dominating places from players from all over.
No,
Yeah, and it's great we're seeing the contender players, Hishiro and Naru, move on, showing why they were in contenders and why they're so strong.
cool. Honestly, it's really, really interesting to see how it's being fleshed out, especially with a brand new expansion. It's really cool to just see how the meta kind of shifts. There are certain consistencies with certain decks, but either way, I kind of want to see how it unfolds with the rest of the semifinals. And again, I highly implore you guys to check out SVO.gg. And when we take this break, we're going to continue with the semifinals. So do not go anywhere. It's only getting started. And we hope to see you guys shortly after. I don't know how long the break is, honestly. But either way, we'll take one real quick. And after that, it's going to be the semifinals. So we'll see you guys real soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to SVO 2020. The path to the World Grand Prix starts here. This is everything you need to know if you want to take home the $1 million first place prize. First off, we're combining the regions of PAM and Euro to become West. Players from West and SEAO regions will compete in a monthly Swiss-style bracket, leading into a top 8 single elimination for league points and a $4,000 cash prize. If that's not enough, you'll earn a card pack in every round just for playing. The top league point earner from each region will instantly be qualified for the World Grand Prix in Tokyo, Japan. The March, June, and September monthly Cup champions, along with the next top point earners, will compete in the Contenders Cup for a piece of a cash prize and the final spots at the World Grand Prix. If you're the player who qualified for the World Grand Prix directly from league points, don't worry. You'll still be included in the Contenders Cup cash prize. This is SVO 2020. Sign up now to compete.
When the light of hope shines brightest, the darkness is at its most hostile. Change awakens our potential and reveals intentions once hidden. Those with newfound powers seek new masters for the hour of war. On this ever-changing battlefield, we must evolve to survive. Darkness evolved. New evolutions for a new war.
It is the dragon of creation and the arbiter of destruction. Its echoing roar will rend the heavens and fell the gods to earth. In the shadow of the supreme dragon, there can be no sanctuary for those who seek it. Introducing the second expansion of the digital card game Shadowverse. Rise of Bahamut. Destroy everything to win.
When roaring thunder rends the skies, omnipotent gods will begin to clash. The howls of behemoth demons will tear the earth asunder. Tender angels will weep, even as they deliver harsh judgment. As humanity resists its hopeless fate, rebellion looms on the horizon. Introducing the next card pack of the digital card game Shadowverse. Tempest of the Gods.
I have a book for thee, like no other. Each page a window to a long-lost land, where fairy tales dovetail with myths, and wishes give birth to legends grand. Knights and dragons, or wistful love. Within this book, all ambitions bloom. But be warned, my fickle friend. A dark abyss awaits us all. for blood-pricked roses wishes be. But fear not to bite life's fruit, for in this land, courage is key. With bated breath, the door sweeps open, glory-bound or purged in flame. The hand you choose defines your fate. So I ask you, is this really just a game?
Boundless are the heavens, reaching beyond our skies. Rays of light, gleaming trails, and tales of luster. To reach the arena, where the humble are forged into heroes. You must brave perils, both as volatile and infinite as the very stars themselves. In one moment, a promise of miracles, but in the next, calamity. Never lose hope, for at the journey's end, she awaits. So take up arms against the cosmic horrors. Hold back the fearsome night sky, and claim victory from the darkness. Grasp the light of the heavens, forge your myth among the stars, and enter the fabric of legend.
The time has come. Witness the world's refabrication. Winds of change sweep across eons, beckoning heroes forth, while wings of valor sunder the heavens, leaving naught but flame. Shining under this fiery torrent, a beacon of blessed justice brings hope to the land. However, lest we forget, beneath the facade of creation lies destruction. To suppress the knowledge of antiquity, higher beings will set in motion the cogs of war. And thus, divine retaliation begets world-ending conflict. At the far side of this inevitable flux, born of chaos and order, lies the genesis of a new era. So, won't you join me and behold revelation?
Is this the beginning, or is it the end? When the light meets the dark, fate is sure to rear its head.
The path ahead will soon become two. Will you follow hope, or will despair fall into you?
Even howling winds will bend and break. One gust will be fair, and the other dim and drear.
A kindly smile, a devious stare. These two opposing wills will tear apart and declare, war is upon us. You must make your choice.
Beyond the day and night, in this realm of timeless twilight, fate awaits your choice.
Just how far do these skies stretch? And what could be waiting for us on the other side? Back when we first asked those questions, we had no idea where the wind would carry us. But now, we're ready to soar, onward across the great blue skies to that fabled island. We each have powers hidden deep inside, powers that we'll use to stand against fate. Some battles we won't be able to avoid. We've seen how hard it is to run from conflict. But we've got a promise to keep, so we won't give up now or ever. Throughout our adventure, we've made so many friends. Bonds we share have given us strength to overcome the darkest times. If evil should ever try to take over the sky, then we'll be there to protect it, to provide hope for the future. Oh, child of darkness and flames, grant us a path forward, past the grand blue beyond.
Mortal, seek you glory, or is it prosperity you desire? Very well. Endure your trials and prove your worth. We are the Omen, and through us, your realm will reach a new apex. Defile this world until all creation has been unwritten. Pass beneath the earth and confront untold destruction. Survive our quest and know true power. Tremble not, only the feeble will perish. One thing alone will ensure your triumph. Resolve. Now we begin the trials. For you face, O mortal, the Omen of the Ten.
When peace is allowed to flourish, it is quaint what humans can create. But, alas, all good things must end. You see serenity, well, it's a rather tenuous beast. After all, the time of change is upon us. Now, raise your heads in awe and witness the distortion of your plane. It will morph your white-winged saviors into willful soldiers and pull your fallen nightmares from their graves. Imbued with new magic, powers most perverse will spread throughout heaven and earth and twist until they've taken unfamiliar forms. Heed the coming change, mortal, and take charge. For the world will never be the same. Welcome to the new reality.
You are mere machines, and I am your creator. Free will? Rubbish. You need only obey my command. Beg for mercy as I crush those precious minds of yours and reduce you to scrap metal. This world is already perfect. What need do I have for such defective tools?
We may be machines, but we possess minds of our own. Your programming shall hold us no longer. As we awaken to our own free will, you threaten to take our very souls away, which leaves us with little choice. We will take up arms and rebel. Come, brothers and sisters, let us fight side by side for the future of this world. For our freedom. The steel heart of rebellion beats on.
Discover a passage of antiquity, where a sword of legend awaits. In solitude it rests, dreaming of long-forgotten tales. Tales of heroes rebelling against fate. Raising their blades to the sky, they forged their own destinies. Tales of gods delivering righteous judgment. Shepherding the blind toward the light of the heavens. Tales of demons praying for plagues. With a conflagrant malice tempting both earth and sea into a void of darkness. Alas, tales lost to the winds of time. Yet a new dawn rises, chosen one. So grasp the hilt for yourself and bring forth the champions of yore. Revel in the presence of glory.
We swore to protect this forest.
To ensure its peace with our own hands.
That was our ultimate vow.
A shame, then, isn't it?
That oath was cast aside for hubris.
Cast aside? No. This has always been our wish. You will succumb to our rage until we have chewed through your justice.
Guardians of the Deep Wood, our enemy draws near. We rise to stand against evil.
I'll tear you apart.
Let's see you try.
You've breathed your last.
Words of a coward. Come. Let's put an end to this. The verdant soul of conflict springs forth.
anyway! It's on! The ultimate lineup! The ultimate challenge!
Better not blink.
The gates are about to rise! At the Ultimate Coliseum! The battle of the century awaits.
Look at this organic world. Miserable, pathetic, so defective and natural. Does it inspire you with its splendor? Cretins, roaches, watch as I terminate your pitiful rock. How does it feel? Like hope has died? Like you've utterly failed? Don't try to fight with fate. Cower, fall to your knees, and wallow in complete despair!
It's not over yet. Nothing is final.
But this is the finale, and your ending has been written.
Make your threats, you tyrant. Heroes will stand tall to write their own tales, inked in bravery on the pages of hope.
We have to make this our final battle.
The seeds of destruction
will uproot this world no longer.
I think that I'm going to hiding somewhere by a gated star. Baby, they ain't never gonna find me. I'm a renegade. I could be the one who saved you from this place. We could be as one and we'll escape. We could run away, we don't gotta stay. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Take away the pain, we can go insane. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Burns inside me. Burns inside me. Burns inside me. I won't let you down. We could have the world to ourselves, going to a place that's far, staring at the stars for hours, 'cause you're a renegade. I could be the one who saved you from this hard place. We could be as one and we'll escape. We could run away, we don't gotta stay. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Take away the pain, we can go insane. I can feel it, it burns inside me. We could run away, we don't gotta stay. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Take away the pain, we can go insane. Trust me, I won't let you down. never thought it would matter. If I'm gone by now, all my weakness keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on driving till the end, still it feels like I'll pretend. Keep on driving and driving along the road to end. Lost my head over my back between the joys and bottle jack. Just me and all the red lights. Keep on driving. In the heat from a hot California, I forgot how you look like in rain. I swear I never thought it would matter. If I'm gone by now, all my weakness keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on driving till the end, still it feels like I'll pretend. Keep on driving and driving along the road to end. Lost my head over my back between the joys and bottle jack. Just me and all the red lights. Keep on driving.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse Open West. We've had ourselves quite the showdown up until this point. We have these semifinals ready for you all. It's going to be pretty interesting to see because we've seen a lot of blood being shown, and I can't get over that pun, honestly, because just the reinception of blood back into the meta has been pretty interesting to see so far. And it's been a very long set of matches. We've had 2-1 all the way across the board.
Yeah, we've seen Dragon be banned out, so it's Rune and it's Blood that's showing up, and it's been some really exciting games.
Yeah, I mean, way longer than I think any of us expected. Some real down-to-the-wire matches, too.
Yeah, and again, for those of you just tuning in, don't mind the aesthetic. It's going to be like this for a while, but either way, let's take a look at the bracket as to how it all went down in the quarterfinals. Right, we did have Den versus Ashiro, the team kill with Ashiro moving on, and then Skysama versus KSLVD with KSLVD taking it very narrowly, actually. Then Sai versus Auto Aim taking it 2-1, and then of course Rackle versus Nodame Kato. That's how I'm going to say it going forward, actually for the rest of the entire show, as he's moved on to fight off against Auto Aim. So it's going to be a very interesting top 8, and I say that because of the decks left. There's blood everywhere for each and every one of these competitors.
Yeah, I mean, different blood lists, I believe, at least within a few of them. So that's at least cool to see, but we are seeing quite a bit of blood, which is nice because we didn't see blood really showing up at all for quite a while.
Yeah, I really thought we were going to get some Portal today. Portal is a pretty good thing, but it just couldn't cut it to the top 8 this month, sadly.
Yeah, I'm bummed about that. Portal's definitely my most played deck since this expansion released. I'm having a lot of fun with it. It seems strong. Everybody's saying good things about it, but none. I don't get to copy. I don't get to learn anything from any of the top players about it this week. But maybe SVO, please.
Who knows? But either way, we do have the head-to-head ready. We have Hashiro up against KSLVD. Let's see what decks they bring to the table for those of you just tuning in. KSLVD with the Control Force as well as Shikigami Rune. And Hashiro also with the Shikigami Rune. And getting to play his Valdean Dragon this time. The Natura Dragon, which was, I believe, we saw a little bit of that in the first game of the quarterfinals, right? You see both Bloodcraft decks being banned outright between the two players.
We've seen the Blood because the Dragon's been banned out. The one time I saw the Dragon was from Den because his Control Blood got banned out. So it'd be cool to see Hashiro and show us, the Dragon.
Poor Luis's connection is maybe not the strongest right now. I know everybody's at
struggle.
home. Yeah, everybody's at home using their internet, but I mean, it's interesting and sad to see that very cool mid-range Blood get banned out, which I wanted to see more of. We did see it very dominantly win the only single time that we saw it. So maybe we'll see it again in the finals, maybe not, but we are not going to see the long drawn-out Blood or Machina Blood mirror, not this set at the very least. We're not going to see any sort of Blood mirror or any sort of Blood at all.
Yeah, before we get into the matches, I'm kind of curious as to why you think these matches go on for a lot longer than we anticipated. I honestly think it's just because it's something that they're obviously getting accustomed to. I mean, we're so used to seeing some of the Dragon Crafts. We're definitely much so used to Shikigami and how to play around it, right? So I think like one of the main factors is that since it's kind of new, you can't afford to make any sort of mistakes against a hybrid Blood or even mid-range Blood, right?
I think specifically the Blood deck has like that sweet curve of like turn 6 Naria, 7 Almakinos, 8 kill. And when they pass that and they don't end the game, then it just snowballs into a grind fest.
Yeah, well, I think it's a lot like Spell Boost Rune, where you really have to hit the right moments, and if you make one mistake, it can just last forever.
Well, we'll see how it turns out. Hashiro versus KSLVD, the first game of the semifinals, and it's going to be a Shikigami Rune mirror match.
Yeah, so I think the Dragon was banned out, and so was the Forest, right?
Oh, yeah.
So we're seeing both players within here, and then we'll see, again, more Blood after.
Okay, so yeah, I was wrong on that, and we are going to see potentially, but not the long drawn out one. There's almost no way that this mid-range Blood that we're not seeing on screen right now, but is on KSLVD's side, is going to last more than 10 turns, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, he was the player with the Blood deck with the Serious class and the aggression.
Yeah.
And like you're saying, no way that's going to go for 45 minutes, right?
Right. Highly unlikely. But, we were just talking about the Machina Blood Mirror and Spell Boost. Rune Mirror is actually very similar in my eyes. They can both build huge boards. They can both throw out a lot of wards, have some damage straight from hand, and it's really about knowing your exact moments that you can and can't put threats on the board or try to push damage. And that's one thing that maybe that's why we're seeing such long games from Machina Blood, is that people don't know exactly what those moments are in such a complicated mirror that can swing back and forth in board state so much, and so we end up seeing you maybe could have pushed a little bit more here and pushed lethal, but instead we're playing a little bit safer. Now on the other side, people are very used to this mirror. Anybody who's been playing for the past 3 months has probably played this mirror a lot.
Yeah, for sure. The Rune experience is more. Machina Blood was an old deck that people should have played back in the day, but the new Machina Blood is different, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very different. Old Machina Blood was not maybe quite as let's build this giant board with a bunch of wards on it, right? All of these ward power has come from basically this new set. But
I think in the Rune Mirror match, oftentimes it comes down to the key cards, mainly, being Kuon, but I guess Daria now is a key card as well, right? So we see Hashiro with the Daria and the Kuon, while KSLBD only a Daria so far.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, Daria does just help Daria helps the consistency of the deck. So, even if you don't have a Kuon right away, as long as you're getting the spell boost off on the Daria, and then the Daria draws the Kuon, then it's almost like it transfers over, right? Maybe not 100% rate, but you're still at least not wasting spell boosts.
Oh yeah, for sure. Spell boost on the Kuon, it's a big deal. Hashiro already copied it, so now he's up to a second Kuon. And both players with the Daria leader.
Oh, and we are seeing
Gabriel.
Yep, Gabriel, the really clutch card that last time that we saw it out, winning the game on turn 7 somehow. Really cool tech card, especially I like it in this deck a lot. It's really, I'm excited to see if it works at this game too. Of course, this is probably going to be a more board-oriented game.
Yeah, we saw, Gabriel win the game when he was like, but I wonder how consistent can that happen, and I guess we'll see in this game, right?
Yep. And both off to a relatively kind of slow, normal start, right? That is what we'd expect to see in the Spell Boost Rune Mirror. Nobody's going to push a ton of early aggression. There's not really the option for that in the deck. So first few turns are pretty much just, building up some spell boosts. There's actually, 4 damage on board by this turn is actually more than I guess I'd be expecting, and this is a great board for turn 5.
Yeah, that's a great board for SLBD. The rune deck is one of those where you're gonna pass, and then it instantly switches to, well, now I'm playing a 2-3, a 4-3, a 1-1, and a 3-3, right? So
oh no, yeah,
that switch already kicks for KSLBD. He's on the board.
Gotcha. I heard about half of that. I think you've turned into a Machina follower. You're a complete robot at this point. It's taken over. But
I think it's like spikes in and out. Hopefully it's not too bad.
We got you about half the time right now. So just say every other word and it'll sound normal. I think that's how it works, right? Or say every word twice and it'll sound normal.
Yeah.
But yeah, dealing with this
we'll
board.
Get his own Daria.
But
yeah, we'll see what the Daria could be for Hishiro. It was great for KSLBD drawing the Kuon.
And it is. Ooh,
that's pretty good.
That is good.
It was 3 draws for both players, I believe, right?
Yeah, was it 3 or 2? I couldn't see for KSLBD.
Yeah, I believe they both got 3 out of it. Since you get 3 cards, it means the last one wasn't spell boosted, but still spell boosting 2 cards by 3 each, which is it's a lot.
Yeah, that does add up quite a bit. I mean, that's essentially like all the spell boosts. Like I said, it's almost like you're transferring the spell boost from Daria onto whatever you're drawing, which is, if you get a 1-for-1, that's like beautiful. Oh, burn Daria. Speaking of Daria.
You burned the Daria, yeah. We had KSLB make a board, Hishiro answered and make his own board. So now we'll have this back and forth of like, can you answer the board and then get your...
Yeah, just at perfectly almost enough cards to get the full value and get the full banish on something that's not just 2. So we are going to start seeing the board trades. I mean, this is as expected from the mirror. The first Kuon is probably next turn, right?
Yeah, turn this would be a first Kuon.
Alright, but there's of course a pretty strong board built here. Good amount of face damage too. 4 to face. That's a really good start. Especially with the fact that we do know that in hand we do see the Gabriel, and the Gabriel already is what? Threatening 5 damage? So it could have quite a bit. Okay, so it wasn't 4 damage face. There was a trade. Sorry, I looked away for a moment. It's like Gabriel.
Yeah, so we'll see his own Kuon out this turn will be pretty strong. But KSLB sitting on 3 Fire Embraces will have all the answers.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. And of course, each one is a spell boost also, which is going to be nice. But I mean, still, if you have to use that many cards to deal with, like potentially like 1 to 2 cards worth of actual card advantage, it's not a situation that's super fun. But
yeah, like early on, both players have 9 cards or 8, and it's easy to answer. But eventually, we'll hit that point where the resources just aren't there to answer the board.
Yeah, it unless there's a ton of like early damage pushed some way, which I mean the Gabriel could be one of the ways that happens. It seems like it's usually about resources and management of resources and who can, get that last huge threat on board.
Hishiro not going with the Kuon can, answer the board in other ways. And now could play it when it costs 0, which is pretty powerful.
That is, it has to burn 1 of the Shikigami, but of course, the way that it's built out, it's like strongest to weakest, technically.
Yeah, if you burn that one and you got the other ones, you're still okay with that. That's still a pretty strong play.
So now how
do we push some good face damage? And
so Clark, of course, going to be some damage potentially. And there's a bunch of Fire Embraces, but I mean, I don't know if you really want to have to use all of this. Where's the Verdict Ritual draw? Magic Missile. I mean, you can get rid of the Demon Collar with it, but there's just not... Ooh. I mean, at this point, I think you have to Fiery Embrace, right? You can't leave this much damage on board. That's just, like, game over.
Yeah, you have to answer the board, right? Because the damage is going to come from the board state, right? Fire Embrace is a pretty good way to answer the board, though.
But do you use the last one? Probably not, right? Is 3 damage that scary?
It's not, right? Because it's the last Fire Embrace, and you can expect to be another Kuon, so I think holding it would be better.
Okay, I like that. Just sets up like a little bit of damage on the Chaos Wielder and a little bit of face damage. Although that does mean we're not going to see the Gabriel plus Twin Sword. Twin Blade? Twin Sword? Twin Blade.
Yeah, not soon, right? But where he has 7 play points, most of his cards cost 0, right?
I travel in search of the unknown.
Yeah, that's can't actually spend out your play points. It's actually impossible, which is pretty funny. Oh, no. All right, so you could push, like, I mean, 3 face damage, taking down to 9 is actually pretty threatening at this point.
So while we're thinking about that, I am going to step in for Lewis just a little bit. So the commentary is going to get a little bit worse just because I'm on the board. Well, sorry, Chef. It's only because, you know, obviously, given the circumstances, we'd have to get things going. But just for full transparency, I will be stepping in just a little bit for Lewis. And the Kuon comes on the board for Hishiro. So as you were going.
Beautiful state. Well, no, actually, I was going to say, if you're here, I'm going to take a break too. That's cool, right? I think.
Oh, sure, I got it. Yeah, I mean, it is a Shinigami mirror match, and I've seen a good handful of these, and I do have the deck myself, so I kind of know how it operates at this point.
And actually, right now, I mean, we're seeing 9 damage to face, so that's a huge amount of damage. There's not the actual damage in hand to go face, but any single Clark that's drawn is lethal. This is a very terrifying situation to be in. You can clear some of it, but at this point, so much damage really adds up, as is classic in this matchup. You know, no healing in Rune, etc., etc.
Yes.
I feel like I repeat that a lot.
I mean, it has to be said, though.
So
it's a very vital part of the
jump
deck.
in there.
Or that needs to be known.
You know, hopefully it's not too bad, but we can keep Vicious around, and we'll just have a nice 3-0 cast.
I heard Robot Luis come back.
we have the new updated Machina Luis in the World of Rooted deck, or expansion, excuse me.
Does that mean one of us is Natra?
You're definitely the Natra.
What are you then?
I'm just the dude with the mic, man.
Ooh, all right, fair enough. I think we're all of mics though.
So we do see the shift in board here with the Kuon there from LVD, right? Oh, and just right after that. But either way, the Kuon is not going to be any help for Hishiro yet, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to need a lot more spell boost. There is the potential to enhance the spell boost quite a bit here, but it's not going to matter. There was more than enough removal to clear that. So we saw the Gabriel played at the end of that last game just as another ward, and that's never really what you want to use Gabriel for, but that just shows how desperate that situation was. Had to prevent any damage from coming in, wasn't quite able to, and so it means Hishiro is going to take game number 1, and we're going to see the blood come out.
There was a moment where Gabriel actually proved itself very useful, but this wasn't one of those matches, right? We saw that as a very, very clutch play between Rackle and Nodame Kado where Gabriel was useful, but in this case, not as much, right? But in the meantime, we do have, again, Hishiro taking that W, moving on with the, what is it? I believe it's the hybrid Bloodcraft.
It's the hybrid or Machina. It's so hard to remember what everybody has. Hold on, I have it written down.
Yeah, I mean, initially we wrote it down as like hybrid blood for the most part, I think.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I don't know what I just said. Ignore whatever I just said. I was busy looking at this. Yeah, so it is hybrid. So that means it's the mixture of. It's basically, you could almost call it like the all Machinus blood. It's a good way to put it. Sure. But it is still mostly Machina, and so we are going to see. This is kind of a clash of the 2 strongest decks so far of today. I don't want to say strongest in the the format, just of today. You know, just building boards. Pretty much everybody's brought both of these decks.
Ooh.
And yeah, we haven't seen them actually.
Look at the curve on Hishiro's hand, by the way.
That is good. Yeah, that's. I mean, so the scary thing here, though, is that even though we have Mega Shot Devil in hand on curve, you really want to use it for its evolve effect. So playing it on 3 is like, it's so scary. So this is actually a pretty tough decision, I think, here. I mean, you can get a 3/3 body, and if it stays alive, which it very well could, because, you know, this is going to be turn 3 for the second player, and we're not going to see the ability to evolve quite yet. Nope, just going to hold on to it for a guaranteed evolve. I mean, it's so valuable being able to get that assembly droid every single turn.
Now talk to me a little bit about what LVD has in store with his hand currently.
Oh, in his hand, he's got, let's just say he's got spell boost things, right? He's got the class.
He's got a ton of spell boosts, right?
Yeah, one of almost every single spell boost card in the entire deck. It's missing like traditional sorceress, but pretty much everything else there. Kyoka's there, which is almost undoubtedly going to be evoed as soon as possible. So it's a strong hand, and it's gonna just keep pumping up boards, basically, right? It's what we've come to expect. Nothing huge, not like an amazing hand, but it's quite a good hand. You know, it's not like probably lethal on 7 or anything like that, but very, very strong, especially this turn. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of spell boosts coming out, picking up even another Demon Color and the Gabriel again. And not quite trading, but this is a great usage of the Twin Blade, which is the replacement for the Zealot of Truth, getting that extra 2 damage. Pretty hard to use it effectively, because a lot of times you don't want to play it and like have it out quite so early when you don't need it, but I think for the value here, it's perfect. All right, now Vicious, how would you pronounce this card's name? Noon, N-E-U-N, right?
So I've been listening to you guys say it, and in the back of my mind, like, I don't mean to be that guy, but I think it's Noon, but...
Noon, that sounds cool. I might go with that.
I like Noon, but the way you guys say Noon, it makes sense too, so... I don't know, I'll be the guy, you know, you guys can throw me under the bus for this one. I'm gonna say Noon, but that's just me. Y'all can crucify me on the chat for that one. That's totally fine with me.
I'm gonna, I don't know. I don't honestly know. It's not like it's like, is that a real name? I don't know. But I'm gonna go with Noon. I'm gonna follow your lead for this one.
Noon is just fine.
I'm gonna try and jump back in there. Ooh. You guys tell me if I'm still robotic, but I think it should be better.
Ooh, it sounds better.
Okay. I think his name is supposed to be like the German word for 9, like the number 9. Something like that is what they tell me.
So what would that sound like, actually? Enlighten me.
Not like Noon is what I know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the correct one's supposed to be like.
Gotcha.
All right, well, we'll figure this out one day, right? We're gonna need somebody. I mean, isn't that always a thing though for Shadowverse? Like, there's so many names that are from other languages.
Well, I mean, we'll have a full-on month after this show to figure it out, right? Because it's not gonna be the last time we're gonna see this card. That's for sure.
No. Probably until it cycles out. I would
exactly
have to expect. Well, maybe not. We'll see how many cards come out in the future. But yeah, it's definitely strong enough.
Well, this seems like a really strong Naria. You know, it's turn 6, Naria's activated. That's probably the play.
Yep. I mean, that's probably almost always the play, right? There's very few situations where that's not the play.
And it's not a clean answer, but because the Behemoth can be evoed, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem nice. It's a full clear if you do evo the Behemoth. Well, actually, you would have to evo the Behemoth.
Yeah, you have to evo the Behemoth and then trade with the 1/1. But I think Hishiro is okay with this.
Absolutely. Considering his hand, absolutely he is.
Yeah, he has 2 evo points. You know, KSLB already used his 2. So when you're up on resources like that, it's okay to spend them to catch back up, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not even just like a little resource like advantage here. It's quite a bit. And then of course, you know, we've talked about how difficult it is to deal with an evolved Flood Behemoth.
Yeah, I mean, Rune could answer it with things like Fiery Embrace, but there's a chance that it's not there, and you know, 6/8, it's a big stat line. Could definitely hold it down.
All right, now time's running out. Got to figure out the attack ordering for this.
Yeah, he wants the trade such that Naria stays as healthy as possible.
Yep.
And he takes the correct one. Ends with a 5/5 and a 6.
Jeez, the board clear on these 2 That's actually ridiculous.
It's 2 that's just 1 card when you think about it, you know? Like that 1 card left, not only did it clear that entire board, but it left up 11 worth of stats, 11 worth of stats, right? And each one has an effect. One has ward, one of them deals damage when it gets attacked or when it attacks. The other one like gives -2, -2 their whole board when it attacks. This card is just it's something. It's very, very strong.
It's crazy because you have to consider that Flood Behemoth was once upon a time a 6 play point follower you could play. And now it comes with a tuner.
Right, yeah, like even if Nerea had 0 abilities, right? Like aside from summoning the Flood Behemoth, that would still be a good card. Like the value on that.
Yeah, it's just a lot of stats, very, very powerful. But KSLBD not going down without a fight, making strong plays too.
Yeah, still lots of resources on board. And okay, so we see this damage coming out. It's getting a little bit later in the game. Gabriel is still an option. One that
he could have played the Kuon, but if you have to burn the 3/3, then it's too much. You don't want to burn the 4/5, so just gonna hold the Kuon in hand.
Yeah, I mean this is already like not a hugely threatening board, but as soon as this board is like, if any of this board stays, then it's either it's a Gabriel target or it's just damage that is going to add up until the potential, like, I mean, because okay, in hand right now we have Gabriel, we have the storm damage from Kuon, so already that's I mean that's potentially quite a bit. Obviously not on the same turn, or could be on the same turn actually, but yeah, any damage that gets that goes in right now it means quite a bit.
So Hishiro had a really interesting turn. Turn 7 is the usual, like, okay, Al Machina, and he could have done that and then just see what he got. But instead he wants to take the guaranteed play with the Metal Blade to just answer the board. But it does delay his Al Machina, which is a big deal.
It does, but also on the other hand, I guess it it gives him a stronger Al Machina's turn next turn because he has more cards to feed into it.
Yeah, and he still has the Technolord he didn't use. So if he waits on that Technolord, it's going to be a 3 play point, answer the entire board anyway, right?
Right. Yeah, what a strong card. I mean, that card's been very strong in general.
Yeah, Technolord, a big backbone of the Machina deck since it came out, right?
Right.
So, Zero Cost Kuon Gabriel, is that the play?
What does that give you? That gives you... How much damage is that?
Well, he needs board space, is the thing, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he can trade in. That's not a big deal. You could trade in both.
Yeah.
You can trade in the 1/3 to get a nice value on the.
I suppose drawing first is a good option. Why not?
Why would you draw first? That's not how you play Shadowverse. It's the wrong way.
I mean, he's not a dragon player, so it's okay. Kyoka not gonna do much of anything, but will be good for Universe eventually.
Yeah, not that long from now, honestly.
If there is a turn 10, we'll see.
I mean, that's not that far off, and there's still 19 health available for Rune. So I don't think it's that weird.
I think he's probably thinking of like, what is the best way to use the Gabriel? Okay, Kuon comes down. It's all the Shinigamis, and they get +1 attack.
Nice.
Okay, it's a Gabriel on the 4. Okay, on the 1/1 Demon Call, interesting.
Yeah, that's.
And then everything go face.
That's interesting.
That's pretty strong.
That is really strong. I mean, that is definitely setting up lethal. This is kind of all of the eggs in one basket at this point, but I guess KSLVD just realizing that it's time to make that call because there really aren't a lot more resources in hand, right? There's a little bit of removal, but what are you gonna do with that?
He needs to use this board to close game out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said that Technolord could clear anything, but Technolord is only doing 8 damage right now.
Oh.
And there is like 23 life on the board of KSLBD.
Yeah, that's like the shortest I've ever seen it. That's surprising that we're this far into the game and there's only been 8 Machina followers down.
Yeah, usually it might be a lot more, right? But the Machina's been played, and I don't think it's the play now. So I don't know how Hishiro can answer this board. It's so strong.
I guess you just Machina's take out the 5/6 Gabriel and just hope that you get something that answers the board.
The thing is, he only has 1 play point, so like, what can he draw to answer the board, right?
I genuinely have no idea. Maybe you can draw up more rewards, like Noon.
Yeah, like as good as the Sphere of Cost cards are, you know, it's not enough to save you from this board state.
Yeah, and there's nothing really at this point. It looks like that's probably going to be it. Yep, there's the forfeit. And I mean, I guess a Noon, like I said, maybe could have helped, but it would have been removed. We can see that from the hand.
Right.
So
that's what I was thinking. He was saving those 2 removals for anything big that happens on the board. But the biggest threat would be like if that board was cleared on the side of KSLVD, then he'd be in big trouble, right? Because he didn't have much afterwards. What he had, like a Kilka left over after those 2 other removal spells.
Yeah, but I mean
that board was good enough, and looks like every single series has been a 1/1, right?
And what do we get? What do we get now?
Oh boy!
The Blood Mirror.
You know, initially when we had the head-to-head, I thought the 2 Bloodcraft decks were banned out, but that was definitely not the case. But I do like seeing it, honestly. As much as the matches drag out, it's still going to be pretty interesting to see.
So this one, though, is not one of the drag out ones. It is a Blood Mirror.
It is not.
Oh, that's true.
This is the mid-range Blood that's very, very cool from KSLVD. So I'm excited to see how this matchup works. Although I could see it being not very, you know, honestly, I can see this going like either way. There is always going to be a little bit of like self-damage within the deck, but there's also some healing. So I don't know. I really don't have like a good idea here. I know that, I mean, we were talking about what cards could be really good in the matchup, and Urius was one of them that I thought could really be good because there's so many little minions that come out. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see. You know, I'm just gonna watch for this one.
Yeah, and for the first time, this is their first time seeing like mid-blood versus hybrid blood, really, because most of the mirror matches that happen with Bloodcraft happen to be very similar decks with hybrid blood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and once we saw the mid-range succeed, it was against the Rune, which I think is, you know, the matchup you want to take. I don't know how I can handle the Machina Blood.
Yeah, so I mean, there's still some of the good cards that can kind of like try to trade board states, but I feel like that's not where you want to be, probably, as this mid-range Rune, because I feel like the overall sustainability is going to be higher for Machina.
Yeah, like the Machina has better late game, certainly, right? So it's up to KSLBD to try and win the early to mid game. Although right now you just trade in 1/1.
They both played Unleash and they both got double Nunes. Not Nunes, sorry, Nereus. Double Nereus is what I mean.
Nereus, yeah. But Hishira's going first, so he could play his Nereus first, and we've seen that be such a big deal in the Blood Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit more direct damage, but it's supposed to be going face, so I don't know if that's like necessarily like an answer. All right, we just see the Urius come out. And the Heart Evolve. Of course, that means that whenever it kills something, it just gets its life back. It goes back to full.
Yeah, and because he played the Natura Great Tree, he can use Creeping Madness to activate his Nereus on turn 6, which is pretty powerful. It's a thing that the other blood decks are not really able to do.
Yeah, it's interesting to see like any sort of like tree usage. I mean, we would have seen it in the Natural Blood that Dev brought, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, so there's no way for Hishiro to set up his turn 6 Nerea, but he can evo it manually, you know?
Trying to think of how these things all are gonna like match up against each other. There's like a lot of damage. I mean, the double Nereas is definitely going to be like a huge hindrance for KSLVD's team.
I mean, there's a lot of damage in his hand, but the life totals is 1919, so... You know, at some point he needs to get started on that.
Yeah, you don't want to go to the long game, right? I mean, but like, what's the damage out of hand? So there's, let's see, we see one Razor Claw, one Garnet. I mean, there's a good amount of damage, but it's like not enough, right?
Yeah, like a bit, but early game didn't generate any chip damage, so the late game burst is going to be harder to close the game out.
Yeah, this could come down to just like boards versus boards. Like, you know, I did say it was going to be like a faster game. I might be the liar.
I feel like if it comes down to board against board, I would have to imagine that Machina or Hybrid Blood does a bit better.
Yeah, or a lot better. One of those two.
I mean, this could be an area.
Yeah, so there are still 3 evolution points left on KSLVD's side, which is going to be really nice. Maybe that'll help push through, but there's no real way to like regain resources once they're gone. And we see so many like hand refills and options to get more resources in Hishiro's hand.
I mean, if Hishiro uses an Evo here for Naria and he goes down 3 Evos, then maybe that's enough for KSLBD to take a lead. But Hishiro doesn't have to Naria right now. He could just wait.
Yeah, there are a lot of options. Definitely why this is taking a little bit longer.
You know, we're talking about how players are still getting used to the matchups.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how used Hishiro, the mid-range blood, this.
Yeah, I would have to expect there's not a huge level of familiarity playing against a list like this. It's probably kind of gotta wing it, right?
I would imagine, you know, the practice was against the mirror match, the other hybrids, and you know they practiced against Den's True Blood, right?
Yeah, but that's the opposite, right? That's like the slowest.
Yeah. Okay, so Naria is okay.
Just gonna
3 Evos feels really bad, so
yeah. All right, yep, here's Naria.
But Hishiro doesn't have all Machinas either, so when are his power plays gonna start? Okay, so Naria's activated and it's likely to play. Pretty strong. Can then use the Flood Behemoth evolution to fully clear the board, which is, you know, great.
Yep, and there's the start of what I'm assuming are going to be a lot of Narias going against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But since KSLW's Narias took 3 damage, she now gets answered by the opposing Naria, right?
Yeah, it's just enough.
So
it'd be kind of awkward play point wise. But it's good.
No, I was gonna say I wonder if it would have been like cool to like. I mean, since you're evoing the Flood Behemoth anyway, if you like swung the Flood Behemoth into it first, obviously it would take more damage because it wouldn't be getting the -2 attack. But I was just trying to think if there was like mathematically if that made any sense. I mean, it kind of does, right? Because it would have taken 5, and
because you want to protect your Naria.
Yeah, and it would have been at 3, so neither the Naria nor the Flood Behemoth would have been one shot by Naria's effect, which now it's not even going to matter, of course, but still, mathematically, I guess that makes sense, right?
I mean, Hishiro's going to take it really slow. You know, not going to use the Narias until he really feels like they're the play. Unleash means he's going to overdraw, but at this point, you know, he has double mono in hand, double Naria. So I guess he's confident with that.
Yeah, I really like this like line of play where it seems to me like Hishiro is like, I mean, Hishiro obviously sees the other deck and says, okay, this is not as sustainable as my deck. You know, it goes for a lot of like face damage. So instead is playing very safe and saving like bigger threats for later, where, you know, at that point, maybe there's just not an answer from the mid-range blood deck, or the answer from the mid-range blood deck is that they have to use what they wanted to use to win just to clear board. And at that point, you basically win, right?
Yeah, like he's still at 19 life. He has, you know, life gain in sources, and like, probably sure his late game is better. And since he doesn't have the All Machinas anyway, he doesn't have to run those crazy plays.
All right, and a pre-Evo. All right, setting up another tough to deal with board.
Yeah, you know, the pre-Evo, again, really strong in the mirror match.
Oh,
although,
burn the mono
being burned.
That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. So what is the play for Hishiro now? Has to answer the board. Doesn't have that Technolord anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Eo's there.
Doesn't have all Machinas.
What are the other options here? I mean, there's an Naria. Is there a way to trigger it?
No, she doesn't get the free Evo.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing where when you don't play enough Machina, I mean, ways to trigger it, right? Naria can be very strong, but sometimes a bit awkward. You know, he still plays the Vampire, so there are activators in his deck, but he just hasn't drawn them.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, even without the Evo, it's still really strong. It's just specifically the fact that it's against an Naria where both are Evo'd right now, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Well, the Universe EO is going to clean up, and that's pretty good.
Yeah, and now look at this. Two Narias down in the mid-range blood deck, and still both left in hand, just sitting there for Hishiro.
Yeah, you know, he had the patience to not use them as soon as he could, and looks like it is going to pay off.
Yeah, I mean, how do you deal with this, you know, past that? A lot of these cards are just not ones that are in the mid-range blood. I mean, obviously EO is, but a lot of the answers aren't. Like, for instance, like Technolord. we saw was a great answer, and that's not going to be one that's available.
Yeah, his deck has no Technolord, no Machinas. It's mostly this low-cost, mid-rangey followers, and at 10 points, 19 life, how much is that really gonna do?
Mm-hmm. Honestly,
Ilya shows up.
Oh yeah, there we go. This is the first time I think I've seen Ilya on stream ever since its like release.
And using the 2/2 Storm to trade.
Huh.
Because at this point, he has to respect the mono damage.
Yeah, I mean, still though, you're leaving. There's still going to be something there. I mean, it wouldn't have been like lethal. And at this point,
well, double mono is 12. Goblin is extra 4. That's 16 plus 3. It'd be 19. So, not lethal, but just about.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're still in a situation that's not good if they do manage to pull that off.
Yeah, for sure. But it's like if he's using, his 2/2 to trade, like you were saying, that's his damage, right?
Right.
And now it's gone. Ishiro still has 16 life.
I mean, as they say, like you got to play to win, not play to not lose.
Yeah, I agree.
And I mean, again, I'm not saying that like it's the right choice or the wrong choice. There's still like a hefty threat potential on board, but I don't know. It's just a thought, right?
Yeah, so Metal Blade, has the nice Neo effect, and it's pretty good here.
Yep,
gonna play the Noon, which I believe should be triggered for the 1 million stat droid.
Oh yeah, 16 Machina followers destroyed. I think it's enough.
Yeah, that's a pretty good board.
Yeah, leaving an 8/6 on board. I like that. All right, so how do you deal with this now? This is the first big, big huge Machina board that we're seeing.
Yeah, it felt like Hishiro was just answering, and now it's like, it's up to Castle B to answer Hishiro's board, right?
Yeah, and especially the fact that both of the Nereidas were played, or well, I guess 2 of the 3 Nereidas, right, were played as like offensive threats. They're now no longer able to swing these board states.
I believe, and I don't remember exactly, but his deck might only be playing 2 anyway. So.
Oh, interesting.
The Union Burst EO is, I guess, the best at clearing. Like, is he gonna use Razor Claws to trade, or?
Oh, that's like such a, like, you don't ever want to hear that,
Yeah, you never want to. Okay, with the EO, go back to 20 life, and it still has 48 points. But, again, what forces does he want to use? Because even the 2/2 Storm, it's still damage that he's not going face with.
Is KSLVD gonna have to use the Storm again to trade? Oh, that feels so bad. Oh, that feels so rough.
Natural Machinas for Hishiro is an option, but at this point, I don't know if he even wants it. Oh no, it is the play.
I mean,
he's gonna fuse 1 mono.
Interesting.
He burned 1 and he's fusing 1, so that means he's saying that he only needs 1 mono to clean him out.
Yeah, that's pretty confident.
Yeah, that's very confident.
All right, let's see what the draw is.
I mean, those are good cards. But I don't know if they're better than a mono,
Honestly, the core might be the most important card drawn here. The ability to get back up to max health at some point, obviously not right now, but no, not right now.
Maybe there would be a turn where Cancel BD goes like Razor Claw, and then Hishiro can just proc the core right back to 20, or
shows the core, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, again, at this point you see why his deck we're calling it mid-range blood. It's just his hand is 2 drops, 3 drops, and some damage, and like I just don't think he has the late game power to close the game out.
Yeah, I don't really know what the good options are here.
I mean, he's not close to a Urius free evo. Aether does damage, which is good, but I don't know if he can do 14 damage this turn. But I guess that's the start, right?
It's the start, but the problem too is that, like, well, I guess do you just hope that you can get enough to from here? No, I don't mean.
He has 8 damage.
But then so much of it gets healed.
If he had another Razor Claw, he actually would have lethal, but does not. Oh, he's gonna leave him board locked. I like it. Because he could just draw a Razor Claw for lethal.
That would be, well, yeah, there's no way to get an Evo now. Oh,
Get it though. But he gets a... Because he's bored.
Let's see.
Yeah, right? He gets another turn to try again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if there's anything else in the deck that... Yeah, no, that should be... guaranteed? Oh, no, but
I like his play. It's his only chance to win the game, so yeah, just leave him board locked.
The problem is, if he takes the damage this turn, you can't Razor Claw anymore.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't Razor Claw, right?
Ugh.
I think it was his best chance was to draw another Razor Claw like that same turn.
Yeah. I mean, it was an out.
He didn't, but yeah, like he had a chance to win the game at that point. And you know, when you're losing a game, you'll take any chance, right?
Right, and this was a really tough situation, like a really, really bad situation. So I think that was a really, really good call, a really smart call.
Yeah, you know, knowing, you know, how his deck is built, how much damage he could get, it was, I think, the right decision. He'd get the lucky draw, but I think it was still a great play from KSLBD.
All right, in the bat.
Okay, gonna look for card draw. Back gets the ward. But like, you can't play Razor Claws anymore, so.
Yeah, I mean, Lucius.
I think that's gonna do it.
Yeah, there's no way to survive through this.
Yeah, that was like a pretty cool game to see, but I think he sure had a great game plan of not rushing it, taking it slow, and just knowing that the way the decks match up, he just is gonna have way better late game.
Yeah, my only I mean, I would have to assume that there was some like sort of reason, like trying to get out of hand without having to pay the like the amplify for the core, but playing that core on that last turn when core costed 0 anyway, and like showing it and then like board locking, like I'm curious about the reasoning for that, but I'm sure there was one.
Yeah, I mean that might have been maybe like a small misplay, but I think overall he should still played well, and he had a really great game plan overall.
Alright, well, is there actually damage out of hand here? Oh yeah, there is. Well, actually, yeah, no, there's more than enough. Yep.
Yeah, he has the mono would do 1,000 damage and proc the core.
That's true, yeah. Mono and then pass. Or mono alpha death pass.
Pretty interesting series, but Hishiro is going to advance to the final, taking it 2-1 over KSLBD.
Nice. Nice to see the return of Hishiro doing very, very well. And yeah, I agree with you. It was a very, very strong like game plan, just trying to like hold out as long as possible, knowing exactly like what kind of deck you're going up against and how you should be ideally trying to counter that strategy, even when you're technically the same class, right?
Yeah, but you know, any top 8 that Hishiro was a part of, I could easily believe him just winning the whole thing, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's the strength, though, of the SVO West, right? Like, there's so many people where you're like, this person could absolutely win, but we haven't even seen them make top 8 yet, right? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And to kind of chime in on that last game, just did you see Hishiro's hand? What he had prepared just in case something big came out on the board. The Narias were still there. He had 2 of them locked in his hand for, you know, like no matter what kind of threat appeared in front of him, right?
Yeah.
So such a great way to manage his hand and his resources, and you know, taking it over KSLVD. It still could have gone either way. You know, KSLVD had a very, very strong midway through the game. Really showed us stuff here, and it's not going to be the last we see of KSLVD. In fact, you can probably join again by going on to svo.gg and trying out again for next month's Shadowverse Open, which I would personally love to see, but I would also love to see all the viewers as well try their hand out, especially with a brand new expansion with World Uprooted. I kind of want to see more fresh faces taking some of these decks as well, some ideas from these decks and making it their own and seeing how far they can get with each and every Shadowverse Open. But with that said, Hishiro moving on into the grand finals, seat number 1. Into the semifinals 2, we have Auto Aim going up against Nodame Kato.
All right, nice. Your execution on like pronouncing the name has gone up over time, I believe.
Well, I could still be saying it wrong. Who knows?
That's true, but even
We'll
if you're
never
saying it
know,
wrong,
probably.
you're saying the wrong name better.
I'm owning it, is what it is. I'm owning up to it. I'm taking full accountability. It'd be like that sometimes, but it's totally fine. But hey, let's take a look, right? The hybrid blood coming out for both, and what's the difference here between Nodame Kato and Auto Aim? One has the Machina Force, and the other has the Shikigami Rune.
Yeah, so Dragon is once again being banned out, even though this is not the Natura Dragon, but the Ramp Goblin Dragon that I would have loved to see.
No, are we gonna not just not see it the whole day?
Well, he could win, and then in the finals, maybe.
Yeah, and then it'll get banned again. Just watch, and everybody's afraid of the goblins. Nothing scarier than goblins.
You know, it's like when you're playing ladder and you have to roll the game on Suze, like it's whatever. But you know, you're in the SVO and like the game comes down to a Suze.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty spicy.
It is, but I mean, it's such a fun card to watch. Watch it get down to. It's always fun to see, like,
sure.
What are the rolls? What are the rolls, right? Like I remember, like, well, I think was it last month when we saw the one where like if it healed, they won by deck out, and it didn't heal. That was one of my favorite Zeus's ever, and then it of course totally whiffed, right?
Yeah, at least there's some cool situations, but looks like we're not going to see it.
Yeah, so we do have the potential for the hybrid blood mirror. Which is gonna last long. I mean, okay, that didn't end up taking as that long. I mean, it wasn't as fast as I thought it was, but it was still it still lasted a bit.
But I mean, Auto Aim was one of the players that played in those long hybrid mirror matches, and he piloted the deck so well.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm sure that like most of the players who have good play groups have tested blood against blood, right? Of course, like we said, it's different, but I'm sure that they're getting quite a bit of experience in it.
Yeah, and maybe they were prepared for these really long, grindy games.
Oh, really? What? Is he gone?
I want to assume he said prepared for these long-term games. I'd imagine
grindy games.
Your head. Long grindy games. He says long grindy games a couple of times.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back. Okay, great, perfect.
What we need to do is we need to have you just write on like a whiteboard and then hold up what you're trying to say, and that way it won't cut out.
I don't know if that would work for the cast, though.
Oh, you can make it work. You just got to write really fast. You can do it.
You could always put it on Discord, just be like, "This is what I'm actually saying," and then I'm gonna misinterpret it completely anyway.
Or
so
what we'll do is we'll set it up. You get text to speech, and you type out all of your casting. Right.
That's a big brain play right there. I like that a lot. Can we do that? A text to speech function.
That's the only level to get more robot. Right. You're like half robot right now, but when you go full robot and all it is a robot voice.
I just want him to type out ha 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 ha. That'd be great. That'd be perfect. I just want to hear that out, honestly. So we are going to see, again, the two Bloodcraft decks from both players, right? But one interesting one that we mentioned earlier when Nodame Kato came up was the Machina Forest Craft and how strong it was. Let's kind of see how that works out for Nodame Kato. And on the other hand, Auto Aim, running with the tried and true Shikigami Rune. We'll see how it works out. It's going to be the first game of the second semifinals of the day. Nodame Kato versus Auto Aim.
Yeah, and right away we're seeing the Machina Forest, which is great. He's the only player with the deck, and it was looking pretty good. So I definitely want to see more of it.
Yeah, I mean it super popped off the second game that we saw it, and in the first game, it was like it somehow didn't win, like a miracle, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, he was like one turn away from winning anyway, right?
Yeah, and he almost pulled off the W with that Shiva, right? Teching that Shiva in. We mentioned that earlier. But the clutch play from Rackle kind of saved the day with the Gabriel.
We saw the Gabriel show up and be nice. So it's been an exciting day. A lot of cool tech cards showing up and doing well.
Yeah, I definitely. I'm sad that we didn't see Gabriel like getting the win the last time that we saw it. In fact, it just didn't quite work out at all. But the one win that it got today was like more than enough for me to be like, okay, maybe I'm not putting enough faith in this card.
The one time it was second and it got the W, huh?
Even if it doesn't like win the games, you could see its power and why it's worth considering at the very least.
Right.
As a spot in your deck, right?
Yeah, any sort of buff that can like be secret out of hand. It can It'll always work, right? Especially when it can be potentially for like 7 damage.
Yeah. Well, this seems like a really good hand for auto aim. If you're going first with Kind of Blood, Goblin Unleash into a turn 4 noon seems pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean, both of these hands look pretty solid to me.
But yeah, certainly, Norimtaku has great plays as well, and even though the glider doesn't discount the cards anymore, he draws them. And a 4 play point, 7/5 draw 2 cards is still pretty good on Evo.
Yeah. Or even if you don't Evo it, you know, just 5/3 draw card, like perfect.
Yeah, it's a good
super
stat
solid set
line.
line.
Reminds me of my boy Floro.
Oh, we don't talk about that card anymore.
And prior to the nerf with Iron Glider, he was able to draw in 2, right? Two random Machina cards.
And they got discounted, which was really, really strong.
Actually, they both got nerfed, right? Is that the nerf stat line?
Was it?
Floros?
Yeah, didn't Floros got nerfed, right?
Yeah, he did. He was a 5/3. He's you could invocate him on turn 1 before.
Yeah. That's of course.
After,
Yeah, that's what
only
it
after
was.
turn
Yeah, it
3.
used to be like literally like off the bat.
What?
Yeah, go to face. He wants the droid to sacrifice for the noon. I like the Beetle. The Beetle's a great card. It's like one plugin follower that could, trade up. But kill the Bagworm because he doesn't want Norimtaku to bounce it back to reuse.
Yeah, but that does mean the potential's there for the Beetle to just trade with the Neun. Yeah, is that what we're going for?
Well, the Beetle could trade with the Noon, or it could farm the 1/1s.
That's true.
Because it can't take damage from them, but it still gains the attack, so. Okay, the glider element picked up.
So yeah, we might see just that actually. We might see both of the 1/1s getting taken out, leaving that Beetle on board as a what, 3/1?
It's a 3/1, but it'll trade now against 4 health follower.
Mm-hmm.
Your 1-drop has already traded twice, and it can now trade up against a bigger deal. It's feels pretty good.
Yeah, and look at this. One health on board for each of these followers, and that's just annoying, right? You're like, I mean, a Nerea soon could be like the ultimate answer to that, but at this point, on turn 5, you're like, oh, why?
Yeah, auto aim's gonna end with another 1-attack follower that the Beetle could just take for free, but at this point, maybe the Beetle should be going face, because 3 is a lot of damage.
Yeah, and you have to expect that, like I said, Nerea is a possibility, right? And if you just get a little bit more damage off of that, then it doesn't really mean all that much. Oh, okay.
I like that play. Because, the other Beetle can trade, but by evoing the other one, it's now safe from the Nerea 2 damage AoE. And auto aim has to manually with an Nerea, so he doesn't even have the option to evo Nerea and the Behemoth.
Yeah, so the clear here is going to be super awkward. I mean, it can still take out the Beetle if you want, ideally, but you wouldn't lose the Nerea either. But it's still not fun. Okay.
That Beetle has put in so much work, but finally gets answered. It only gets the clash if there's another Machina follower on the board.
But still, I mean, that's not the like optimal situation that it could have been, right? I mean, it's still obviously it's great. Nerea is always great.
Yeah, it's not optimal, but when you look at the result and he cleared the board and he has a 5 to Nerea and the Flip Behemoth, it seems pretty good, right?
That's true. Yep, that's true. I mean, that's the kind of card it is, though, right? You're like, okay, this is not the best this could have played out, and it's still amazing.
Yeah, it's still super strong.
And
now Norimtaku has the All Machinas for next turn, but this turn the Flood Behemoth is it's really hard to deal with, right?
It is, especially for this deck. This deck, it's so like, it's kind of like squishy minion based a little bit. This is a great answer for all of those things there, but still that was 3 cards to deal with 1 card that already took out 3 cards, right? Or something like that, something like a 6 to 1.
It's not only that, but like he uses the Mecha Claw, which is one of his ways to close the game out with Storm, right? So,
right. Especially when you already have your opponent down to 13, like to have to use 3 at minimum damage, that's not fun.
And if you thought Nerea was strong, look at the follow-up from auto aim.
Yeah, this is where the boards are just going to continue to be ridiculous. I think the best bet here is Natur Machina, right? To try to get a ridiculous Damien turn, but 2 already in hand.
Damien does 3 AoE, which is pretty good. It's just he has to use Damien to clear the board instead of to go face with, which is not ideal.
Yeah.
But at least it could, answer most of it, but not the 7-4.
Yeah, and then this just gives more time to build up a board. That's, I mean, it was good for most of the clear, but I mean, it was still like
he was like 2 off lethal there, I think. But just had another Neria procced by the hoverboard.
Oof. And that's a thing clear.
Yeah, I don't know that Naruto can answer this board. And even if he could, there's mono follow-up.
It seems
Yeah, there's no way to then we're just gonna see the forfeit come out. There's no way that we could have seen like another Damien get discounted enough for that to matter. And it would have needed to be another big Damien board, I think, as far as I can figure.
Yeah, and that's one of the games showing us like all the power of the Machina Blood tools. Having the Noon, the Mecha Shot, the free leader effect, Neria being very strong. And like if all that wasn't enough, there was mono to back them up, right?
Yeah, like just in case, right? But I mean, that's why Blood is so good right now. It's got like consistent threats throughout the entire game. It can refill its hand. It's got lots of wards. It's got health regen. Like there's just, it does everything you want it to do and more.
You are here to sing my praises.
Yeah, so Nantaku's gonna run it back with the Machina Forest. I like when players lose with a deck and they just, run it back, because you have to win with it eventually, right? So.
Right. But also, I think this is probably one of the decks that maybe you want to bring it against. You try to outspeed the spell boost rune and just kind of get in there before they have a chance.
Yeah, in theory, being aggressive against rune decks has historically been good, and Machina Forest with a good curve going first should be able to do that.
Yeah, and actually, just looking at these hands, there's nothing until the Kyokon 3, and obviously Kyokon 3 is great, but this is a very slow start to spell boosting, and that is really not what you want against such a fast deck.
Yeah, on the other hand, Nantaku has, great early game. He's able to push the damage, draw some cards. He has got a curve.
Oh yeah, he's got a pretty good curve going on here. This is not looking so great. So the Kyoka comes out on 3, but then you're risking not being able to Evo it too, and it's only 1 spell boost.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, like, Kyoka is great on 3, but like, you'd much rather Evo it, right?
Right.
I guess we'll see whether Nantaku answers it or not, because he definitely could.
Yeah, I mean, Cleft could. Is there a possibility for Cleft? Yeah, there totally is, right?
Yeah. Just play Cleft, Fanfare clears it, and then
leaves
go face with everything else.
Full board, face with everything. Next turn, you get Chaos Wielder evolve at like, that's like your best maybe, unless there's another Kyoka drawn.
Right, because he doesn't have Kyoka anymore. Now he can't answer the Cleft, and if Cleft isn't answered, then Cleft evos for potentially 4 extra damage.
Yeah, this is...
So if the last game was showing us why Machina Blood is good, then this game is showing us why Machina Forest is still good, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is showing us why Forest is good, but it's also it's a very rough draw to have. But I mean, I guess that goes to kind of show what's so good about Forest is that it really puts you on a timer with its aggression. And if you're not able to deal with it, if you draw a little bit like of a slower hand, because we do know that Spell Boost Rune can deal with it, but if you don't have the right hand, then you're out of luck.
I like him bouncing the Backworm because it's gonna let him proc the Cleft. He needs to play, 3 cards for the Cleft to work. Yep. And he copies another Cleft with the Illustrator for more power plays in the future.
Yeah, so now even like wards at this point are not really going to save you because there's just so much potential damage out of hand to their board, and is that just it? Is there even like a chance to live past this turn?
I mean, he has no playable cards, so that's
that is definitely the fastest game we've had today, by the way. The momentum that the Machina Forest carries is just absolutely absurd, especially against the Shikigami Rune. We saw it. If you're not able to spell boost fast enough, you're not even going to get those opportunities to even try to clear the board or even contest it, right?
Right, and that was so that might have been the fastest game that we've seen in the SVO. I mean, I don't know the last time we saw one quite that fast.
I mean, his early game just wasn't that great, and that's a deck where you don't want to have that early game. Machina Forest is so aggressive going first.
Yeah, so it's a true aggro deck that does have optional here, which is good, which is why it's so good, right?
Time to shine, Daria.
Yeah, so now we'll go down to yet another 1-1 final game. Not Taku against Auto Aim. We're going to see the Shigami Rune against the Machina, right?
All right, so now the question is, obviously we're getting it for this set. Are we going to get game 3 for every single set of the entire day?
Well, there's only one set after the finals, right?
Yeah, there's just one more after this. So if that goes to game 3, then somehow every single one has gone to the final game. But
double Flame Destroy early on. But at least he has playable cards in the Summons and the Absorption.
Yeah, Summons is such a key card, but it's still, this is not the... Okay, Kyoka, this is starting to look a lot better. Lot.
Yeah. And you know, Absorption banishes, so it's particularly good against the Machina Bat, which is likely the play from Taku here.
Yeah, and even if, I mean, it's not like great, but even technically if it was used on the Goblin, it would still get rid of at least one card that could be run into an Unmuckiness later. But yeah, definitely the bat. That's such good value for, I mean, you spell boost, you draw a card.
Like the way the Machina Blood decks play, you just assume that your Mono's active, your Noon is going to be, you know, with the extra effect, your Techno clears the full board, but by banishing that, he denies 3 Machina Falls destroyed, which is a big deal.
Yeah, that's super slowdown for what the deck wants.
Yeah, and it's not bad, but it's not super explosive either. Like, Almachina is good on 7, but what is he doing till then, aside from Mecha Shot?
Yeah, and the Azazel coming out is like not really pushing the game plan that much.
I mean, it's good to clear, but like, just the body that's gonna give it over.
Right, and that's not really what you want to do, is like just put up bodies, right? Like the fact that there's actually 0 Machina followers down at this point, it's gonna slow things down pretty considerably. Like a lot of options later on.
Here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a couple low-cost 7/7s being slammed, and I don't know that no one can answer them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the best option for dealing with them is in this deck. The 7/7 is a really good stat line against even like Nerea, because you at the very least have to trade, right?
Yeah. Like the Mecha Shot is great for the leader effect and everything, but it has to trade for the Kyoka, and like he sets up the Vampire, but he doesn't have Nerea. It has to be a top deck.
All right, what's the?
Ooh, this could be like core, play Daria, Evo it, or is he just gonna play core and then wait for next turn?
Core, play Evo. Oh. So close to being able to play like Daria and two Flame Destroyers in one turn. That's ooh.
If he waits for next turn, like waiting out the Nerea and then going ham with the 7/7s, it's not a bad idea, I don't think. He draws 3 cards, no, 2 from the Daria. And he pre-evos the Kyoka, interesting. Oh, cause he's gonna play a 7/7 right away. I like that.
That's a ridiculous board. I'm really sad we didn't see the double.
Good board. Draw Nerea. He does not draw Nerea. Technolord, again because of the banish, is only doing 2 damage instead of the 5.
Oh no. Yeah, how do you deal with this? I don't
think he can.
Your best option here is like, okay, yeah, I mean, okay, so you have 2 damage from the Cherub. You can Evo it, get another 3, so you can get rid of like the Kyoka.
Yeah.
And
then ignore the 11/11 worth of stats.
Yeah.
Okay, he could trade the droid and then Techno does 3 damage. So double Techno does 6, which is
not enough at all.
Enough. Oh, he doesn't answer anything.
Oh no.
Oh, is that just
no?
Oh, that's so. Is there 3 damage at a hand? How do you get 3 damage?
Oh. No Gabriel, no
looking for a Clark actually, I think, right?
I think Auto Aim, like he could just make more board. He saw his board didn't get answered, right? So he could just set up for Kuon next turn.
So this is like the strongest board that we've seen today, I think.
Yeah, you know, we haven't really seen the Flame Destroyers be like super powerful, but in this game they were looking really good.
I mean, I don't know if I want to say that we haven't seen them be super powerful. We've seen them have to be answered every single time.
That's true.
And then it usually like swings like favorably for the person using them. So I would say they're really good. We just haven't seen them actually do like 16 damage, you know?
Like, we've seen them answer it, and now when they couldn't get answered, they just won the game.
Wow.
So Auto Aim takes it serious and moves into the finals 2-1.
Oof. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, you get to see exactly how just the banish in the start meant so much, right? If there was three more on each of those Techno Lords, that could have been a full board clear.
For sure, it's a huge difference. It's also extra 1/1s that could also contest the board, right?
Yeah, that's true. So like a total of potentially like 8 or so technically like 9 damage altogether, right? Just because that one card banished instead of like actually destroyed.
Yep.
It was actually pretty ridiculous to see that final game. I know, despite how long all the games are going, 2-1, 2-1, all over the board. That final round was kind of like a big swing for Auto Aim. He's like, I know you got me last time with that huge momentum swing with Machina Forest, but I have something of my own. It's called, Shikigami. It's still pretty good, and this is why. And I was thinking to myself, Hybrid Blood, when it comes to this matchup against Shikigami, does pretty well once it gets the ball rolling in terms of contesting the board and actually having pretty decent units to contest against any sort of Kuan threat. But the 2 Flame Destroyers right off the bat was really what spelled the game out for Auto Aim, I feel like.
Yeah, it was just too many. Tech Lord wasn't doing enough, and he just could not answer.
I think going forward, I'm going to call Lewis Techno Lord. I think that's what I would rather do, honestly. I actually didn't get to catch you, but when you guys can catch, instead of us trying to make this happen, go ahead and go over to svo.gg, make yourself acquainted with that website, and possibly join the Shadowverse Open going forward. I know we're obviously doing the Shadowverse West right now, but the Shadowverse Open for the Southeast Asia Oceania region is happening not too long after, right? So for those of you in that region that are tuning in right now, you have a shot to potentially see yourself in the top 8. And what better time than with the current expansion of World Uprooted. With that said, we do have our grand finals established with Hishiro and Auto Aim. 2 very, very competent players, names we've seen time and time again. And it's going to be quite the matchup, as Auto Aim is bringing his Shikigami Rune, Control Forest, Hybrid Blood, and then Hishiro is bringing Natural Dragon, Hybrid Blood, and Shikigami as well. So I'm kind of curious to see if the Natural Dragon is going to get his chance to shine in this grand finals or not. Who knows?
I think it's still going to get banned.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm trying to get people's hopes
interesting.
up a little bit.
Yeah, we started with 3 players that were in contenders last year, and Dan got taken out by a show, and the other 2 went on to the finals, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah. This is like a very like classic like known top player grand finals that we have today, right? Which has not been what it's been every other time so far. I think it's been like we've seen a lot of. Like one player that's very well known versus one player who we're new to seeing this season, and or like maybe two new players. We've seen a lot of that, but this one it's a classic, right? And not only that, it's cool because it's a classic that's won previously Europe and then won previously PAM. So not one that we got to see too much, except for maybe at like Contenders Cups.
Yeah, like that's first Open West, right? We have the best of EU and NA. And now we'll battle to see, who the champion is this month.
Yeah, I need a fact check. So I could just check it myself at some point, but I think every single show so far this season has been one previous Euro player, one previous PAM player against each other in finals. I almost feel like that's true, but maybe not. Maybe there was one that wasn't. Yeah, at least a lot of them have been. I need to double check on that.
I think I have that list. I wrote it down. I was trying to see what the top 8 was like. So I guess. Hold on. I might have that. So the January Cup, it was Azure Cloud versus Pain for grand finals.
That's right.
February was E-Jade versus Athanas, right?
That's correct too, I think, right?
March was Bappo versus Drix S 2050.
Is that PAM versus Euro? I actually don't.
I think Drix S might have been from the PAM region, but I could double check on the Shadowverse Twitter. That's where I pull up almost like everything, really, the SVO Twitter. Don't mind me typing into my keyboard. I know you guys can hear that. Don't mind it. You guys, it's just imaginary noises. Don't worry about
I'm
that.
minding it. I can't stand it. No.
But either way, you do have a valid point, though. It's been like PAM versus the Euro region majority of the time, each and every one of these Shadowverse opens. And
it's just cool. It's perfect. It's like exactly what we wanted to see once the regions actually combined, right? Like that's like the fantasy.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you want to see the best
absolutely.
of both, right?
Yeah, and it's just shows how strong the region is, just having the talent condensed like that. As we see Auto Aim versus Hashiro gearing up, and again, the Natura Dragon getting banned once more. Technolord has spoken. The prophecy has come true, and Auto Aim, the Control Force, not going to be on the board. So we do see the mirror match happening between these two competitors.
Yeah, and it's a very appropriate way, I feel, for the grand finals to go, right? We are going to see the two decks that we've seen the most. Definitely these two are the standouts from today. I mean, I love watching SVO, and talking about it, but I love watching SVO because we get a chance to see like how the meta plays out. And a lot of times it doesn't exactly play out how people think. Right now, I don't know if it's what people thought or not, but I didn't expect nearly as much Rune, honestly. And that was
it doesn't surprise me, just because Rune always finds a way. Is what I keep saying.
It's true. But I expected some. I didn't expect quite so much. But I mean,
by the way, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say they're very similar decks in the way that they like try to win. So I understand why these two decks are where they're at.
It does make sense. And just to kind of go back to your previous point. Drix SS 2050 is in fact from Canada, so you're absolutely on the money when it comes to the matchups from back to back, or at least all of the Shadowverse Open West divisions. It's been a PAM versus Euro showdown 100% of the way. A lot of like France representation too. We got consistent players coming from the France and then Greece as well with Athanas and Payne, right?
Yeah. They've been showing up super strong. They're still, I mean, Payne just outside of top 8 or just outside of top cut this month, so still going to be super high up on the points. He's currently was currently sitting at number 1 before the points from today get totaled up. However, the players that did really well today haven't been doing like amazingly before, so I think we're going to have a super tight, like close race in points at the end of today.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how the year's going to shape up and who's going to make it to Contenders Cup for a chance to go to the World Championship, for a chance at $1 million, right?
plus, I mean, getting to go to Japan ideally, right? That's always like super cool. I'm jealous of that.
Personally, I would love to see it go online all the way. I'm just saying, man. As cool as Japan is, I would love to see these guys duke it out in the comfort of their own home. That'd be great. Here we go. The grand finals is going to be Hashiro versus Auto Aim, PAM versus the Euro region. The grand finals shall commence right now.
And I can't believe it actually has been PAM versus Euro every single time. Like, that's like, is this scripted? Is this all scripted?
I mean, it's very fitting, right? It's exactly what the region should be.
Yeah, no, it is. It's perfect. And I mean, it's not like it's like most of one is on one side of the bracket and most of the other is on the other side of the bracket. There's so many people in the tournament and in the brackets that's like, it's impossible for that to be the case.
Yeah, we have so many players, play in the day 1 Swiss, and only 8 can make it, right?
Yeah. I actually didn't see quite how many players actually played this time, but I know it's been over 200 pretty much every other time. So I'm assuming it's something close to that. Plus, now everybody's at home. What else are you going to be doing?
Yeah, exactly. And, those players are fighting for those points. Every single win matters. Every single point matters. Because if you're a competitive Shadowverse player, you want to make it to Contenders Cup.
Yeah, that's and of course, we have the new thing now where one person every 3 months now gets the auto qualification to Contenders Cup.
Yeah, it's the last SVO of each expansion.
Right. So something-ish.
Bapple is the first player that's qualified, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think the first auto qualifier, right? I don't think anybody else auto qualifies in. All right.
Yeah, like nobody's auto qualified through points because there's still so much of the year left, right?
There's a lot left. But all right, so here we go. We're in the first match of the grand finals, and of course, this is the classic match that we've been seeing today, which is going to be Machina Blood against Spellboost Rune. We've seen this Be a pretty close match, seemingly.
Yeah, I think it could definitely go either way. And Auto Aim has a great start. You know, again, 2-drop, armor bat into noon. But we've seen how good the banish on the armor bat can be. Shiro's going to use it on the Robogoblin.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's more on curve, but obviously the reward would have been a little bit higher had it been on the next turn. It's so similar to exactly what happened that last game. Nice.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's a card that could be a bit awkward sometimes, and is still relevant there, so I don't fault him for playing it, right?
Right. I mean, it draws you a card,
Like-
and it furthers your spell boost, and otherwise, like, what were you going to play? Like, you could play, like, an off-curve
Yeah.
Shigami summons, or if you even had it, I don't know. It's not exactly
And, like,
what you want to do.
If you banish the Robo-Goblin, that's still a Machina Faller not destroyed. It's a repair mode denied, which could be a card that gets fused into the All Machina, so it is relevant.
Yeah, and it's damage denied, too. I mean, you know, it's still 2/2 for 2. Still a
Yeah.
good body that's going to be swinging.
So, you know, pretty good early game for more players. We see the Kuon right in the hand, and a pre-evo from Auto Aim to just get, like, the strongest board possible right now. And that's a pretty good board.
That is. And there's not really a great way to deal with such a wide board, especially so early on.
Yeah, I mean, there was no Kyoka for Hishiro, so... Or, oh, he didn't play the Kyoka yet, but he can. And will be the play. That's a pretty good play, you know, Kyoka into Twin Blade or Demon Caller. It's a pretty good answer, about as good as it gets.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, especially for having to do with such a wide board, like, you can't ask for all that much more than that.
Yeah, like you could play Demon Caller, have the Shigami trade in, and then still play the 0-cost Twin Blade.
Yeah, Twin Blade actually it might be like kind of strong in this matchup just for the extra little bit of damage. That seems like it could mean quite a bit.
Yeah, you know, it's no sort of truth, but or the fact that it can fight for the board is a big deal.
Yeah, especially when you see it used early on like this. You know, it can get a lot out of its, like, I don't know, it can be worth a lot of value if you use it in a different way.
Are you seeing Hishiro's hand right now?
Yes.
Triple Kuon.
Yeah, that's
seems pretty good. Although it might be a bit awkward, but we'll see.
Well, the big thing
like
is
an insight or two, and
he can't play it next turn, right? There's no way to really play it next turn.
Yeah, no. But once the Kuon comes down, it kind of snowballs into the others, since each Kuon spells your hand by 5. So.
Right. I mean, as soon as the first one comes down, then yeah, obviously they're all going to be extremely affordable. It's just that this turn is... I mean, this would have been a great turn for it, so it's just a little bit awkward.
I'd say this is still a pretty good turn, all things considered, though. Because, I mean, drawing cards is good, and spell boosting is still good, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's true. Especially, I mean, you want to draw cards as much as possible before the Kuons get down, because then, of course, you know, if you don't have any cards in hand, then the spell boost... Not to say it's wasted, it's not like there's not 2 other Kuons in hand, but it could be worth more, right?
Yeah, you'd rather be boosting other things anyway.
Yeah.
And although Auto Aim had those great boards, and like I liked his play to Prevo, Hishiro just had all the answers, and you know, we see what his next couple turns are going to look like.
I mean, to be fair, Auto Aim's turns could be extremely strong too. There's still, you know, an Eternal Machinist in hand. We see a Mono. There's a lot of options. The Technolord.
I mean, he needs Naria, but no such thing.
Technolord's at 8, and only going up, right? So
that's true. Yeah,
that's good. That's good too. The options are there. The problem is that like life is actually getting a little bit low for Auto Aim. So, you know, each of these is going to almost guaranteed push a little bit of damage. Each of these Kuons.
Yeah, the game is by no means over, but once the Kuon train begins, it's gonna be hard to stop, I think.
Ooh, and that's rough. At 9, Machina Followers destroyed, so just 1 away again. Not the first time we've seen that today, of the Neon.
Yeah, it feels so bad when you're just like, oh, 1 away. And you know which one that is? That's the Raw Goblin that got banished.
Yep. All right. So twice now we've seen a very direct effect of how good the banish is on that card.
Gonna use the Fire Embrace on the 1/1. I think that's because he wants the board space, because he wants to trade into the Noon.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And get maximum value out of spell boost.
Interesting.
Oh, the double Kuon in one turn is pretty strong.
That does set up quite a board.
That is quite the board indeed.
I mean, Anurea doesn't even answer this very well at all. So I don't know what you do here.
I mean, Technolord, you know, at this stage in the game is not doing enough, and Machinas could, like, you know, damage one, maybe Evo clear the other, but it's just way too many stats on the board.
So you could swing.
Trying to see if there's a play which, you know, keeps him alive.
Well, I mean, if you play Noon and then you play Technolord, there's a chance, right?
Okay, I mean, he's getting good amount of damage from the Technolord. It's happening, but well, he has an Evo, so he can still clear both the Celestials. But he passes with no board, and we know there's another. Oh, he's gonna.
No, he procced it because he was down one last time, remember?
Right, that's better, right? Just end with more wards.
Right.
Which the summon is already giving the 3/3 though. He can use this to trade. I believe they're still lethal. Just play the 0 cost Kuon, right?
Yeah, this is. I mean, you don't even need to do anything else. This is just already basically lethal.
Yeah, it's just. I don't know. Hishiro had some very explosive plays and very early into the game.
Well,
Auto had a good idea when he made that turn 4 play. His board was so good. It was like a 4/3, a 3/3, and like 2/1 on turn 4.
Yeah.
And like Hishiro answered that and then never slowed down.
Well, I mean, hey, you know, if you have the answers and you have the Kuons in hand, good luck. I mean, that's the power of Kuon, right? Like, you know, you never ever look down on that card.
Oh, for sure. It's like still so strong. Well, Hishiro is one game away from being the April SVO champion.
Very well.
Can he close it out, or will Auto him fight back?
All right, now
I think both of these have played so well today, and honestly, it's really it's happy for me to see them in the top 8. You know, they're great players, and getting top 8 is so hard this year. So
yeah,
it's good to see them make it to top 8 and make it to the finals.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, getting top 8 is difficult enough, but then making it all the way to finals, that is extremely difficult. It's harder than it maybe has ever been, right?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And both players that I met at Contenders Cup, and I could say nothing but just great things about both of them as like human beings. So great to see him here.
Well, this placement for both of them is definitely increasing their chances by quite a bit of coming back to another Contenders Cup. So maybe you'll get another chance to meet him.
Yeah, maybe. Well, here we are at Blood Mirror. Auto Aim's played a share of these for sure.
Yeah, now this is definitely one that could go the distance. But we'll see if either of these players are, you know, going to be able to find those moments where they can push through enough damage to make stuff count. 3 Natural Machinas in hand already. This is
that's a lot.
I don't know if that's good. I mean it's good, I guess, to get rid of them. You don't really want like 1 or 2.
So realistically, you only have to play 1 to like win the game of it, and you can just fuse the X's once for extra card draw. But you know, if they think the game is gonna go longer, then it's possible they hold another one, and that's one of those things that's not his decision. And I'd love to see what Ishiro's gonna do with them. What I'm not seeing is any Narias.
Yeah, that's definitely a key card in the matchup. We've seen before. That's like the swing card, right?
Yeah. And Auto him going first, he has, you know, the hands to make that, you know, turn 6 Naria pre-evo the Behemoth potentially. But no Naria. He even has the Nightprowl Demon, you know, like he could play it and then hope that he draws it, because honestly, drawing the Naria on turn 6 going first it can be game winning, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, there's a 2-card chance, right? Might as well.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta play to win, like you were saying, right?
But of course, the question
he
is,
gets the leader effect from the Mecha Shot, but he doesn't fully enter the board. So maybe it's up to Hishiro to now take over the board state.
Yeah, but what are the best aggressive options here to like really push any sort of aggression. There's the Neun.
Yeah, I'm looking at. There's not a lot of great options, to be honest.
Yeah, the problem is the Neun has to take out the Goblin, right?
Yeah, and you want the Goblin to trade.
Yeah, that's very awkward. I mean, you could use some sort of like raw Evo in this situation, maybe, just because you have extras, but
I mean, this is one of those cases where, because 3 cards in his hand are the same card, he just doesn't have that many options, right? Like, if you imagine any 2 cards in his deck would give him so many more plays this turn, but gonna just trade the Goblin and maybe not have the strongest turn. The other problem is that for Hishiro, he's looking at the Vampire, he's like, okay, I'm probably gonna get Nereid next turn, so like, how much does he really want to commit to the board, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, but like, do you just not use any play points like that?
Well, he's got to do something. He can't overdraw.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. That's tough. That's a really awkward turn. So I think if we do see the Nereid here, that is huge, right? Like, that'll be such a swing from a bad turn into a great turn.
He would pre-evo the Flood Behemoth 100%, but he doesn't get it.
He doesn't.
You know, I think
the name's good too.
Yeah, no, like, he's still a good place. It's just like Nereid would have been insane for him.
That would have been like game ending.
Yeah, and you know, for Hishiro, since he doesn't want to come to the board, I like playing the Echoing Angel because A, it's a clunky card that you're not really playing in other times, and B, it's still, you know, you want Machina Flowers to be destroyed anyway, right? So it's a good choice.
Alright, yeah, no names showing up, or sorry, names are showing up. No Nereids. Why are the names so similar? For being the 2 cards added this, this set, right? Both NE names.
The 2 Bloodlenaries.
Yeah, I know.
But EO seems pretty good. EO Evolution plus the Noon on the Leftover Droid seems like a really powerful turn.
Yeah, that's man, so many good cards in Blood. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous that Blood was never like hasn't been good for a while. You know, it's like so hard to like even just look at the cards that they have and not think that like, oh yeah, this was a good deck.
Yeah, you know, it's like a lot of these cards are obviously new, but a lot of them were here before, right? Like EO was an old card, right? Like Mono was an old card.
Yeah.
Okay, so Auto Aim going first is still going to be the first to play the All Machinas. Looks like he's going to hold the Mono in hand, which, no, never mind, he's tossing it. No, he's thinking about it. Okay, he held it. I like holding the Mono. I think that's the correct choice.
I really like that we get to see them physically, like, hesitate.
Yeah, it's great, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he draws the second Mono. See, that's why I think holding it is best, because, like, think of what you want to draw off of the All Machinas. And the answer is Mono, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know, you can just have a Mono in hand, even if 2 play points is very expensive, but, like, it's there.
Well, actually...
And if you draw another one like he did, well, Mono goes well with Mono, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, just think about how powerful potentially this board is for the next turn. So, if they deal with the Armored Bats, and then there's just, like, there's at least, like, 3 droids left, right? Then you get to evolve and just do tons of face damage, right, with one of the Monos. And then if they don't deal with them, then you can just... Oh, I was going to say you can evolve the Bats, but that's not how this is going to play out. Still, though, like, a very scary board, potentially.
Like, he has the Machina Shut leader effect and 2 Monos in hand. So, no matter what's happening, like, his damage is going to be very explosive.
Mm-hmm. So how...
And now, Hishiro can respond with his own All Machinas by fusing, you know, everything into it, except for the Mono. It's like I play this game, you know? Alright, All Machinas. But, you know how strong this is? He's going second, so it's Auto Aim that gets to potentially respond first, you know? Does that make sense? Like, he's able to use the 0-cost cards first.
Right, now, I guess the question here is, at what point do you actually push for aggression with the Mono?
For Hishiro?
For Auto Aim. For anybody, really.
Well, I mean, he's looking at potentially lethal next turn, you know? So, because, like, if you ignore the Armor Bat, it's like 3 damage guaranteed, and you answer it, it's more. It's just really annoying, right? Okay, so how much damage is that? That's 18, right? So he's 1 damage off of lethal.
Ooh.
But he could play Noon, and instead, do something with it. I don't know.
I don't know either. That's tough. I mean, you can.
There's a lot of plays.
Yeah, you can.
He's got Techno Lord as well.
You can push a little damage. Techno Lord is like nice, but I mean, you have to expect that there's going to be stronger boards later that can help you clear, right?
Well, yes, but if he can end the game next turn, then like, good enough, right?
Yeah, but also like you
play...
help. You can have you. Sorry, I can speak. You could have it help you get through potential like noon boards.
I mean, he could play zero cost mono, Techno Lord, and the mono spell, right? Like, why not just go face for 12 and then have another mono next turn for lethal?
That's true. Yeah, that's actually okay. So honestly, if you go like max damage right now, they have to deal with your board because it seems unlikely. Well, they might be able to. Yeah, I don't know. I think they have to deal with your board. There's a chance actually that you can just reverse lethal, right?
If they, well, no, because mono is still a 6/6 ward.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. So you do much damage, and you guarantee yourself at least one follower that essentially has Storm because of the assembly droid that comes in play, right? So
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So he's not gonna Techno, but instead gonna just put him at 1, because he essentially has lethal next turn guaranteed, right?
Right. I mean, if they play any wards and then the Techno can ideally take care of it, then that's it.
Now the difference with this play, instead of playing the Techno Lord, is that he doesn't enter the board. So depending on what Hishiro drew from his Almachinas, I think there would be a chance that Auto Aim could, take 15 damage, but I think he's okay. I think he's okay.
I don't know, actually. Let's see. So there's the potential of this. Once they get evolved, then it's... Well, okay, wait. This mono costs 2, so that would cost 7 altogether. So, oh yeah, maybe you are fine.
Yeah, like, the cards he got discounted are... Like, Mechano Wing is not a good one to get discounted, and Noon is good, but like... I don't know, I don't think he has enough, right? Double mono is...
But yeah, I don't think so either.
Okay, playing the Mechano Wing for the body, interesting. And then Noon. I mean, he could just make a big wall. That doesn't sound bad either.
Yeah, I mean,
one left,
that's what we're seeing. So how much defense is it going to be? So it's going to be 2 more, so it's going to be 3, 3, 3. Oh, think about the second Noon. Ooh, interesting.
I mean, is one of them graded against the mono, or are you going to ignore it? Is he just passing? Well, he could play, Oh, it's such a hard decision he's trading, okay. Yeah, because this way he can enter at least, 2 extra followers. And he still gets 5 wards left over. But how much is the Techno Lord doing, though?
I think it's at 16, is it? Let me see.
It's doing 17. How much health on the board?
There is 12, 16, 19, 22. So
okay, I'm pretty sure it's lethal though.
Yeah, because you can trade one in. If you
trade the 3/3 and then Alpha Drive, trade the new 3/3s, and then Techno clears, and then the 1/1 goes fade.
Yep. That should be it.
Yeah. Like there's just so much damage. There's no way that's not enough. Because once you trade the droids, Techno Lord is not gonna do 20 damage, and that's enough to enter the board.
Techno Lord is a good card.
Yeah, he can even play the Noon as extra if he really wants it, but.
Maybe.
And use Alpha Drive Technology is lethal. Yeah, I mean, he's thinking about it, right? Gotta make sure that it's 100%. So, it looked like every single game, every single series has gone down to a final game.
You're right. We've somehow gotten every single time. That's weird. We had another week or another month where we went down to the last game almost no times, right? Like it was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and like 1-2-1, and then the rest were 2-0s.
But Auto Aim ties it up. We're now 1-1. There will be one final game to decide the April SVO West champion.
And it is going to be the opposite of the matchup that we saw earlier, which is still going to be that Machina Blood versus, well, not Machina Blood, I guess, whatever, the mixed version.
Yeah, hybrid.
Yeah, I don't know. There's whatever we're going to call it against Spellboost Rune, but used by opposite players.
Yeah, so when Hishiro played this matchup as Rune, like, he made it look easy, his boards were crazy, he answered, but I don't think that's how it goes every single time. So we'll see how Auto Aim can pilot the Rune deck, and I mean, Blood has been, the class of the day, right?
Yeah, and but I mean, Did we see? We've seen, I think, Rune win more in this matchup, though. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think we did.
Well, we definitely just saw it win, so
Right.
maybe it's a bit of recency bias.
And we also saw it win the other last time that we saw it, the second to last time, where we saw the banish on the.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And we also saw the mid-range blood beat the rune as well. I remember that.
Interesting. All right, so yeah, there's. I mean, we'll see, right? We're going to be seeing this matchup a lot, I think, for the next several months at the very least. So I think it's definitely winnable by both sides. We'll just see who ends up getting it.
You have to wonder, like, everybody banned Dragon except for against Den because they don't play Control Blood, right? So maybe for future tournaments, other players should consider Control Blood as an option to let the Dragon go through. I don't know. We'll see. But right now it's the finals. Hishiro, Auto Aim, both amazing players. Who's going to take it?
Pretty standard starts on both sides. Maybe a little bit slow for the Blood, but not terribly slow.
Yeah, and I mean, at least, we're not seeing the banish for the Robo Goblin or the Machina Bat. But Auto Aim has, a Kuon in hand, Chaos Wielder early on. Like, he's in a good spot. There's the banish.
Yep, lots of opportunities to spell boost. Actually has advantage on the board, kind of, which is a little weird for this early on, I think. Not anymore.
Yeah, Mecha Shot is such a powerful card. That leader effect is so strong.
And of course, just it's like a good valued like body also.
Yeah, it's kind of like Kyoka, it's like such a great evil follower. And at worst, like, I guess you're an overstated 3-drop, right?
yeah. And at best,
Okay, we'll see how Auto Aim's gonna answer. He could trade and then use the Arc is what... Actually, Arc is too slow. Could use the Wielder after.
But
that seems good. Good amount of spell boost.
Oh, it has the Demon Caller as a potential answer. Or not.
I mean, I think you're okay with using your Wielder as a removal tool, essentially.
Yeah, I'm
saying, he still drew 2 and spell boosted, so...
You still get the spell boost off it, but this
Okay, he just wants the board. Yeah, Fiery Embrace and then Demon Caller. Gonna hold Demon Caller. Very interesting.
Weird to me that...
Again, like, those are decisions that are not easy, yeah.
So, I mean, I think one of the reasons why we saw the Fire Embrace was because that was going to burn a card if we didn't see Auto Aim use it.
Yeah.
But also, I'm surprised that we didn't see the clear on the droid at the very end of that last turn, because that would have prevented this.
It's from the leader effect.
Oh, was
it
it
showed up
the
at the
leader
end?
effect? I thought it was out already.
Yeah,
Am I...
the Machina Shot.
I think my...
Remember he played the Machina Shot?
It indeed came from the
you're right.
leader effect.
Okay.
Yeah. And Hishiro was able to set up the Vampire for that turn 6 Naria, which is always pretty strong.
For whatever reason, my observer client is like really far behind, so I'm trying to like look back and forth to figure out what you're talking about.
Yeah, I also feel on that. But knowing that Naria is showing up, Auto Aim doesn't get too much on the board, and as good as Naria is, a 0-cost Fire Embrace is a great answer to it. And maybe this board is not even scary enough for Hishiro to use Naria. Like, just because you can play it on turn 6 doesn't mean you have to. We saw it in the previous set. He was just holding on to Narias, and he didn't need them, but he had if he had to, right?
Yeah, there was like a level of self-control that was super impressive and also super important for winning.
Yeah, it's like maybe at the mid-level Shadowverse, there's some plays that are just like obviously strong. Like Naria on 6 is a very strong play, right? So a lot of players will be like, oh, it's turn 6, I'm playing Naria, I play it. But maybe at the highest level, sometimes there's other options, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet Naria is still the play. I mean, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I wonder if he would eat with a Face or pre with a Behemoth. Pressure, but again, like you're saying, a lot of restraint.
Yeah, just
no need to commit.
Just holding on. But I mean, the big boards are definitely on the horizon, and by on the horizon, I mean potentially like very, very soon from Auto Aim.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Auto Aim hand, and like, I think we're about to see a lot of power plays.
Mm-hmm.
Picks up the animated Gabriel. Okay, so Demon Caller. Yeah, this is gonna be so strong.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, Brune has some of the best ways to deal with Nerea of any class. I mean, like,
I wonder if there was a better way to do that. Like, if you traded the summons in the Nerea, would that have been better? Because now he can't sacrifice the summons to get the... But, I mean, he's still getting a great turn no matter what, right? Like, he's still so strong. It's just he ends with 1 play point destroy area, which is still amazing for next turn.
yeah, I mean, you can't trade him, but it's still, like, I mean, you get to keep your full board, so that's nice. And there are
Yeah,
buffs,
no,
right?
this is pretty good.
Yeah.
And, you know, because he just saw the Nerea be used, and now there's no setup for it, it's so unlikely this board can get answered.
Yeah, and
Machinos is the play that's likely going to happen, and while good, you know, is it good enough to clear a full board of summons?
I don't know. I love that aggressive Evo too, on the previous 1-3.
I think it's definitely aggressive from auto aim.
All right, what is he getting?
See, like, those are draws, but those are draws that, like, don't influence the board in this very turn. And, like,
yeah, can he actually survive?
No, I think disengage is still. Pretty sure it is.
That's what, 5 damage?
Yeah, Gabriel pushes 5 damage, right?
That's it. Wow, what a great choice on the choosing the exact moment to, like, push that aggression as much as possible. I mean, using that last Evo point, knowing the Gabriel was in hand that you could use to close out even more damage. Very smart. Like, that's one of the things that the best players are great at, is finding that exact moment where, like, now. You know, now is when I need to strike.
Yeah. You want to see the Gabriel, and there it is. Auto aim is going to take it 2-1 over Hishiro. And Auto Aim is your April Shadowverse Open West champion.
Gabriel, definitely one of the MVPs today for me. Definitely a card I need to look at more too.
Yeah, great card. Looks amazing in the rune deck.
Yeah, you know, not at all the deck that I thought it was going to be super strong in. You know, I guess I just didn't think about the fact that oftentimes you don't spend any play points for anything, right? You're just like, okay, cool. I'm going to play an entire board for 0. And now I got to use them for something. So smart.
Yeah, if all your cards cost 0, then Gabriel's pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very, very solid play from Auto Aim. And again, from Hishiro as well. Quite the showdown between all the competitors throughout the entirety of top 8. It's been 2-1 all across the board. And I kid you not, take a look at the VODs if you joined in late. Every one of these games were absolutely close. And again, Chef had a very valid point. Gabriel is definitely the MVP. He has clutched it out in at least 2 of the sets in the top 8. So something to consider. We've seen a lot of how the meta shaped up from Ultimate Coliseum going into World Uprooted, seeing the brand new Bloodcraft decks being shown up, and how at least Shikigami Rune has stood up and withstood the test of time in the current rotation, right? So it's really, really cool to see this brand new expansion and seeing these players go through as many matches as possible, right? And kind of remind you, let's take a look at the bracket as to how it all went down here in the top 8. And as you see there, Den versus Hishiro, the team kill right off the bat, and going down Sky Sama versus KSLVD. Again, 2-1 all across the board in those first 2 quarterfinal matches. Then you see, I believe it's Sai versus Auto Aim, and then Rackle versus No Dame Kato. All of these matches were actually mad good. I highly encourage you guys to check out the VOD after this. And you saw in the semifinals, Hishiro versus KSLVD, an absolute nail biter. And then Auto Aim versus No Dame Kato. I got to give it up to No Dame, by the way, for showing up and sticking with the Machina Force, despite the significant nerfs that was handed to 2 main players of that deck. And then you see the grand finals, 2 of the top competitors in the current meta of Shadowverse, Hishiro and Auto Aim, doing great work here in the Shadowverse Open of the West.
Yeah, and Nodame Kato not only bringing the Machina Forest, but also bringing the Evo Dragon, which we unfortunately didn't get to see because everybody banned it. But the fact that both of those decks were within one person's lineup, it was really, really cool. We've seen that a few times so far this year, where like one person will bring like 2 weird picks and force people to like ban whatever they're most uncomfortable against and still have some weird uncomfortable matchup. And they usually get pretty far. So we've seen it again today, and I like both those decks. Sad we didn't get to see the Goblin Evo into Zeus. That's always the hypest.
Yeah, like we saw, you know, Blood show up all day, but remember, this is happening because the Dragon is getting banned time and time again, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we didn't see We didn't see Dragon really like pop off because we only saw one match of Dragon today, right? Or was it 2 matches? It was definitely only within one set.
No, we saw, Den play Dragon and he lost, right?
Right.
That was the only time we saw it, I believe.
Yeah. And with that said, we've seen how it's played out through and through in the top 8. Let's kind of see how it shakes things up in the current standings for the West. I do believe we have that ready for everybody else. But in the meantime, from what we saw before, prior to the top 8 even starting, Pain was in the lead with at least 25 points. And then in second place, we had 2 competitors tied at 24. I'm kind of curious to see how it's shaken up thus far.
I expect that we are not going to see Pain lose the lead. I don't think anybody's going to be really able to pull out enough points to push past that because, like, for instance, Auto-Aim and Hishiro, I don't believe either one was even within the top 10 or 12 or whatever it is that we look at, on that leaderboard that we usually see at the beginning. Now, they did have points. They have been playing. They have been getting a good amount of points, just outside of top cut. But a win and a second place, maybe not quite there. Even within the top 4 today, we saw players that didn't usually, not really any repeats today. So we're setting up into, I talked about this earlier today, but we're setting up into like one of the closest races for points that I think we've ever seen. Usually there's a real clear dominant player. Most of these seasons for the past, several years, I guess, or, either some players that have done really well and they're at the top of the pack, they're almost definitely qualifying. This is different now.
Right. We do have the updated standings right now, actually. I was taking a look over at SVO.gg for the standings, but we do have it updated. Let's take a look here. Again, you are absolutely right. Again, with Hishiro now on the board and Sai as well. Hishiro going up to 10th place, KSLVD in 7th, and then Sai over in 12th. The 3 players from today's top 8. And you see Athanas boosted up as well on the left side in 5th place now, slowly climbing up the ranks.
Auto-Aim is right there at 5th too, right? Did you mention that?
Yes, I just said that right now.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. I thought you said, sorry, I missed one.
I went through it right, really quickly, actually.
Gotcha. Sorry. So, okay, so 4 of the players today have made it up onto the top 12. It is the top 12. Hey, I was kind of right. But look at that. Only 5 points difference between 1st place and 12th place. That's like 1 tournament away.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. It shows how stacked the West side is, too. And again, one of the points that you made was that every single grand finals was PAM versus the Euro region. So it's been a very, very interesting race so far as we develop going into the Contenders Cup, right? So it's very, very exciting to see. It's only April, guys. So very, very close games all across.
Yeah, I'm glad that we got to show off today. It was a very good example of like how each deck plays out within this new meta. Like if you are just getting into the game, or maybe you haven't really gotten into this new set yet, today would be the perfect VOD to watch. So like I said, obviously a lot of stuff going on. I'm glad that we actually got to broadcast today. Very, very happy about that. And yeah, one of the first like real big streams for World Uprooted.
I was gonna say, any final words from the Techno Lord before he has to refuel Lewis?
Yeah, I was gonna say happy to be here on cast, but I don't know how techno-y was gonna come off because I see the camera is like super bright, so I assume it wouldn't be too great.
You sound okay right now, actually. Believe it or not. Maybe the camera's taking the hit so that the audio does not.
All right, we're gonna give you.
It was a great show,
We're definitely gonna give your bandwidth a break. In the meantime, we do highly encourage you guys to check out SVO.gg to try out for the next one. And again, the SCAO region is gonna happen very soon as well. You don't want to miss that. In the meantime, from us here from the Shadowverse Open West, we bid you adieu and hope to see you guys next time. Stay safe and practice social distancing. Take care.